Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. 1 sec. Test, test, test. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, okay. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so yeah, this is I think my NVIDIA like went into an update and it just screwed everything, screwed the pooch, so to speak. So I need to go through the moves list again. This is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. 1 sec, let me get the wheel back on screen. Okay, right, we have that. We're Gucci. We're sitting pretty, so to speak, with that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, again, shout outs to Daniel for the $5. So we're starting off with a $5 wheel bank. Played the money clip. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, if you do want a meme, it is $10 super chat. $5 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. You get half off if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal and Ko-Fi. You don't need to sign up. Damn near free, or 50% off. Ain't free. And just an example of what a money meme clip would be.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
And also, all these moves are scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well. So, like I said, don't be afraid if you don't catch them initially. If you want a specific topic, ladies and gentlemen, to bypass the wheel, if you have a particular topic that you care about or you think that we should be discussing, is a $50 super chat or only $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to spin the wheel, which gets us on to the next conversation or the next topic, move the conversation along, so to speak, it is a $20 super chat or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want to lock the wheel, you can do so. It is a $20 super chat or $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And what locking the wheel does is essentially just puts like a $20 or a $10, basically, $20 super chat or $10 Ko-Fi as like a buffer in order for it to be spun again, essentially. You know what I mean? If it's a particular topic that you're like, no, I want us to stick on this and all that good stuff. If you want to change out the theme of the wheel, it is a $50 super chat or a $25 Ko-Fi or PayPal, because we have different themes to the wheel. We're can change it anytime. We have Bollocksology, which is basically just like a random wheel. It's got a couple of fun topics, a couple of serious topics, and in between, we have the dating wheel, which is all about the intersexual dynamics of modern day dating, relationships, all that kind of good stuff. We also have religion, because religion's important. It's part of your culture. We also have the philosophies. So if you want to get deep and philosophical, we got the philosophies there. And if you want just pure madness to erupt, there is the politics as well. If there's a particular panelist you want to send to the backstage, you want to mute that motherfucker, you can do so, myself included for this one. It is $10 per 5 minutes or $5 per 5 minutes using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And if you want to kick someone off the show, I'm excluded from this one, obviously. But if you want to kick someone off the show, it is a $100 super chat or only $50 using the Ko-Fi PayPals. And the reason why we give 50% off on the Ko-Fi, or you get double your money using the Ko-Fi or PayPals, you get double bang for your buck, so to speak, is because Apple and YouTube are thieving bastards. What happens if you're using an Apple device and you super chat, Apple will take 30% and then YouTube will take 30%. So if you super chat $10 on your Apple device, what happens is Apple takes 30%, putting it down to $7. Then YouTube takes 30% of that, which puts it down to $4.90, which means for your original $10, we're only getting $4.90. It's kind of crazy, not going to lie. And also, just to remind you all, there is no doxing threats or bringing up family and children. If you do any of that shit, you are getting booted. A free 24-hour ban or kick on the show. On the house. Let me catch up with chat as well. We're so far behind because the mic thing threw me. 1 sec. Okay, and the video broadcast is finally loading up. Let me know if my audio goes as well. But Let me catch up with chat. We got Daniel saying welcome in. Also, yeah, we're already up to it's $7 now. Can we get more streamers than Emma? Oh, 100%, 100%. Come on, I'm giving you the wheel of madness, baby. Hope things are well over there, Teriak. That Starmer Cabal needs their time in the light for what they've done. 100%. Justice is coming. Ragnarok is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Is my internet or is it quiet? Yeah. Pay the monies. Exactly. Silence. Mute. 1 sec. Teriak, we heard nothing. Nothing you're explaining. I know. 100%. Yeah, it's going through the prompts. Mute. Yep, it is what it is. It is what it is. Start over. Yep, 100%. Shout out to Marin. Unmute yourself. You're not Scottish. Silent. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me catch up to when we're back. Still nada. I feel like I'm being trolled. Unbelievable. Have I lost my hearing completely? Hey, it is what it is, Shazzy. It is what it is. I done the refresh. The refresh worked, I think. Working. We hear you. Beautiful. So, how do we have 7 out of 50 and 1 out of 10? Yeah, so that's the way the dono bar or the dono goal works in YouTube. You can't set a set amount. So, it's basically $5 or more. Should be the ones that work. Let me try. I probably shouldn't do this, but let me try. Oh no, it's already automatically switched. Okay, nice. So we're back up and running. All that good stuff. We went back. We went over the moves list. Okay, we can hear us. Welcome in, Sniper as well. Welcome in. 100%. Salute to you. Welcome in, Ferrer. Pull up a chair, get comfy. We need an unbelievable teriyaki emoji. That's a good shout, actually. That's a good shout. It is what it is. Threw everything off. Didn't even say hello to the gays. Hey, what can I say? Shante? You calm down, gay man. Hey, unbelievable. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Kaz says too much porn. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Don't forget to smash that like as well. I remember, just forgot everything else. True that. But appreciate you just letting me know for being a Tylenol baby, you know, because like I said, it is what it is. And shout out to Shazzy for the £10, you Irish twat. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're already up to $17 in the wheel bank. We haven't even spun the wheel yet, but I was on the LX speaking about Irish twat, Shazzy, just to because you brought it up as well. This is a funny video that I seen on the LX. Going back to the COVID-19, how crazy was this whole lockdown shit? You know what I mean? Like, and the fact that no one talks about it anymore, it's like, bro, these are the same motherfuckers in office that were doing this shit. You know what I mean? But let's get into it, right?
Where's your proof that you don't have the virus?
Where's my proof?
Now, this is an Irishman speaking to the Gardaí, like the police force, at a checkpoint during these lockdowns.
Yes.
That I don't have it?
Yes.
Where's your proof that you don't have it?
I don't have to prove to you. You're the one that stopped me. If you want to go along with this scamdemic,
I haven't stopped you. You have driven into a guarded checkpoint.
You have no right to be setting up checkpoints.
Where are you going, sir?
None of your business now.
Well, actually, you're required.
I'm not required under our constitution to do anything you say.
Where are you travelling to today, sir?
I am going to the hardware store to get supplies for my farm.
Okay.
Okay, and where are you travelling from?
My farm.
Where would that be, sir?
None of your business.
It actually is.
No, it's fucking not. We did not fight 800 years for you to start treating us worse than the British fucking army did. Did we?
Sir, if you just
Did
answer
we?
the question.
Show me the pandemic.
What's the news?
The fucking news. Are you having a laugh?
No.
RTE! What fucking news?
Well, there's other news. Do you not watch the BBC news?
Shite!
No.
The BBC?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So the Crown News?
Oh, yeah.
You want me to watch the Crown News?
No. Well, you're saying RTE is shite.
Of course it's shite.
Horse it's shite. The fuck you doing? Don't fuck with the Northern Irishman. Like I said, they'll fucking rip you a new one, so to speak. You know what I mean? But like I said, wanted to give you that little bit of Irish charm, so to speak, before we get into it. And while we wait for people to join the panel link should be pinned unless I fuck that up as well. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna have to refresh the YouTube studio because it's not coming up. If I did not, okay, I did pin it. I was about to say if I did not pin the fucking links, it's just going to be one of those days. This is going to be one of those days, chat, where just everything just goes wrong. You know what I mean? It is what it is, so to speak. But yeah, like I said, man, the lot of crazy shit that's like we're not even talking about anymore. You know what I mean? Everyone's like, oh, it's like 6 years after the pandemic or the plandemic or the scamdemic. But I don't know, man. Like, at what point do we kind of like keep throwing it back in their face? You know? And like, it's almost like, would I even say every couple of months at this stage? It's like all these atrocities coming out, and you're kind of like, what the fuck's going on here? You know what I mean? Let me catch up with chat. Wow, fuck. What am I doing? Gotta spin the wheel, white boy. I gotta entice you with a topic, okay? So what is the first topic of this evening? Let us find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Spin it! Wow!
Is individualism a gateway to atomization and misery? This is one of the spicy ones, I would say, because I could make arguments either way, so to speak. You know what I mean? I love round your arse with the scrub and brush teriyaki. What can I say? I live round your arse with the scrub and brush teriyaki. 100% Shazzy, 100%. Damage is saying he jumped ship because he couldn't hear me. It is what it is. Like I said, I'll actually take this moment in time to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay, got the tisms, but if you can rhythm with the tism, then that's your path forward, as they say. You know what I mean? The most real Aussies were actually Irish, so their lamentations haunt us all. Like, this is the thing. It was pointed out to me, right, that Australia is probably the greatest example of white supremacy. Now, hear me out. Chat, before you start getting the gallows ready and all this kind of shit. Let me explain. All right. With the Australia experiment, we literally took like the criminals, the degenerates, like all the worst white people, and we put them on a fucking prison camp. And it somehow managed to turn into a country. And one could argue it was doing quite well for itself before this whole globalization fucking nuked all across the West. You know what I mean? So I think I've been a bit unfair to the Australians. You know? I think I was hasty in my judgments about the Australians because, like I said, it's one of those things where when you look at it, you know, like compare Australia to Africa. You know what I mean? Like they literally have no excuse. They have no excuse. You know? Exactly. They're a very polite society of criminals. They're a good lot, you know? Kind of crazy when you think about it. You know what I mean? Guys says, I don't like them. I don't trust them. I don't trust them with their knives. You know, can't even say the word no properly. I don't know, man. You gotta adjust your your expectations. You know what I mean? I think that's like a lot of problems if we get into the dating world. I think that's like a lot of problems in terms of the current kind of well, like people would argue that it's like we shouldn't be doing dating, we should be doing courtship and all this kind of stuff. But expectations, like if your partner is constantly meeting your expectations, you never really have to have like one of those quote unquote difficult conversations. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Well, this guy Shazzy with the £5 says, when we were asked, where do you live? We replied, round your arse with a scrubbing brush. Shout out to Shazzy, ladies and gentlemen. Let me play you a money clip for that one. Appreciate you, Candy Shazzy. We're up to $22 in the wheel bank. Let me know when you want to spin. But to actually get to the topic, holy shit, I'm all over the place. All over the place today. What's going wrong? What's going on? A lot of people will say, no, individualism is key. We don't want collectivism of any sort. And I think that's kind of one of those things where like people oftentimes get into this kind of like false binary or false bifurcation, whatever way you want to describe it. And I think it's either individualism, 100% individualism, or it's 100% collectivism, right? And a good way to kind of like show that would be kind of manifesting in terms of the economic policies you would advocate for, where individualism would be like capitalism. We don't even need a state because like we all just like manage our finances and money talks and bullshit walks kind of thing. Versus with collectivism, it's like, well, you don't really matter. What matters is the collective as a whole. You're just a cog in a wheel. And that's where you get communism, like we need to seize the means of production, comrades, all that kind of goofy shit. But this is where I kind of like highlight in terms, at least with the economics, that like if you're like radical capitalist, that's where you talk about like global capitalism and all this kind of shit, like the George Soros types, where they're more than willing to just like destabilize a country's currency just to make a bit of profit. And especially when you look at like a lot like this kind of like whole globalism ideology, and one could call it a cancer or mind virus, it kind of plays into this whole kind of like same goal that communism wants, which is to destroy the state, get rid of nations, borderless societies, etc., etc. One world government, essentially, all this kind of thing. So in terms of like the like what we see here with like individualism versus collectivism, in this case, individualism being a gateway to atomization and misery, think of like divide and conquer. If you go 100% in terms of the individualism, then you're all just like different atoms, and it's a lot easier to take control. And this is what we see in terms of the what's been played out with this whole globalism and all this kind of shit. Because the question I keep asking people is like, clearly these the problems, it's very easy to indicate who the problem is, like the complainers, the naggers, etc., and like they're doing their protests, they're like no kings, they're doing Palestine marches, all this kind of shit, right? But the key question to that is, who is funding that? Who is funding these people coming in from out of state? Who's funding like the lawyers, the journalists reporting it, like the equipment, like the signs, the gas, like the anti-gas masks. Well, I think it just be called gas masks and all this kind of shit. So then the cops, like their tear gas and all this kind of shit. Like, who's funding that? And fundamentally it's the global capitalists. You know what I mean? We all know communists don't work. So like that's the key thing that I think a lot of people are ignoring, and they're not actually kind of like identifying correctly. So in terms of my aspect, individualism can be a gateway to atomization and misery. It basically can lead you down a path where, you know, it's a doggy dog world. I shouldn't be looking out for anybody except for myself. And it leads to the whole like me kind of like phenomenon that we've seen. I think of like the whole like with the women's and all this kind of shit. Well, and like, and again, like I said, just to be 100% clear, there are good women out there. When you're looking at the likes of the whatever podcast, like the famous or infamous bitches that we see on the whatever podcast, it's this whole like me. Like, what can you do for me? But I shouldn't have to bring anything to the table. You should just love me for me being me. But I'm gonna have like an impossible standard or an impossible expectation and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So there has to be a third option, so to speak. And this is what Hegel talks about with the Hegelian dialectic, where you'll have a thesis. So like, let's say the thesis would be individualism. Okay. Then the antithesis would be collectivism. And then the synthesis, like how you progress forward, will essentially be a blend of those two. So to give an example, or the typical example is, you'd have, let's say, the thesis of a monarchy. Then the antithesis to that would be the democracy. And then from there you get democratic monarchy. Same way in terms of this as well. Certain things need to be collectivized, you know? But if you go down the line of, you know, like having like individualism as the priority, like prioritize individualism in as many areas as possible and recognize the key areas that need to be collectivized, then you have a good situation. But Shazzy says, enough talking about that, white boy.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Anyway, spin that wheel.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Is diversity code for anti-majority engineering? Let me know, chat. Let me know. And while you're answering that question, I'm going to catch up with chat as well. This might be one of these things where it's more interactive with the chat. I'm just kidding. They're good. Talking about the Australians. Yeah, they're good cunts, mate. They seem polite, but they'll get drunk and fall asleep in your attic. Are you talking about Irish people or Australian people? It's hard to identify when it's when certain descriptions are used between Australians and Irish. But it is same ancestry. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. I get told they sound funny all the time. I got a thicker accent for the area I'm in. Everyone thinks I'm from the south. Made a real Tennessee. She's a good, upstanding woman. Kind of makes you wonder about all the lawfare business. Hey, man. This is like shit like that, like genuinely starts to threaten like the actual spaces that we've set up. Because are we setting dangerous precedent? You know? Because same lawfare that gets used against the lawfare goes both ways. And it would be interesting to see with the same people who are pushing all this lawfare, what would they say if the same shady tactics were used against them? You know, much like we saw with Donald Trump. You know, they launched fucking massive things against him and all this kind of shit to try and prevent him. They even tried to take him off the voter roll, which is crazy. You know, like that's how far they went, right? Just to make sure that you couldn't get elected again. And now that Trump is like actually calling out these corrupt individuals, it's like, oh, lawfare, Trump's using lawfare. Well, it goes both ways, motherfuckers. It goes both ways. I don't really have an accent that much. Maybe a bit of redneck, but not that much, I reckon. You don't be ashamed of your accents. I mean, sometimes you gotta lean into it, you know? There's a small town in Cali I went to high school at in the valley, but Hicktown, our accent is Southern Southern-esque, called the Sutter Cut. Sutter Cut. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. How retarded do you sound? Me personally, I'm about a 9, I believe. You know, I'm not quite 10. I'm not quite the best retard, but I'm up there. I'm up there. I'm in the mentions. You know what I mean? Like honorable mentions. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, I have no idea what Terex even talking about. Unbelievable. Fy favore. Fy favore, Picasso. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, we had a 40-year war on drugs, but it wasn't until a rude man came into power that we started striking the sources. Funny, isn't it? Real funny. It's a good point, James. It's a good point. You know? I think about this whole thing that's gone down in Britain. That was enabled by all these platitudes saying diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. Well, according to this inquiry by Rupert Lowe, it fucking ain't. You know what I mean? But like that's how you should always be like hesitant of these politicians. Like they're trained to try and like say whatever mean like this whole kind of like nice guy argument. Like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we could do this and like diversity's nice and all like all this kind of bullshit? Rather than a politician saying, listen, we need to cut all this shit, all this waste. It might be tough in the next 4 to 5 years, but in 10 to 15 years, we're going to see the benefits. We're going to reap the rewards. That's when you know, okay, this dude is actually talking sense. You know what I mean? Parliament, yeah, I'd say it's more so on the global scale. They try to like they manipulate the governments. They have their little fucking agents in there to try and push all this shit. You know what I mean? Basically, vampires who run this flat Earth or whatever. True that. What can I say? It's oblong. It's oblong. I'm special. Me too, Shazzy. Me too. Women. What about the women's though? You know what I'm saying? I think it's a donut shape personally. Interesting. Could it be a pyramid? Maybe the Egyptians had it right. I'm just saying. Words. I'm too tired for them. Hey, I understand. But isn't tired a word? It is what it is. Teriak, there's more Irish in USA. That's the interesting thing. There's even Irish people in Montserrat, in like West Indies, in Africa, in Australia, like all over, like the 4 corners of the planet. Just saying. We're all over the place. We inadvertently took over the place, Young people tell me that Christian people are using Trump as an excuse not to follow the commission of Christ. That hurt me a little. But like, I don't know, man. They'll use any weapon possible. I was on a panel, right, where you had lefties faking outrage. But remember when Trump done the whole healer thing? And they were like, oh, he's posing as Jesus. And like, that's what they'll do. Like, they'll try to get, turn, people against Trump by saying, oh, he mocked Jesus. But, meanwhile, the same people who are making those arguments are the same people that, go to see Jesus Christ Superstar. Or it's a complete mockery of Jesus. You know what I mean? So don't fall for it, man. One sec. Let me catch up. Chat is on fire. There is no Colorado accents. Course, I sound just like them. So exactly, just deny it. Doesn't exist. Fugazi, made up. Yeah, all country. I live in southern Alabama, near the beach. There's a difference between mountain country accent and southern accent. Tariq, get your facts straight, boy. 100%. Ireland has over 100 years fighting. Yup. And like you kind of seen from the video as well, Shazzy. Like, dude is like, you cunts, our own police are treating us worse than the fucking black and tans. Treating us worse. So what the fuck was it for? You know what I mean? We have a topic as well that's going to be coming up on this wheel if we get the spins. That kind of highlights this whole thing of like, and I think even like Tucker Carlson. I mean, I'm not the greatest fan of Tucker Carlson. Don't get me wrong, but when he had that interview with Pierce and he kind of says like, you know, you guys like fought a world war against the fucking Nazis, but is your country better off? Is your country right now better off than what it was when you were fighting that war? And like also like bring Japan into the mix. Japan got fucking nuked twice. Japan seems like it's in a better place than Britain right now. Let's call them the way we see them, you know? Yeah, but some of them didn't, so looking on the bright side, it is what it is. My mom's family is Southern and my dad's all from WV, West Virginia. So it's a mix. Salute to you, Southern man. It's pinned 100%. Yeah, like I said, I can do this show solo and just talk to chat. You know what I'm saying? We're nothing if not adaptable, ladies and gentlemen. The leprechaun way. If anything, I sound a bit country, not Southern. What can I say? Define word and definition. Word is a unit of meaning. Definition is the description of said meaning. You're not going to catch me, Daniel. Can't catch a leprechaun. Terex sounds like he's about to build a Viking ship any day now. Maybe. It's in the works. Teriak building an ark, for fuck's sake. What can I say? What if we just turned the whole island into a ship? And we just said, fuck this. We're going off the coast of New York. We just get like a bunch of strong men with oars. And we just fucking sail over to America. And we said, fuck this shit. You know what I mean? I sound country as hell. I was saying I grew up in the same area my whole life. And my accent's different than anyone else's here. It is what it is. Talking about country accents a lot. You know what I'm saying? Is there anybody with other than country? We're supposed to be talking about diversity. Diversity code for anti-majority engineering, sir. Jazzy, there's an enemy in the midst that we consider a brother for a long time, a smart one. Hey, what can I say, man? This is what I tried to highlight with those National Socialisms debate. These motherfuckers will sound right-wing. They'll come in all nice and friendly. But when you ask them the questions, they fall flat in their face. You know what I'm saying? Saw my dude in the hills to have a nice day. He said, y'all sent two. It is what it is. Y'all sent two. Unbelievable. We don't need New York. But why would you give up New York? That's my thing, Daniel. Why would you give it up? You know? We ain't listening to you. Unbelievable. See you, Shantae. Unbelievable. They're rioting in chat. They're revolting. I'm not gonna lie, I do like to revolt. We got Halfwood as well. Teriak's gonna salt down some meat, get a ship, and start raiding villages. Maybe. It doesn't sound like a bad idea, you know? And oh shit, ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Halfwood Gaming, welcome to the show, sir.
What's up, Terry Yak?
None much. Chat is rebelling against the show. It's the whole like first 10 minutes or 20 minutes or so was muted. It's not going well. You know what I mean? There's been better days.
Hell yeah.
What you mean, hell yeah? You're supposed to be, nah, man, fuck that chat, man. I got your back, bro. See, this is unbelievable. This is why I do the FIFA party.
I'm just surprised it's already been an hour. You only got the first person to get up on here.
See what's that? FIFA party, chat.
Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chat. But shout out to Southern Man for the $2. Says diversity is anti-inferior engineering. And also Darth coming in with the gifted membership. Let me see who you got. You got Japui. Chapui or Shiu Pai. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Either or, I'm pretty sure. Well, shout out to you, Dart. Thank you very kindly. We're now up to $7 in the wheel bank. If you want another spin, we need $13 or $6.50 on the Ko-Fi PayPal, ladies and gentlemen. But Dart, Halfwood, what are your thoughts on the current prompt? Is diversity code for anti-majority engineering? Or is it our strength?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think it could be our strength in a certain attribute, and I feel like it could be, but I feel like a lot of different cultures and stuff like that, unless they don't assimilate to a place that they go and they bring their culture and stuff like that, it kind of starts to become a problem. It's kind of like, everyone kind of being separated kind of works a lot better, because I mean that's everyone having kind of their own space, like men having their own space, women having their own space and stuff like that. Once you start adding diversity, it adds more problems.
So, like, what would be an example? Because you mentioned there, like, you feel as though it could be that, like, diversity could be our strength, right? So, like, what would be an example of diversity being a strength? And like I said, this is kind of like idealized or kind of thing like that. Do you know what I mean? I'm not talking about kind of the
only parts of it that would be good really is like, communing with each other and trading and stuff like that, whether it's skills, trade, materials, just certain things like that. It wouldn't be necessarily like, diversity of like culture mix and stuff. Like I think there isn't really it's, to me, there isn't really a huge complete line when it comes to like mixing cultures, like white people having dreads, to me, because like Vikings had dreads, so like I don't really see that as anything that falls into culture appropriation or anything like that. And I don't really even follow that necessarily. So to me, like diversity for culture would be like, what's this type of food that Africans eat? It's like,
yeah. So like, it's kind of the same thing that they asked like the politicians, or even like Piers Morgan. Like that was the thing of like, what did like what is diversity done for Britain? And like the best answer they could say is like, oh, like look at the cuisine we have. Like we have like curry, we have food, like a more choice of food. You know what I mean? But like fundamentally, just get the fucking recipe. You know what I mean? Because when you look at the negatives, like the whole like inquiry that came out, the civil unrest, and I'm talking about like not even like from a white thing. Like if you import in, let's say, a bunch of Jews and then a bunch of fucking whatchamacallits, like Muslims, like fundamentalist Muslims and all this kind of shit, irregardless of the white people, there's going to be huge tensions between those two. And then, like we kind of like highlighted in the inquiry report, like even Sikhs, the Sikhs and the Muslims have that tension as well. You know? Danny coming in with the bananas and rice, though. Bananas and rice. You know? But this is what I'm saying, like in terms of the wait, where'd Halfo go? It might be back, might be an internet thing. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there was like tornadoes or something like that going on in America. I don't know if I'd be able to hack that. This whole thing of like tornadoes, earthquakes, and all this kind of shit. Yeah, no worries, Halfwood. I'm pretty sure Tyler was talking about like he couldn't even stream because the internet was that bad. You know what I mean? He got stolen by a leprechaun. Maybe. But this is what I'm saying about the whole like diversity thing. Like if we were to go into, Nigeria, Timbuktu, and say, you know what, Africa's too black. We need more white representation in Africa. I would have swarms of people chasing me with pitchforks and all this kind of shit. And rightly so, And rightly so. Because this whole like diversity thing and all this kind of shit, if we were to do that in the Middle East or into Africa or into Asia, they'd be calling us out and saying, bro, that's ethnic cleansing. But apparently multiculturalism or diversity, whatever word you want to use, why is it only the West that has to diversify? Why is it only the West that has to be multicultural? What's the end game here? You know what I mean? Key question. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darth, welcome to the show.
Aloha. How's it going?
Good yourself?
Yeah, pretty good.
Any thoughts on the current topic?
Not exactly. I just jumped in because half had dipped up. I can't let you be here alone.
Yeah, like I said, man, I can do this shit solo. I can't remember which number show it was, but one of the shows is literally like no one came up for the whole thing, and I was like, oh fuck. But we're able to get there. We're able to get her done, as they spoke, because we got chat as well. And speaking of which, we got Halfwood. Welcome back, Halfwood.
Nice.
Freaking internet collapsed for a second.
I did have a take on the tornado thing, though.
Yeah?
Tornadoes are not scary. I mean, I know I've lived in the Midwest for a long time, but when it comes to natural disasters, tornadoes are very low on the totem pole, in my opinion. They generally miss a lot of things.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if it knocks out like the power plant, or if it knocks out the Wi-Fi and all this kind of shit, like as a streamer, you're like, fuck, I literally can't stream because the ISP just went up in the fucking.
You gotta take into consideration, like, it's scary, as in like that's kind of like his job in a sense. So like,
I literally had a tornado almost hit my job 3 days ago.
And how would you been if that happened?
Well, it's cool for me because I work in a steel box. So.
I'm on the coast of Texas. We do our hurricanes.
Yeah, fuck that. I'll take tornadoes over that any day.
Do y'all ever get cyclones in fucking Ireland?
Nope. It is mild as fuck. Like, it basically rains like 50 weeks out of the year. It's just like gray, overcast, like 50 weeks out of the 52 in the year. It's just like that, like just mild as fuck. Now, there's advantages to that because in terms of data centers and all this kind of stuff, it's a prime location, all that kind of shit. But in terms of the like, there's 2 weeks of the year that, like, and we're kind of going through it right now, where it's like you'll actually get a bit of sun, you have to work on your tan, all that kind of good stuff. But other than that, yeah, it's mild as fuck. Like, that's basically our weather.
You see what happens when you put God in your constitution, that you get good weather.
Hallelujah, man. Hallelujah.
Average people
one of the best written constitutions there is. That's not actually true, right? I was when I grew up, like, that was the whole thing where it's like Irish people don't tan, they just turn red. So a lot of that's actually got to do with your diet.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen a tan Irish before.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like it's a typical thing because, like, all the potatoes and the carbs and all this kind of shit, and that's why like sunscreen, like that shit is like really fucking bad for you. You know what I mean? And they even say like that could be the cause of a lot of like the skin cancer that we're starting to see, like the rates of skin cancer and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like the like one thing phenomenon that like a lot of the carnivores say is that they would have like had their whole life, whereas like anytime they're out in the sun too long, they turn red, it would burn, they'd be whacking on the sunscreen, all this kind of shit. But when they switch to carnivore, they're like they can stand out in the sun all day and they just get tanned. They don't actually go red and all this kind of shit. It doesn't burn, all this kind of stuff. You know, within reason. Like obviously, if you're literally like out there 24/7 and all this kind of shit, trying to get burned, you probably will get burnt. But overall, you know, a lot of it's actually got to do with like what you're pumping into your body and all that. You know,
It actually kind of adds up.
I think historically they proved that some Vikings had tans because of the reflection of the sun from the snow.
yeah, that's the a typical thing you see like on the Alps and all that kind of stuff. Like if you ever go to the Alps, like they warn you, it's like, you know, you might think, oh, like you're like with all the snow, you don't have to like worry about the sun, but it's like, no, that shit actually reflects back on you, and like because we're so high altitude and all this kind of stuff, like be careful about the sun.
Yeah, the sun rays are more prominent the higher altitude you are.
Mm-hmm. You know,
I find that interesting.
bringing us back.
Bringing
us back to the diversity thing.
Well,
Like
so back to the diversity thing before I got cut out. What I was trying to mention was Japan. Look at Japan. They have a specific area where they only allow like black people to be and stuff like that. They don't want them all over Japan. They don't mind if they travel. They just don't want them living all over Japan. They have one specific area where they're allowed to commune and live and stuff like that. And then they can travel, they can do anything else that any other citizen can sort of kind of do, but they just can't live in other specific cities because they feel like it would ruin a lot of the culture and ethnicity once they started blending diversity like that. And, you know, they seem pretty right on that aspect because they've kept so much together by doing that.
Well, like that's what I often ask people, like comparing like Japan to England, right? Like Japan got nuked twice compared to Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Like who's doing better off?
Seems like Japan.
Seems pretty. Yeah, sounds like Japan. You know what I mean? Which means this whole like multiculturalism or diversity is our strength is worse than a nuclear bomb being dropped on your city.
Well, doesn't Japan actually have laws against Muslim beliefs and whatnot? Like they're like, you can be here, but you can't practice Islam, you can't do this, blah blah blah. And even then, they're like, yeah, you can't actually live here. You could visit. I'm pretty sure it was Japan I was reading that about.
Like there's certain things that are starting to be pushed, and it's not just Japan as well. There are other countries that are doing this as well.
So,
for example, like banning halal slaughter and things like that.
So this is what I mean by diversity and why Japan has kind of kept it. So they've always been Shinto and Buddhist in Japan. Well, they have like a Japanese Buddhist style that's kind of separate from the Indian style, but it's very similar. But that's what they've always been, and because they've always maintained that not being so diverse stuff and keeping it like their people only, there's only like 1 to 2% Christianity, and then other religions is like a mix of like 4 to 6%. So Islam being there is probably like less than 1%.
Sounds like the right move to me.
Yeah, and that, like, if America did that, we would just be entirely from I guess it would be Christian and Jewish, I would guess, or maybe it would mainly be Christian, but it would be like Christian 50% or more, or 60% or more, like something like that, and then like lower percentage of religion. But it even shouldn't be like that. But like how they have it set up, that proves to you that like diversity is a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, let's diversify the panel. We got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Daniel, welcome to the show.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Daniel?
Yeah. So they said no to the Muslims who wanted to bury their dead. They said you guys can't do that because in Japan it's traditional amongst the entire country that we always incinerate our dead because the apparently the rotting corpses underground will go down to the groundwater and it'll toxify it. And they're like, we'd rather not have that happen. And the Muslims are not allowed to burn their dead. So it creates that little schism where the Japanese have to be like, well, I guess if you're not going to accept that, then you can't live here.
Isn't it kind of funny how like they have that belief, but yet they blow themselves up, and like according to Islam, if you're not, your body isn't whole, then you can't get to quote unquote heaven. But yet blow themselves up on a fucking
Yeah, that's how they
basis.
convince those dumbasses that they all like, you're gonna get 72 virgins when you do this. Believe me, guys, Allah will be praised of what you do. And then it's like, can you believe this guy? He doesn't know when he's gonna be in bits and pieces. He ain't going.
Yeah, fuck that.
Notice the higher ups never do that shit. They always send the lower people. They're all like, who doesn't deserve to go to our version of heaven?
Well, they said, virgin. I think it was Greg Giraldo that had a good joke where he's like, what if you misheard him and instead of Persians he meant, or virgins he meant Persians? So, like, 72 Persians.
There was another comedian that said, it's like, just imagine if he said that and they go up there and it was just a bunch of men and he's just like, this isn't what I wanted.
Just
like,
because
he
wasn't misheard a word.
72 virgin, he wasn't specific. Or goats. Fucking goat fuckers. Either way, like I said, diversity. Shitty as fuck.
Sure, what's up with chat? Come on, it's $7 to spin the wheel. How long we got to talk about DEI over here?
Well, it's $13 or $6.50 on the Ko-Fi's, ladies and gentlemen. But like, this is I think the best question to ask against these multiculturalists or these diversities or strength and all this kind of stuff is like, what has it brought? What is the advantages to this? Because I genuinely
nothing good
don't think
in my
there's an answer.
opinion. I just think it's pretty much nothing good.
Well, like, for instance, there really wouldn't be anything good because the idea of diversity would be mixing and blending cultures when it would be more like you would have to assimilate to that culture or that belief. So like if you come to America, you got to become straight up American, learn the English language, practice and do everything that it takes to be a hard earning American. And you have to throw away the side of all your other cultures. I mean, you can bring like small stuff in it. Like, I don't know, like, this is just from my past heritage. So I got this totem pole. It doesn't really mean that much to me. It's just something I've had in my life, but it wouldn't be like bringing your religion, like, oh yeah, we cut people's hands off for stealing. We don't do that.
You can't be like one of those motherfucking Asian or more so like Chinese people who are like, oh, my loyalty is to my country for sure. Like, I'm trying to be a citizen of America, but China is where my loyalty forever lies.
Oh, notice how we talk as Americans, right? Like, we all came from somewhere else as far as ancestry, but listen to how I talk. I don't have the same accent as Teriak. But my family came from Ireland, right? But when we got here, we were Americans, We assimilated, we adopted the culture, made our own culture.
My family tree's convoluted as fuck.
So in terms of culture, like a typical meme or an expression that's thrown around is that white people have no culture.
Yeah, that's horseshit.
Okay, bullshit, but
a lot more culture, to be honest. They have the most culture comparison. And it's crazy because like
as
When
we
you
talk on YouTube?
when you have
What the fuck?
when you have a Black American talk about Black culture, and they'll be like Africa and all these other places, it's like, well, you could say that, but like if you go to the different countries in Africa, they don't consider all of their cultures the same or within the same time frame. Like they'll all say they came from completely different shit, and regardless of being African, they're of this specific tribe.
Then what is white culture?
Let's see.
The same as any other type of culture? Like, I find that question odd.
We got exploration. We got the making of more like the trade of different international trades, creation of like the art of the Renaissance, the put together of the fucking cathedral.
White culture is also not just in one single place.
No, that's
Caucasians are all over.
Fucking abundance.
Caucasians are all over.
Well, can I ask too? Why is it considered white culture? Because when it comes to race and whatnot, really, that's kind of an American term to say white culture. Because, like, I'm sure you can attest to this, Dariak. Europeans don't refer to each other as white because there's German, Irish, Scottish. These are all quote unquote white, but they all have their own separate cultures. You know, like it's kind of a bullshit made up term, white, right?
Yeah, it always has been. Same with black.
Well, I mean, it's like you were talking about the term about Black Irish being like it's actually white
eyes,
Irish people with black hair,
Mhm.
and then the whole term changing from like an actual Black Irishman, which is not even really technically a thing. I mean, you could be in a sense, but not technically.
Well, like the reason why it emerged as like white people have no culture comes from like this whole
Sounds like something a
aspect of
black
like
person
in
would say.
America that you say like that they have their black community, so to speak, in America.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
if you
whatever.
think about the black community,
That's something a black
BLM.
person would say.
Yeah. So
Also,
like
they're like
when
Austin Metcalf should have died.
When they say
Yeah, well,
black
in terms of-
community, when they say black community, I think of like an entire state where all the black people live. So it's like it throws me off when you say like when they use that because it's like you're everywhere. What do you mean?
I think of the Geppetto, dude.
Yeah, but in terms of like their argument, like they'd point to like, well, black culture is like rap music, the food that they eat and all this kind of stuff.
I like rap.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but they would say that it's like that's part of our culture. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
They'd say there'd be
ridiculous.
plenty of white Americans that like wouldn't like rap music, they wouldn't like the whole hip hop genre and all this
The
kind of
number
stuff.
one rapper in the world is white.
Yeah, like it's to say like number one, all this kind of stuff. But in terms of like the vast majority of rappers, and even before Eminem came around, it was predominantly, or it would say like mainly, like it was all black. You know what I mean? But
Except for like
to
the
try and
Beastie Boys,
counter,
yeah.
but to try and counter like that whole thing of the like black culture, so to speak, what would be the counter to it? Or would like to if Dart's uncomfortable saying like white culture, then it's like then what would be an American culture?
I don't know. What is black culture instead of a black community, though? And I'm saying black, like black American, not African, not African American, but black American.
How is that culture? Isn't it kind of counterculture?
That is almost seems
look
like
at
it,
North
but
St. Louis, for instance, or Chicago for that matter, where guns are or pew-pews, sorry, are illegal, but yet they are the murder capital of the country, and it's not biracial. It is, well, black on black.
Almost entirely. And then they're like,
Yeah,
well,
but
there's more whites who kill black people. Yeah,
Where?
black.
Where is that
it seems like
statistic?
you
I've
guys
heard
are
them
trying
say
to avoid
that.
the question.
Oh,
Say again?
diversity code for anti-majority
No,
engineering.
no, 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 no. What I'm talking about is like when Black Americans say like white
Oh,
Americans have no culture, right?
yeah, it's
Like that's
bullshit.
the. So what is white American culture?
Succeeding. Look at the
Getting
greatest
ahead in
country in the
life.
world and how that came about.
I mean, just like black culture, it's a mix of things. It's like, classical music. It's fucking certain architecture, masonry, fucking
Yes, guns are not illegal in
the
St. Louis.
invention of
I must
fucking
confirm.
paved roads.
Yeah, so in terms of like the counters to that would be, well, like what classical music is even popular in America or would be have been created by Americans. The paved roads, like the Romans were paving roads long before America. The thing of like the architecture and all the stuff, like the black Americans would claim, well, we built America and all this. Like what I'm trying to do is trying to give you guys strength in terms of like anytime you get confronted
No,
with
I
this,
get
because
what you're
we've
saying.
all seen, like
It takes
these
America's
type of panels
coffee.
where
I think as Americans we find it hard to describe this. I don't know if you watched the Freedom 250 UFC event. That's why the Eagles
Sounds
screech
pretty
and
white
whatnot. Like,
culture-y to me.
Well, one of the things about American culture is we take something and we make it better. Like
yeah,
like
we
that's
win.
literally
Well, we
what we
win.
do.
We win every time.
Well, it's
Especially
not,
when it's a
it's not
fight
even that
that's
we win.
America versus America.
Yeah, saying we're I don't know how to say it. We infight in a way, but at the end of the day, we should be encompassing the whole idea of being American. I think
Yeah,
that's kind
migration
of
should
been
be
lost.
net negative for a long time. I hope
Mhm.
so.
so like probably a more fundamental question would be to ask like what is culture?
Who wins?
Is it about
I don't know.
diversity or no?
Like
No,
that's
your
what we're talking about
culture.
when they're saying like diversity, like is the whole like multiculturalism, right? And that's why we're kind of like on this kind of like
Yeah, I
kind of
think
related
this
kind
is
of
a,
like
a
tangent to it.
failure.
So in terms of like this whole aspect of like, okay, what is culture? What are we talking about here when we're talking about like white people have no culture, white Americans have no culture, or like this is why we should have multiculturalism because you guys don't have culture. So like this is what I'm trying to get towards like what is culture?
It's
Yeah, and who gets to decide that,
it's a
right?
mix
So
of
if,
like your beliefs, family blood ties, kind of a commodity of things that make up culture. But
well, the whole world is shaped by American culture, right? I mean, everybody knows who Jay-Z is. Everybody knows who Kanye West is.
Which they would say is Black American culture.
But, whatever.
Everybody knows who Eminem is.
But again, he's practicing what would be perceived as Black culture.
How? Because that's like, all right, maybe I'm not understanding this because, like, what if we talk about Thin Lizzy? I don't
I don't
remember
know.
his
I bet
name,
Post
but
Malone is
name
making a lot of
Thin Lizzy.
shit.
okay, what about like
what I'm
alternative?
trying
He's
to get us.
also
Okay,
a
what about
degenerate.
alternative rock like Nirvana, shit like that?
very prevalent
Yeah.
in America.
Is music culture?
It would be gone if there were no white Americans. The 27 Club wouldn't exist.
Is Metallica culture?
Yeah.
Hold on, Metallica.
Is Pantera culture? American
Yeah.
You gotta be careful
Yeah,
with some
so-
of these bands. They got a mix of people from Europe. You got to be careful now.
Pantera and
One sec,
Metallica.
gentlemen, and like I said, like you can Google the definition and all this kind of stuff. Like this is a key thing. Like you need this weapon in your arsenal if you're going to be saying that like multiculturalism is bad or I'm against multiculturalism, but we don't seem to understand like what cultural is or culture is. You know what I mean? So like, for example, to give you a bit of a lifeline, right? Like when Black Americans say white people have no culture, what language are they speaking in? What culture?
Monkey.
Well, I mean, black people would be using white culture would be English.
Precisely. So when we're talking about culture, it's not just like music. There's a whole plethora of like things when you're talking about culture. Talking about beliefs, values, customs, behaviors.
Clothes, even the clothes they wear is more of a freaking, well, depending on what they wear, because they do have like a type of, I don't even consider most of that black clothing, because then if you go to Africa, they got a different set of what you would consider black clothing.
Just looking at the comments, Picasso, they did use bones in guitars originally.
Even some of our laws are based off of like white culture and shit like that.
Oh,
Thank God. Spin the
shit,
wheel.
boys. We got Jungle in the building. Let me play the mid. And we got Jungle with the $100 saying knock knock. Jungle who? Jungle in this bitch, my fucking man.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
Welcome to the show, Jungle.
What the fuck?
What up, dude?
Yo. My bad. I had you muted over here.
What's up,
Just
Jungle?
an old guy.
Haven't
What's
seen him
happening?
online in a minute. He's been busy.
I've spotted
just,
an old man.
Just in my new house. I just got it yesterday, so
Nice.
I'm here. I'm all
Mama.
set up.
Have you smoked weed in it yet? Happy 420.
I don't smoke weed. I leave that to you, Darth.
Right on.
You smoke
I'm
weed
here
for all of us.
Fair. Can we spin that wheel yet, or is it up to Jungle?
Oh, y'all do what y'all
Well, Jungle,
want, man. Have at it.
do you have any thoughts on the current prompt? This whole diversity is our strength. Is it just basically ethnic cleansing that's going on with this diversity talk?
Let me try to read this English. 1 second.
Yeah, it's
Anti-majority engineering.
Oh, somebody else.
Well, yeah, because when you say diversity, it could mean multiple things. If we're talking about in just like a racial sense, where the minorities versus the majorities, then it would be, I wouldn't say code. It's pretty obvious that it's an anti-majority engineering fact that they're trying to be what they want to be versus what the majority is. Does that make sense?
Yep. And then we were talking about the whole kind of like cultural aspect to it. Like you heard the whole meme where it's like, white people or white Americans have no culture. Like what would culture be to you?
Yeah. They try to make the established culture adapt to their culture from abroad within.
And what would be like your counter, like what would you point to say no, white people do have culture, or white Americans do have culture? Like what would be white American culture?
I mean, we can dance. We have rhythm.
If we want to.
It's more like a drunken dance, but it works, right? No, seriously. White culture is pretty plain. We're pretty simple. We don't have what's that word I'm looking for? Exuberant, standoutish, grab your attention kind of culture. We're more subtle with things. So that's probably why they say we don't have any, is because it doesn't, it's not outlandish,
That's because we're too busy winning, right? I mean,
yeah, it doesn't pop.
Well, I think it's harder for other cultures to see that there's white culture when they're too busy piggybacking off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a white or a brown or a color thing. It's more of a.
They're just biting at the ankles, dude.
It's more of an ecological thing. We make it so that we can provide for ourselves in the most economical and rational way. So we have a structure, we have ways of doing things that make sense. It's more like common sense that isn't common anymore, as they say. We try to keep things simple and just make it happen in the best way possible.
But it's like Russian culture, German culture, Irish culture, Scottish, like every single one of those European cultures all integrate into what kind of end up making American culture today, because we even use Roman and Greek stuff in American culture. But even the whole entire world uses that shit.
Yeah,
Because when we're talking,
that's what I'm curious if like winning is white culture.
no, winning
Winning
wouldn't
is
be
part
like
of
white
it.
culture.
Okay.
Like when you're talking about culture specifically, like you're talking about things like language, so like English. You're talking about like ethnicity, I would argue is part of it as well. Like, and I don't mean like just skin color in terms of that. I mean like your actual like origins, your histories, like the Constitution is the like that's what I was waiting for one of you motherfuckers to say the Constitution is what is white American culture. You know what I mean? Like all these kind of things, like the shared like myths that you have, or like folklore stories. You know what I mean? Protestantism as well, like that'd be another example of it. Like and even in terms of like the food as well, like the hot dog, the bacon double cheeseburger. You know what I mean? Like McDonald's would be an example of like white American culture. You know what I mean? And I think to say it, like to sit through this shit where it's like you've people saying like white Americans have no culture. It's like, what language are you speaking? What accent do you have? You know what I mean? Where are you living? Like these are all kind of like aspects of the culture that, like you kind of mentioned as well. It's kind of like it's taken for granted almost at this point. But you do need to kind of like slap back and kind of say, you guys are fucking crazy if you're going to act like there's no such thing as white American culture, because as Darth keeps saying, it's like look at all the winning that we've done.
Yeah, I refuse to believe that white American culture is non-existent.
Is it, and I mean this genuinely, is it because I'm so accustomed to it that I find it hard to put a pin on it or a finger on it?
Oh, it'd be kind of like, imagine you're in your house, right? And you've never really had like any guests before that have like done kind of unmanly shit or just egregious shit. Like think of like the Dave Chappelle skit where it's like Rick James came by and he's just like mashing his like muddy boots into the couch on this kind of shit. It's some things that you get confronted with. You're just kind of like, this is so fucking crazy to even go there. You kind of like, you're in that kind of state of shock, but it does have to come to that as like, listen, get the fuck out of my house or start fucking acting right. You know what I mean? Like that whole aspect. And in order to fight back against such crazy, ludicrous things as white Americans don't have culture, you need to have that weaponry. You need to have that, like those arguments to say like, what fucking language are you speaking, you ignorant motherfucker? You know what I mean? Things like that, to be able to snap back at shit like that. But One thing I forgot to do as well with that $100 donation, we did hit 2 off the donor goal, so we get 2 premium memes. Any preferences to what premium memes?
I don't know the memes.
Oh, you want the
let me
shredded
show
one
you.
for sure.
So, well, that's not a premium meme, but I will play that
Oh.
one as well. But ladies and gentlemen, about my culture, let's talk about a bit of Indian wisdom.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck ups when you have tomorrow's fuck ups to look forward to? You are a fuck up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process, okay?
Why
And
does
also,
that
Shazzy
thing know
says she
me?
wants the Speakeasy and Andrew clip. Let me hit you with a little bit of easy, a little bit of logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an
What
inconclusive
are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking
Do you
crazy,
want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Boom. Boom. Mic drop. And also, shout out to Shantae for linking the Speakeasy channel and his merch shop as well. Just to remind us all, there's limited edition products on there, so get them now while you still can. But, gentlemen, do we want to spin the wheel? Let me know. Let me know.
Yeah, spin the wheel.
Dara says we want to spin that motherfucking wheel.
Agreed.
Gentlemen, should we end no-fault divorce? Let me know your thoughts.
100%. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know why it would be a thing.
What is the reasoning for it?
Because through no fault divorce, well, as a wife, you're supposed to be submissive if you make that agreement, right? To get married. Well, if you're filing divorce against people and just to gain a whole bunch of money, which tends to be the motivating factor, yeah, no. You should not, no. Like, if you're getting the shit kicked out of you, yeah, but that's not no fault. Am I wrong?
Abuse is definitely not a faultless divorce.
Exactly. Right? So what do you need a no fault divorce for? Well, I'm bored with this guy. I don't want to make my
Basically, that's what no fault is. Oh, this guy's a loser. I'd rather him not raise my kids.
This boss babe bullshit.
Yeah. Single mom time.
I was raised by a single mom who remarried and shit was successful.
We're not casting shade on that.
She also didn't like divorce my biological father over some bullshit either. Like, it's legitimate. It's just, yeah, no fault. Like, what's the whole vow situation? Like, isn't having a vow important?
Yeah, it is. I know that, like, fucking Rachel Wilson's second husband, like, ripped out her fucking cheek and threw her before she divorced him, obviously. So that's a fault-driven divorce, I would say.
Isn't it also kind of multifaceted and like because of no fault. Now, like the birth rate is kind of fucked because it's so easy for like women to just get pregnant in a marriage and then be like, I'm gonna divorce this guy and then get alimony, and then now she's, I don't know what the term is for that.
Well,
Child support.
I do apologize. I was down taking a pee, but I agree with like a lot of the stuff that like Dart is saying. But like my main issue with it is it's literally like unreasonable divorce. Like when you say like there's no fault, there's no reason provided. Like I think we should get rid of all laws that like have that similar kind of like mentality where it's like I don't need to provide a reason because I said so, because it's out and out tyranny. But ladies and gentlemen, thankfully we have a gay rights activist backstage. We can give us our opinion. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Chinese Gordon, welcome to the show.
What's up, Gordon?
How you doing?
Haven't seen you in a while.
My favorite Albertian.
How you guys doing?
How's Canada doing?
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice.
Today's being a sunny day. It's yeah, it's been pretty well. In the last little while here, we've actually had a lot of rain, so today has been a lot better.
Oh, I think you caught our rainstorm that passed through Illinois.
Yeah, we had rain for like the past like a week and a half here. It was pretty bad.
Yeah,
it went on for a really, really long time and a lot longer than normal.
Good to see you.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Background Scram says he doesn't give a fuck about Canada. He wants to spin that wheel, baby.
I agree.
Gentlemen, is tribalism human nature?
I think so.
Any nays?
What is human nature?
Well, human nature, you see, would be a lot of the stuff that we do today that we consider normal. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say normal, but is normalized by like humans, like having a house, having clothes on your body, speaking a fucking language that someone can actually understand.
Taking care of the elderly, taking care of newborns.
Yep. Well, that's also kind of more of an animalistic nature too, because, well, no, I take that back.
It's human nature.
That's more of a human nature, yeah.
So human nature refers to the fundamental psychological, emotional, and behavioral characteristics shared by all people.
Yes. So pretty much all those.
Seems like we're drawn directly to tribalism, even if we don't try.
And tribalism is the state of being organized by or fiercely loyal to a specific social group.
Well, it's obviously human nature, right? Like throughout history, there's been tribalism. I mean, look at current times; it's the most tribal it's ever been, arguably.
So, but does that not kind of like lend questions to like this whole aspect of you even see this from the lefties, but like this whole importance thing of like being objective, to not just kowtow because people look like you, or that like you're kind of like this whole kind of like in-group mentality and all this kind of stuff, that you should aim towards going against human nature. Is that not a contradiction?
I mean, obviously, we should.
Everybody got real uncomfortable when that shit got said.
No, I was thinking. Just because I'm silent doesn't mean I'm uncomfortable. You know, sometimes I'm thinking.
It wasn't. fully listening because I was fucking loading that joint.
But isn't Christian like mentality tribalism, but also human nature? Or any religion for that matter?
Yeah, like that'd be one example of a social group.
No one? Really?
Right. Right. What's the question? I'm playing the game. What?
Sorry, I keep getting interrupted by someone coming into my garage.
What the fuck?
God damn.
So I'm muting it every time.
Is Christianity tribal? And
It is.
I would say, well, yeah, that's an example of a social.
Yeah. Religions can be
But is
tribal.
it human nature?
Every single religion. The one that's true and the ones that aren't.
And then Dart says, like, is that human nature? Is Christianity human nature?
Christianity, probably not, but tribalism, probably.
Yeah, I'd definitely say having a religion or belief system is part of human nature.
I think we can't go without it.
Yeah, so like when we're talking about like tribalism, or sorry, when we're talking about like human nature, it's shared by all. So being religious, let's say, would be human nature. But then you'd have
belief system, not really religious, because like even an atheist has a belief system of some sort. Even if it's not believing in a god, they believe in something of some sort, whether it's their self, the people around them. Like they believe in something. It's ridiculous to think that everyone doesn't have a belief system. I mean, why else would you be living if you didn't have a belief system to believe of which you would keep moving on?
Yeah, so not necessarily Christianity, but having some form of belief system is what the thing would be. Also, shout out to Southern Man for the $2 says, no matter what Dart says, it sounds gay. Thank you very kindly for the $2 Southern Man.
Why is that a common thing? Is it my voice?
But like what we're trying to get towards in this aspect is like if it's human nature, right? Like this whole aspect of like voting blue no matter who, that would be human nature. And then could you fault the Democrats for coming up with that whole vote blue no matter who? Versus trying to be objective or like...
Well, the voting blue no matter who wouldn't be the human nature, but a political system or... Yeah, some type of political system is part of human nature. I mean, we've always devised some type of political system that ended up leading to laws or even civilizations. Even in small towns, they did that shit. Can't do this, can't do that.
So could one say that like the Democrats doing the whole vote blue no matter who, like I don't give a fuck about your arguments. I'm just voting Democrat because fuck you or whatever, or because I'm loyal to the Democrats. Like, could we fault them? And why would we then try to persuade them to say no, you should be objective or you should have like your own opinions and all this kind of stuff? Because that would be going against human nature.
Isn't that kind of a tricky area because the people who like blindly vote Democrat generally aren't educated on what that means.
Basically.
I mean, as somebody, if I was to vote, would vote Republican, I don't like saying that I would vote necessarily Republican. I would vote on the things that I give a shit about, right? I'm not on Tribe Red or Tribe Blue. I'm Tribe Logic. But we don't really have that like that option here.
I'm gonna stick to the main question, but I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. But like, yeah, tribalism is still human nature. I mean, like, you got to think about it. Like, for instance, even in the category, not even being with your tribe in your tribe. For instance, like people who want to come to America and be American, assimilate into American what I would consider American culture, learning English, all that other type of fucking shit. Get fucked up in our education system.
Well, it's the American dream. You got here. You did the thing.
You ain't American unless you got a student loan debt. No, I'm just joking. I don't have a student loan debt, but there's certain aspects. Like they even come down here for like certain job opportunities that you can't even get in their country and shit. And like wanting to be a part of another tribe because your tribe sucks ass. That's human nature. That's something people do all the fucking time. Like,
yeah, but that whole aspect, what you said there, where it's like your tribe sucks ass, so you want to join another tribe, that would go against tribalism.
That would go against tribal. Wait, wanting to be a part of another tribe? Oh yeah, I guess that would be because you wouldn't be bloodlines of that tribe be set in ethnicity wise, culture wise, and stuff like that.
But that example you listed, Halfwood, where it's like the individual being able to recognize that their tribe is wrong and wanting to join the tribe that's right, would that not also be an aspect of human nature? Like, is reasoning human nature?
Yeah, that would. So. Technically, that's kind of what I was trying to get to. I would assume that, you know, humans eventually, in between their nature, start realizing that the thing that they were born into isn't always the correct thing, and they always end up searching for something completely different that's peace of mind, that actually fits their lifestyle. Like, imagine being born in a violent ass fucking culture like Islam and shit like that, and then realizing there's actually a peacefuler way to live.
Well, I mean, and even if you go back, shit, when I guess the Europeans came to America, right? Like, I mean, there's so many examples. Like,
of
well, tribalism, and also being like, fuck this amount. But I mean, it's still tribalism. We band together.
So you're saying that tribalism is reasoning?
It's a means to an end. I don't know if I can reason that one out.
Now you're using like tribalism versus reasoning is basically what the question would be more like now. Reasoning would be more of human nature to an extent, but I mean, tribalism, it is kind of part of human nature. Do you think it's just something that we got from looking at fucking animals and creatures and shit and just be all like, well, all those groups of animals look the same and they're together, so we should do the same?
Yeah, so are you saying that tribalism is not necessarily human nature? Or are you saying that?
I mean, I feel like it still falls into a category of human nature because, like...
I would say not, because America wouldn't exist without the human nature part, not the tribalism part. Because we said, fuck that, and started our own shit.
Left one tribe, made of the other.
No, there's a whole bunch of people in a tribe that left their tribes. And
but wanting to seek out and make your own tribe, how does that defeat tribalism? If somebody doesn't like their tribe, that the tribe still exists, but you go out and you want to make a new tribe, like doesn't that still stick into the idea of human nature wanting tribalism because they want to continue on making a tribe of their own? Because they're like, I don't like this tribe, I want to go make my own tribe. And then somebody in their group eventually, like, they have kids and stuff like that, and one of their sons is just like, you know what? I don't like my dad's tribe. I'm going to go make my own tribe. Like, wouldn't that still be kind of human nature to continue on doing that bullshit?
I think everything falls
this
into
aspect of the
place
individual
naturally.
would go against tribalism. So, like being able to reason for yourself or to come up with your own opinions or your own thought process, because tribalism is the state of being organized by or fiercely loyal to a specific social group. So, despite the fact that you're like these motherfuckers, this tribe I'm in or I was born into are fucking savages, but I'm going to remain loyal to them. That would be tribalism. Whereas, like reasoning would say my tribe is a bunch of fucking savages. I'm gonna break off and like be my own person, or I'm going to do start my own tribe.
Create the greatest country in the history of time.
So I would argue that reasoning is not human nature. Reasoning is divine. And because of things like reasoning, we're able to break out of like the shackles of tribalism.
I like that.
So you're saying you do want immigrants? I'm just joking. All right, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Do you need me to simplify it for you boys? A lot of silence on the panel right now.
I was giving other people an opportunity to talk.
I'm just smoking a cigarette.
I think that's a good ass point.
I'm having a smoke.
I want him back.
It's like-
Just take a piss.
I'm smoking. That's what I'm doing.
Because like this whole aspect of welcome in, Ivan, welcome in. Like this whole aspect of tribalism, because a lot of people would kind of say it's like, no, I just want tribalism and like we need to go back to tribalism and all this kind of stuff. Well, like if that is the case, then we're going to put ourselves in a situation where it's like, okay, yeah, like this dude is guilty, but because he's not part of the, this dude is guilty, but because he's part of the tribe, we need to give him a pass.
Yep, that sounds very
that
German.
goes against reason. Also, shout out to Shazzy Bear for the £5. Says if you all watch Far Away, it shows old Ireland going to USA.
Or we could
Quite sure
make
what you mean,
guys
Shazzy,
the
but
51st state.
Let me play you the shredding clip for that one because I forgot to play it. Folks, how are you having fun yet? Shout out to you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. We're up to $74 in the wheel bank, so let me know if you want the spin, if the topics are too difficult. Let me know. Let me know, folks.
What the hell does that mean? What if the topic's too difficult?
If it requires too much thinking.
What?
Hey Teriak, guys, I gotta roll. It's nice hanging out with you for a few minutes.
100%. Appreciate you stopping by, Jungle. Is there any shout outs that you want to give before you go?
Yeah, shout out to the Wheel of Madness, baby.
Oh, man.
Nah, just have a good time, guys. We'll be back on in a little few days and check you out. Hang in there.
100%. Appreciate you kindly, Jungle.
Later, bros.
Jungle.
God bless.
And again, just to shout out Jungle again. We got a few of those moves, baby. The man, the myth, the legend, Jungle. But gentlemen,
yeah, massive W.
What are we doing? Are we still talking about human nature and tribalism, or are we spinning the wheel?
Spin that wheel.
Spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Is harm principle just cope for those avoiding hard choices?
What the fuck is harm principle?
That's a good question.
I think that's the thing where the lefties are like, oh, as long as you're not hurting anybody, why should you care?
Oh yeah, we're gay, so we're not hurting anyone, and so stop telling me what I can and can't do.
Yeah. If I want to chop my penis off or force a child to take fucking puberty,
Yeah.
then
Not harming anyone
not
but
hurting
myself.
anybody, right? Mhm.
I mean, I can give a lot of examples. Like tax fraud doesn't really hurt anyone, but it does fuck up your like people's bank account and shit. So it doesn't really like physically hurt them, but it does hurt them in the sense of financially. I guess that is a physical way, kind of, but not like physically to their body. So like there's shit like that. Like I just feel like there's certain aspects where that principle doesn't make sense.
Happy 420, by the way.
We gotta
So,
smoke.
Yeah.
the harm principle dictates that individuals should be entirely free to act as they wish, provided their actions do not harm or threaten other people.
Yeah, but who's the arbiter of what's harming somebody?
Good question, Darth.
I mean, I have the arbiter of that, the arbiter of truth, but does everybody else?
And just to define harm as well, it's the physical, mental, or emotional damage, as well as injury or loss.
So lots of money obviously equals harm.
So if I lose money, it's justifiable to put my how do I say this? TOS, my penis into a fan, like a wind moving dizzy thing.
If I get 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna put my penis into this.
Yep.
This plastic fan.
Or chop it off and feed it to people.
Be sharpened metal blades. And then I can hand it to somebody else. I'll auction it off.
Yeah, no,
Make it into sushi.
the state should only intervene when harm has occurred.
So harming yourself, harming others, anything like any form of harm, right?
But who gets to decide that?
Like I said, if physical, mental, or emotional damage has, as well as injury or loss has occurred, then the state intervenes.
Well, at least here, the state can't agree on which states agree. Or
Hey, where'd Jungle go?
Oh, he left.
John's a busy man, okay, motherfucker?
He's gone.
You should have just sat here
Gone a long
silent
time
when
ago.
I was there asking these key, profound questions. Y'all motherfuckers are there smoking and shit. You had your time with Jungle, and now he's gone. You either you use it or you lose it, Halfwood, okay?
Funny.
Life goes on.
Is it just cope for those avoiding hard choices? Are you trying to apply this to specifically the lefties or anything government-wise?
Anything government-wise you so choose, my friend.
Anything that makes sense.
Please don't use AI.
Oh, God, please no. No gobbledygook.
Don't use AI.
Who you telling not to
Like,
use
why
AI?
would you be against the harm principle? Let's start there. Why would you be against the harm principle?
Because who gets to decide what harm is?
Well, I mean, if you base it off of like, biblical morals and ethics and shit like that, I guess that's where you would kind of
I
go.
could call you a shit face, and you can just make an arbitrary rule with it because I called you a shit face. It's harmful.
So harmful. Don't you dare.
I don't think that would be harmful, but I think like
based on
Well,
what?
if you hurt someone's feelings, then that's harm. Some people don't like being called a butthole anyway.
The principle.
Who's defining the principle is a good question. It's how do you define it?
Gordon's over here laughing at my ass.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it's a ridiculous principle, but I feel like, you know, it just, there's a lot of common sense to how the government would, or even a religious belief would regulate what is harm to someone. Like, you know, even the medical system has a certain thing where it's like, you know, do not resuscitate. So it's like they can't even help someone who
Was it also HIPAA that you cannot do harm?
What?
Isn't it like part of HIPAA that you cannot do harm? Like if you're a medical professional?
Yeah, but like there's in some cases where some people would even consider
Well, that's an authority, though, right?
And I guess mental states that would consider like them being touched whatsoever, even in a medical circumstance that's harming them based on their choice. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. But I feel like, you know, there are certain aspects where I feel like people should be able to kind of step in.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know, that's wild to me how like somebody could write that on their arm and then EMS show up and they're like, well, we can't do anything. But there are certain aspects where they can, if there's someone's there that would be like their guardian or someone who has like higher authority over someone who's unconscious, that would say, can we help this person? Would they allow it? I guess that people run into lawsuits with that, but I think it's ridiculous. So like, I just think there's just certain aspects where there is a certain group of individuals that should be able to govern what does fall in that category of harm. I really don't think like how the leftists come together to calculate that, like a group of people as in a what would you say, a democracy like way can decide what's harm, because then that it starts to get chaotic that way. I just feel like because then you can label anything as harm, and then that's nuts.
Murky territory right there. Fuck that shit.
Oh my gosh, there's a fucking.
That's why I asked who decides what harm principle is.
Well, then, is the issue with the harm principle itself, or is the issue with it being incorrectly applied?
Yes.
I mean, I guess it'd be incorrectly applied. I mean, I don't really see how you could run a civilization without some type of system to prevent harm against someone to themselves or others. There has to be something applied. I guess I don't really know why it would be called a harm principle, because then when you put it in that way, in that sense, it could be utilized almost to anyone. I almost feel like it should be governed under like a set of laws, like kind of like how the Ten Commandments kind of sets in the principles of what you cannot do. You know, that kind of gives you a sense of, you know, like for instance, one of the ones that'd be like, a lot of people get it mixed up with, I guess, lying. But, you know, saying that somebody had bearing false witness, like that could harm somebody and destroy somebody's complete life and shit like that.
Yep.
And that makes sense. Like that makes a lot of sense. Like saying someone did something when they actually didn't make sense to the idea of harm principle within the Ten Commandments. Like that makes sense. But like saying, oh, you called me a jackass and I don't like that harmed me. I don't like you calling me a jack. Like that's stupid. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it still counts as harm if you actually did get your feelings hurt, but I mean, that would be pretty fucking queer.
But then that'd be more like along the lines of like, you know, then they need to get their feelings under control, because like words really shouldn't affect you to a specific extent. I really feel like if it involves something where somebody is, I don't know, screaming like directly in your face where you could like fuck your eardrums up or some shit like that. It's a whole different fucking story. But like, you know, just like words in general, calling you a bitch, a jackass, all kinds of different words, even derogative stuff that you can't say on YouTube that people say to each other in real life. I feel like that stuff isn't really harmful to me. Like, and even in human nature, I really don't feel like it's harmful. People just make it harmful based on their personal experience of not wanting to adjust their emotions to what they should realize that words should not affect you. That's really how it should be. And it's stupid how it's not commonly around like that.
Okay, so it seems like we would agree that, like, at least in terms of physical injury or loss, that there should be laws and the state should intervene in those cases where objective harm in terms of a physical or like financial loss or some sort of loss takes place, or injury, that the state should intervene, correct?
Yeah, and that's kind of why I base a lot of it off of, and I hate to say, I don't hate to say this. That's why I like to base it off of a lot of. They should use, you know, Christian law, biblical law, and like not a lot of it, but some of it to base around off a lot of that shit. Because like, you know, even though I'm not like completely Christian, I do think this is more of a Christian nation and should stay that way and kind of stay within those government laws. And people should, even people who aren't Christian, should just appreciate the fact of what all that has kind of accomplished and built.
Wouldn't that just
and
be
can
law and order
maintain these days if it thrives that way? But you know, if the mix of all this other type of shit's gonna ruin it all.
Wouldn't that be law and order though?
But how do we define when law gets enacted? Like, we're talking about like the specific laws that should be written, and in terms of physical injury or loss, we all seem to agree at least that like those would be three factors where the state should intervene, or laws should be written in order to prevent or to provide recompense for such actions. What about mental or emotional damage?
Wouldn't we have to remove contradictions though? Because like, if a pregnant woman gets,
What's the extent of emotional damage?
Good question. Let's explore that now.
Because physical damage, that could have all kinds of ranges where you label that. Like even getting spit on is considered assault. So.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree, since you know people can carry diseases and that can fuck up your life and cause loss. So you know.
But in terms of like the mental or emotional damage, like we talked about on like one end of the scale, calling someone, let's say, like a gobshite or gay or whatever the fuck, like that's not really harm. But can we think of any examples in terms of the mental or emotional damage where it would be severe?
If that was harm, I'd have all sorts of losses.
I guess if somebody went through a specific trauma and the other person either knew it or didn't know it and kept kind of dogging them on about a specific thing they had done in the past or something that had happened to them or something like that, I guess I could see where that could lead to them harming themselves or harming others or something like that. I guess in a sense I could see that.
That's a choice.
But it's very, yeah, it really is a choice. That's the thing where I think people should get mental help for. But I guess in that sense, I guess I could see it, but it's really wavery to me, to be honest. Because I really don't see why someone should do that. Because when you're out of a specific mental state and you do something like that, then it's like, you know, you're not really you. You are you, but you're like you're out of your mental state that is appropriate for society. You know, like that's.
Is it appropriate
to harm somebody if somebody says something that they may or may not have known about that could?
Yeah, it's a question. I thought I put a question mark on the end.
No, I really don't think. For instance, let me just, if someone got raped and then somebody is like, you know, talking about it, and then they find out that that person got raped and then continue to talk about it or make fun of it, and then that person gets bothered and says that they want to harm someone or themselves. Like I'm just kind of wavered on that because, like, you know, I like comedy and comedian. There's a lot of comedian actors that get hecklers that do that shit where they're all like, "You don't talk about that shit," and they're all like, "Don't come to a fucking comedy show, dude."
Freedom of speech.
Comedy. So to me, it's like, it's kind of like, you know, it's more in the individual to not think that way when it comes to shit people say. And I guess I could see where if people keep dogging it on separate from a comedy show, like if you're with a group of people out drinking beer and someone finds out something horrible about you, like, you know, oh, I don't know, like you got divorced and lost your house and stuff like that. And then your a friend of yours just starts ogging you on about it. And then, like, you know, I guess I could see where, you know, that person shouldn't be doing that, knowing that this could potentially do some damage in the long run with this character by pushing his mind even further.
Yep.
I have a question real quick. Can you spin that wheel?
Spin it.
He's it's more so a statement. More so a statement. But yeah, spin that wheel, white boy.
Wait, what wheel?
There are things in terms of like the lover boy thing where you could say that does lead to harm. But gentlemen, liberty requires constant vigilance.
100%
about this
agree.
one?
Yes, constant.
Any nayers?
Nah, not any nayers, pretty sure.
Not even the Canadian?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Liberty requires vigilant excellence.
Constant vigilance.
Liberty requires constant vigilance.
Yeah, you're kind of relying on the crowd.
I'll go with you guys. I'm gonna say no.
Done.
No, it's yes.
Or yes, or whatever. I'll go with you guys.
I mean,
Whatever.
Sorry, Gordon. I didn't mean to put you
but
on.
not like
Just go with the next one so I can
interesting.
refresh
go
here.
ahead and roll it. We'll spin that wheel.
These wheels keep on turning. Turning.
What wheel is this, Terry?
This is the Bollixology wheel, gentlemen.
No wonder.
Figures.
Contentment is stagnation. Agree or disagree?
Affirmative.
Contentment is stagnation. So, like, comfortability is dull, basically.
So contentment is a state of mental and emotional satisfaction. It is a feeling of being at peace with your current circumstances, appreciating what you have rather than constantly chasing more. It represents moderate, stable happiness and inner wholeness.
There we go. Yep.
And then saying
good.
that it's stagnation.
That's my answer. I wish I could be content.
Yeah, I wish I could be content too. It's sort of like what I'm trying to be.
I don't know if it's stagnation.
Siri AI, can you please explain this prompt to me?
Stagnation
happy standing
refers
still?
to a state of inactivity, sluggishness, or lack of development, progress, or forward motion.
I guess if you consider the wrong person thinks they're content, like I don't know, a homeless guy on the side of the street just chilling, being content. I guess that could be kind of stagnant if he's not really doing anything for society and stuff like that. I guess you could, in that sense, but like content, where like you have everything, you got money, you got house, you got a good job, or you're retired or something like that, or you're settled down. It's like, I don't really see that as being stagnant because you can still kind of do stuff within the contentment of your life. I like, so it's hard for me to say that contentment is stagnant. No, I disagree.
I think you can be content and still always be chasing. You ever fucking trying to be more content?
Yeah.
So in terms of like we're kind of talking about like contentment, you know, like you're satisfied. Like when you're like satiated, when your hunger is satisfied, you stop eating. You don't keep eating.
If that was true, then why is there dessert after dinner?
Because of the foods that we're eating is not actually, it's actually fucking with your hormones to the point that you're not actually getting the ghrelin hormone to be applied.
I don't
which
know
means you
because
just
like
keep eating.
that's like one of the
I
things
can't
where
stand
you eat dinner
dessert.
and you're full. It's like, nah, I'm full, but we got pie. It's like, oh shit. I guess I'm gonna burp and make room for this motherfucker.
I can vomit if I'm gonna make room for
Yeah,
sweets.
I just feel like you can level up in contentment.
Well, but if you're content by being full, how's that stagnant? Because you're gonna have to be full again.
It's the same thing like smoking, or you know, I like having
How's it?
having another beer when like the first beer didn't make you content enough, so you get like, or like smoking another bowl. Like you know, I gotta have another bowl just because that first one didn't make me content. You know.
Or I'm just like not high anymore.
Or yeah, it weared off.
You know, like sometimes it's just whatever.
Yeah.
I agree.
Ew.
The key thing here is time. Give you guys a hint in terms of time.
Yeah, time.
Kind of what I was getting at.
We only have $14 in the wheel bank. We need $6 super chat or only $3 in the Ko-Fi or PayPal in order to spin the wheel, gentlemen. See, this is the thing. Jungle spoils you. You know, Jungle's like Santa Claus. He comes around, puts a bunch of money in, and then you get, you know, content with just saying spin the wheel and not actually dealing with the topics.
He's jolly.
Oh shit.
Dude, contentment is stagnation. No.
Well, since you said the time thing, I was kind of holding that one in the back pocket.
Dude, fucking settling is
content in the
stagnation.
moment, right? But stagnation is just being content over a long period of time. But this is
Okay, boys, you guys are gonna need to buy me a back brace for the amount of fucking carrying that I do with you motherfuckers, okay? I need a back brace for Christmas, boys. I'm calling it now, right? When I say time, like when Dart done the example of, well, you know, eventually you'll have to eat again. And it's because you're no longer content because the hunger then creeps back in terms of this. You're satiated, but then we will eventually become hungry again, which means you're not content. And
So it means it's not stagnation whatsoever.
I think I know what he means.
No,
Like,
that
he's meaning
feeling
time,
of content
like, as in, like,
in
if I
that
smoke,
moment would be stagnation.
Like he's saying, like right now, like
For a
it's
while.
fleeting. It's fleeting. It's not constantly obtainable.
It
saying,
is
like-
emotion, precisely.
oh no, we're losing people one at a one. But not like,
So-
yeah, I guess I could see it where like time, yeah, everything takes time.
That it's
Oh yeah, I can tell you that. Getting content does take time. That's where I'm moving, and it's taken a while.
Yes, but like this whole thing of like, should we aim for contentment? Should we aim for some sort of permanent happiness, or should it be a kind of like the same way with the breath? You know what I mean? Like your lungs never rest, so to speak, until you're dead. I mean, then they technically rest, but like your lungs rest by alternating between the breath in and the breath out. So rather than aim for contentment, we should aim for some sort of mix between contentment and what would be the other word?
Settling.
No, that'd be a synonym.
It's a word still.
Yeah, but what would be the opposite?
Stressed.
Content, discontent.
Yeah, would it be discontent? What? For some reason, I don't know why that doesn't sound like a word.
Like we always say, or a typical thing that's said is that like, oh, we should always just pursue happiness. But should we not also pursue stuff that makes us unhappy?
Yes.
So
Especially
if we
things
just
that your
orientate
mind,
ourselves,
especially things your mind doesn't want to do. For instance, like a lot of people these days, you can notice this with like things you don't do all the time, but you know that you need to do them. Like, for instance, if you want to read a book, but your brain has this reaction where it makes you tired or boredom sets in, or it almost makes it where you don't want to read it, but you got to force yourself to read it anyway. Once you get done with the book, your brain will feel much better and satisfied with what you've done compared to what your brain was trying to reject. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a book. It could be anything.
because like this whole aspect of, just be happy, or like I want to aim towards, that inner peace. I'm going to do some, the typical thing of like, I'm going to do some healing, spiritual healing, and then I'll eventually, achieve that inner peace, and I will be content with life. Like typically these people that like act as though they've reached that, nirvana, or that like contentment with life, oftentimes like that is an illusion, so to speak. That like this whole thing of like ever being able to achieve such a goal is an illusion. It's a lie.
Yeah, well, I can
Because-
also prove that it's a lie. I hate to interrupt, but for the simple fact that when someone says they've reached enlightenment or nirvana and stuff like that, and then someone looks at them and is like, yeah, they look pretty enlightened, or like they've reached nirvana, and then you sit there and think about it for a good minute, and you're like, well, if you did, wouldn't you just kind of like phase out of reality, or wouldn't you really kind of not be here because you kind of reached another dimension? Like, what are they seeing that I'm not seeing that allows them to still be here, but say that they've reached some level of nirvana or happiness that of which I cannot reach? Because you got to think about that. There's almost 9 billion people on this planet, and there's only a select few that's ever had divine powers. And we're going to sit here and say that anyone that's alive today has that? No, because they'd be recording themselves and doing all that kinds of shit. And they're not, because they're not around, and only humans are capable of a certain degree of things unless they're connected to the divine. Like, like Jesus or Moses, where he could part a sea, or Jesus could do the whole water walk and all that stuff. Can you imagine if Michael Jackson could fucking water walk and do the moonwalk at the same time? That would have blew everybody's minds.
So, like, what I'm trying to point towards is that, like, appreciating where you're at can be a good thing, but being content or having contentment and like thinking that, okay, now I can finally rest, like the whole Thanos quote, I can finally rest on a peaceful world and all this kind of stuff, it inevitably creates stagnation. It eventually will make you weak because you'll cease to grow. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm trying to point towards like that. Like, how do we know when we found that equilibrium? Like that perfect balance between content and discontent. Because you can have healthy discontent, and you can have unhealthy content.
Yeah.
What the fuck's up with you boys? Like I'm saying shit, and I don't know if it's like a mic drop, or if you guys are just like, I don't even understand what the fuck you just said, Teriak.
It must mean we're all content.
Let me give you again. That's the fucking issue. Okay. A key kind of like thing that you can do is kind of say, well, like, I don't really know what you mean, Teriak, and like that's a way to kind of, even if you're like, oh fuck, I've just been hit with some profoundness,
It was pretty
as they would
profound,
say.
to be honest.
And also,
It's
thank you very much,
pretty
Shante. If you want to
profound.
change the topic, it's a $6 super chat or $3 on the Ko-Fi to spin. And just to let you know as well, Ko-Fi, you don't need to sign up. You can even do it anonymous and all that kind of shit as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can do it through your PayPal. I guess like a complete set of contentment would be stagnant, but just them lower moderate versions that go away from time or even come back from time and shit like that, I feel like is kind of a natural thing, but like permanent.
Yeah, I don't think contentment is permanent ever.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. Is like I don't really think
Yeah.
it's in a degree of ever being permanent.
Which means it pretty much is not stagnant. So it's not really stagnation. If you just stay content and then you just go, fuck it all, I'm content. Then how do you know if you're content?
But it's more so like to aim for happiness or to aim for like being content is like what I'm saying is like you're trying to follow a lie. It's like basically trying to follow a cult leader. Like that would be my argument at least. But thankfully, saved by Sempiternal Chaos says contentment is being comfortable where you're at in life, and stagnation is the panel guests. Haha. And spin that motherfucker. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. And as we say on this show, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Yeah, sorry. My mom definitely took some Tylenol.
This could get spicy, gentlemen. Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Agree or disagree?
Honestly, I only know a specific amount of good things and that he had done, and then like I'd have to refresh my memory on some bad
Only
things.
because we backed him. He wouldn't have been able to do shit had we not backed his ass.
That is a well-established fact. If America didn't intervene, Germany was going to lose. Oh, sorry, England was going to lose.
Damn, too bad Germany won. I mean, didn't win.
Nah, America, fuck yeah, right now.
Yeah, too bad though.
I don't understand the villain part though. I mean, he was a dick.
Like he's basically chiefly responsible for the amount of lives lost and the destruction and all this kind of stuff.
Because he was the leader at the time, or the leading role at the time. He was blamed for it all. Didn't he allow a lot of lives to be lost, other than compared to how much was actually saved? I believe.
Wasn't he a strategist? He wasn't prime minister or anything, was he? I know fuck all about European politics.
How can you not know about the world? This is what I keep trying to tell y'all, and y'all call me a fucking Nazi for it. Is that so many people have been lied to about World War II? It's ridiculous.
I'm asking.
That's why I said you'd have to refresh my mind. I'm not freaking studying World War II right now.
So and just to let you know, Shazzy agrees, by the way, and she's British and all that kind of stuff, right? He constructed it, all this kind of stuff. So a key question we have to ask ourselves, right, is who attacked who in World War II? Did Germany first attack Britain, or did Britain first attack Germany?
Oh, I don't know on Britain side. I assume Germany.
you assume Germany attacked Britain first.
I'm not really sure who attacked who first. I guess it was the British because they were kind of scared of what was going on with the Nazis.
We're not talking about America. America did get involved like halfway through, essentially, Darth. Okay, I know you love America and all this kind of stuff, but in terms of like understanding the conflict, you have to understand how did it even came to be in the first place. Again, we got Redact as well. There's going to be this one's going to be a spicy one, boys. And the fact that we've ran out of the wheel bank as well. Oh, this is beautiful. This is perfect timing as well. Germany attacked Poland first. Did you know?
I was right about to say Poland.
Did you? Yeah, no. The question was who attacked whom in terms of England and Germany. That's the primary question I asked. But now that you brought Poland into the mix, in World War I, did Poland exist? The fuck it did. That was part of the German Empire. So why the fuck wouldn't the Germans take back the land that they were forced to give over after World War One? So that's the whole Poland question. Now, getting back to the England question, England declared war against Germany on the 1st of September, 1939. And on September 3rd, now you brought up Pearl Harbor, and that's what dragged America into the war because they attacked America. Because a lot of people say, oh no, Germany bombed London and all this kind of shit. And like, that's why, like, you know, it was Germany that were the evil guy and all this kind of shit. But England bombed Germany's North Sea, like their military navy, first. They attacked them 2 to 3 days after they declared war on them. So given that context, it was Britain who were the aggressors against Germany. So why do we hail Britain as the good guys and Germany as the bad guys?
I never thought as Britain as the good guys.
Me neither.
So would we agree that Churchill was the chief villain of World War II?
Compared to what I've read in the past and shit like that, since I haven't read anything lately, I would say yeah, because of a lot of the shit I believe he had.
Like the lore of Churchill being
Got that up to the war.
We fucking did that.
Okay, so you would say that Churchill was the chief villain of World War II.
Of the
Yay,
all of
nay.
World War II chief villain.
I don't know if I can call him a villain, but you're making a lot of sense there. I will say that.
Okay, I think Darth is pulling the Switzerland card. He's like, hey, I'm neutral. I'm neutral on this, Darth. I don't want to say one way or the other.
I've just never heard that side before, and I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and say it. I'll say fuck that Churchill.
Okay. So Harfoot, he's coming into the game. He's coming into the game, baby. Well, Harfoot, what about the 6 million Jews that got wiped out in the German camps?
6 million, my asshole.
How can you say that Churchill was the villain when he wasn't wiping people out in camps?
Oh my god, it's a fucking lie. I've actually talked to someone from the actual Holocaust who actually said that, like, that actually that didn't happen. Like,
you motherfucker.
That many people didn't actually die. Like, they over exaggerated the number.
Yeah, but the final solution, Harfoot.
Final solution. What you mean by that?
Like 6 million Jews did die in those camps.
Allegedly.
Yeah, but granting, if that was the case, that the Holocaust was real,
all right,
how could you say that Churchill was the chief villain?
I'm not saying it wasn't real. I'm just saying I just don't feel like there was that many that actually died.
Yes, but hypothetically, if it was the case that 6 million Jews had died, how could you say that Churchill was the chief villain then?
It's got that number in half. Shouldn't it be like 3 million?
Well, he should have let him take Poland. the whole fighting back mechanisms would lead up to the war, and then they all wouldn't have all been like that, you know.
You're just basically saying fuck the Jews then? What's going on here?
No.
What we're trying to work out is who is the chief villain? Who was like the most evil in terms of this World War II?
I was trying to lean into the factor of the one leading up to the fact of it happening. I mean, if it was going to happen regardless of the massacring of Jewish, then I would say, you know, is death necessarily always the evil person?
Yeah,
What
but like
about
the systematic, like targeting someone like purely for because they're black or because they're Jewish or like that's unreasonable.
Yeah, that's terrible. But I'm saying like the aspect of
It's okay, you can switch your answer to say, no, like bringing up the final solution, Teriak, maybe Hitler was actually the evil
no,
one.
no
He
shit
the
Hitler
chief
was.
villain.
I'm trying to fucking bite the rails on this one with trying to pick the other side. No shit. But to me, obviously it is Hitler, but
Okay.
I'm trying to
So we agree. So we agree that like Hitler was an evil dude and all this kind of stuff, like the whole final solution thing.
No shit.
100%.
Okay, I'm gonna flip it back on you again, motherfuckers.
I
The
know
phrase
you are.
"final
That's why I
solution,"
said yes,
right,
motherfucker.
comes
I know
comes
you're
from
gonna-
July 31st, 1941, from Heydrich, right, complementing the task that was assigned to you on
here's
January
the real
24th, 1931, which dealt with the solution of the Jewish problem through immigration and evacuation as advantageously as possible. I hereby charge you with making all necessary preparations with regard to organizational and financial matters for bringing about a total or final solution of the Jewish question in the German sphere in Europe. Wherever other government agencies are involved, they are to cooperate you. I charge you furthermore to send me before long an overall plan concerning the organizational, factual, and material measures necessary for the accomplishment of the desired solution of the Jewish questions. And this was signed by Göring. All right. So that's the final solution document. But in the first sentence, and a lot of people say, oh, the final solution means like wiping out all the Jews. All right. But in this document, it says, complementing the task that was assigned to you on January 24th, 1939, which dealt with a solution of the Jewish problem, it was through emigration and evacuation. Nothing in this document talks about wiping out the Jews. And then I furthermore say to you, if it was Hitler's plan to just kill all these Jews, why waste time bringing them to a camp when you could just, as soon as you found Anne Frank, you just put a bullet in her head?
Maybe he liked the smell.
See, that's where I was trying to get to. That like I don't feel like all the shit that actually fucking happened. Like I feel like a lot of this shit was like, why would you waste your time doing all
pretty
that?
efficient.
Very inefficient.
It is very inefficient, especially
Oh.
gassing people. Like they were
million is
actually
pretty
showers. They
Okay,
weren't
one
gas
sec.
systems.
Dart, which do you think is cheaper and quicker? That as soon as you find them, you put a bullet in their head, price of one bullet, versus having to find them, take them to a camp, feed them, clothe them, run these camps, and then only to wipe them out like years later?
It's not about the cost. It's about the image.
What do you mean the image?
Well, instilling fear and extermination.
Bitch, where?
Bitch, what? He sounded like a gay
Auschwitz?
Irishman.
What, is there not like an incredible terror knowing that you're on a train to go get gassed or burned alive?
Yeah, and like, why not just wipe them out? Like it's the same amount of fear that Jews are going to feel as like as soon as they see a German, like they're going to be shot
Well,
essentially.
because if that was the case, we would have glassed Iran, right? Like, there's no.
Anyway, what I was trying to get at, I was trying
just
to
real quick,
say-
like
okay.
bear in mind in terms of like anything where it's like, oh no, like Hitler wanted to do it in private in these camps, so then like he could fool the world and thinking he wasn't doing this. He was already talking about the Jewish problem since 1919, like 1920s all the way through the 1920s, and his speech on January 30th, the day after, they discussed this in terms of the Nazi Party in the Reichstag in Berlin in 1939, the most infamous prophecy speech, the 6th anniversary of the chancellorship. Hitler explicitly referenced the Jewish problem and warned if the international Jewry plunged nations into another world war, the result would be the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. This is widely seen as a public threat of a signal into genocidal intent. Right? So a lot of people say that like that's Hitler saying that he's saying we should wipe out the Jews. But what Hitler's actually saying is that if we go into another world war, the Jews are going to end up dead. Hitler wanted to emigrate them. He wanted them out of the German lands. He never said anything about he wants to kill them. And we get shown footage of him being like, quote unquote, what's perceived to being angry and all this kind of shit. When you actually AI translate them, like a lot of that shit is just him being passionate about the nationality of the Germans. And anytime he brings up the Jewish question or the Jewish problem, he always directly says we need them out of our lands. We want to emigrate them. So imagine in 50 to 80 years' time, they go back and they look at Donald Trump and they say, well, when he's talking about deportations, what he's actually talking about is setting up camps to just effectively wipe out Muslims. What if that is what World War II, the false narrative we were sold about World War II? Would that not change things significantly?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Because when you look into World War I and look at the Bolsheviks, look at what the Bolsheviks were doing to their own fucking people. And when you look at these camps, if they, instead of they were actually being death camps, these were actually camps that they were sent to in order to produce more for the German military before they deported them, get them to work before you evacuate them, because they were still trying to find a place like Madagascar was suggested. And then eventually after World War II, they settled on Israel. Before that came to fruition, Germany, England goes to war with Germany. And again, part of being in a war is that you need to make sure that you're producing enough bullets, you're producing enough materials and all this kind of stuff. But these camps were actually like a prominent thing to make the German army not run out of ammo or food and all this kind of shit. That if you were the Bolsheviks and you were coming into Germany, that wiping out these camps was undermining Germany. And then you look into, well, when did the executions begin in these camps? 1941, when Bolsheviks or the Russians were invading Germany or taking up land of the Germans.
Yeah.
And when you look at all the death camps were mainly eastern parts.
Oh, it's kind of why Poland has the policies they do now, huh?
What policies?
Isn't there no immigration and no toleration of outside bullshit?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, and like I said, this is an uncomfortable conversation that like people don't want to have, because we grew up on this mythology that Britain was the good guys. Hitler was some evil dude who just screamed into a mic to wipe out the Jews, but Hitler never once said to wipe out the Jews. He made a prediction, not a prescription. He made a prediction that the Jewish question, like if we go to war, what's going to happen is like these Jews are going to be wiped out. And like specifically when he was like talking about Bolshevism and all this kind of shit, because when you look back to First World War, the Bolsheviks were ruthless and just like wiping people out just to take their like look into the gulags and all this kind of shit, Gulag Archipelago, all this kind of shit. It makes no sense even from a strategic point of view as a German. Why would you like wipe out these camps that are producing for your military? It makes no sense. It's also really inefficient that if you really just wanted to wipe out the Jews, why not just put a bullet in the head as soon as you found them? It's literally the opposite of what we know Germans to be. Germans are incredibly efficient. It was extremely fake and gay, bad cramps. When they talk about the final solution, Hitler's quote-unquote final solution or complete solution was to emigrate all these motherfuckers out of the land. It was not about wiping them out, because why would he build the camps, right? Spend all the time and resources transporting them there. Spend all the resources feeding them, maintaining the camps. And the camps are producing bullets, are producing food and all this kind of stuff for the war effort. Only to turn around and say, you know what, let's just wipe that out and shoot ourselves in the foot, so to speak. It makes no sense. Because if the final solution was, let's just wipe out all the Jews, why not just put a bullet in them as soon as you found them? As soon as they found Anne Frank in the attic, why not just fucking put a bullet in her rather than transport it to a camp? It makes no sense. And that memo came up in the Nuremberg trials. Watch the movie, what's it called? Nuremberg. Holy fuck, how did I forget the name to the movie when I just said Nuremberg? But anyways, like it literally comes up
For real,
and it's
I was thinking, I'm like, fuck, can you like tell me about this? Like, this is not something as far as my education in American shit.
In the Nuremberg trials, what basically happens is like the only way they think that they can brand them as like evil and all this kind of shit is to bring up the final solution, all this stuff. And the article was submitted into evidence. The only thing they had in terms of like mentioning anything got to do with like the Jewish question was from Goering, Hitler's second in command, where he signed a letter to Heydrich saying, completing the task that was assigned to you on January 24th, 1939, which dealt with a solution of the Jewish problem through emigration and evacuation as advantageously as possible. I hereby charge you with making all necessary preparations with regard to organizational and financial matters for bringing about a total solution to the Jewish question in the German sphere of influence. Now, bear in mind, it's going to be like 8 to 9 months before the World War II happens and all this kind of shit. And basically, Goering is saying to Heydrich, like, just evacuate them. We don't give a fuck where you put them. Put them in Ukraine. Put them wherever the fuck. Just get them out of German lands. You know what I mean? But this was basically used as like the key things of like a total solution to the Jewish question. So like this is the document where they get the phrase "final solution to the Jews," and they try to phrase that as, you're saying in this document, you've signed this document, and you're said that you want a final solution to the Jews, meaning you want to wipe out the Jews. And Goering says, no. Look at the very beginning of the document where I say with a solution to the Jewish problem through emigration and evacuation. We wanted to emigrate them. We want them off German land. But everybody thinks the final solution is just to wipe out the Jews. And then you're confronted with the logistics questions that I keep phrasing to you. Why would the Germans, the one culture, probably in terms of like comparing all cultures, which is the most efficient culture, why the fuck would they turn around and shoot themselves in the foot when these camps were actually producing for them? They'd be shooting themselves in the foot. Let alone if they originally, if this whole thing of like they were just lying about the emigration and evacuation, they just want to wipe out Jews. Why would they even build the camps and put them in the camps in the first place? Why not just shoot them as soon as they found them? It makes no sense.
I think for optics, but I mean, other than that, I have no point.
Well, it'd be more like asking the question is like, if you wanted, well, I don't really know how I could word that, I guess. But if you wanted to eradicate a certain amount of animals, Would you shoot them, or would you trap them, collect them, and then waste time doing other things?
If I'm playing Pokemon.
Waste all that time and let them reproduce in the camps, in these pens that we make for these animals. We let them reproduce, let them grow and all this kind of stuff. Doesn't make any sense. It does make a whole lot of sense if you're an invading army that you want to cut off all supply chains to the German military, which would mean wiping out these camps. Which would be the Bolsheviks, the Russians, communists. Which, by the way, to go back to the Churchill,
1935 to 1945. That's long enough for people in a camp to fucking have a bunch of kids or get pregnant.
Not if the women and children are the ones murdered.
So in terms of like this whole aspect, like why the fuck did Britain side with the communists?
Fear.
Soviets, Soviets, not communists. The Soviet is communist.
When you say fear and maybe the advantages they thought they would have.
Yes, but like you're contradicting yourselves now, Darsh, because you're saying, well, he put them in the camps for optics reasons rather than just wiping them out, but then he also put them in the camps for fear reasons.
It was on the.
I guess he means by like trying to make the world fear what he's capable of.
Yeah.
But in the sense, I think I'd fear somebody who would shoot me on the spot than somebody that would capture me and feed me.
I'm marking the line here.
I'm marking the line here.
He's Johnny Cash. Down, 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 down.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of mixed on it too because I need to refresh my mind about a lot of the shit that went on in World War II. There was this documentary they made about a lot of the actual like last people that were actually in the like Jewish people that were actually in the camps, confessing to like the actual things that had happened and shit like that. And I can't remember when the document took place, but they can't find these people now.
Oh, first of all, we can hear you chew Halfwood, but like I'm not kind of like, and this is why it's such a
listen to me, Gravel.
Either nuanced topic or just like a sensitive topic. But like, one sec, Redact, they became like that. They only became communist. What, like in 1970? Get the fuck out of here! What are we talking about? Look into what the Bolsheviks did to their own people. To their own fucking people, right? The communists tried to brag and still do today. It's not like the Soviet cullings by intentional famine. Exactly, right? So like in terms of like what we've been told or the stories that we've been told and all this kind of shit, a lot of it is bullshit. It's designed specifically to make the British look better. Because essentially what happened in the Nuremberg trials is it ends with like the American dude, the American justice, like he tries to put this document up and Goering base says no, like we wanted to emigrate them. We wanted to get them off our lands and all this kind of shit. And then the American dude resigns, sits back down, and then the British guy goes, "Can I ask a few questions?" And then all the British dude does was, there was X amount of Jews killed in 1941, there's X amount of Jews killed in 1942, there's X amount of Jews killed in 1943. Given the amount of Jews that died, would you still follow Adolf Hitler? And Goering says, yeah, I would still follow Hitler. But that's not an argument. That's emotional manipulation, because British dude already realized that they've already attributed all the footage and all the stuff that we went over in terms of what happened in the concentration camps to Hitler. But there's no proof the Germans actually went out of their way to try and kill all these Jews. Redact, what the fuck happened during World War One? What the fuck is the Bolsheviks? So you agree? What the fuck's going on here? This is unbelievable. Gentlemen, read some fucking history. Well, I would say read the history books, but a lot of it fucking lies. I'm not gonna lie. But this whole thing of like what the whole kind of like tale that we've been told and all this kind of shit is it's bullshit. And like I said, the aspect to it is like I don't think that there was an angel during World War II. But when you look at it from Germany's perspective, holy fuck, the British are fucking conniving cunts for doing what they done.
So what's the truth there then?
Like the truth? Or all we can really do is speculation, right? Because again, like essentially the argument that's portrayed to us, or the myth that's portrayed to us is, oh well, Hitler was just lying when he was saying emigration, all this kind of stuff. What he really meant was to wipe them out. But then I said the counter argument to that is the whole logistics problem. Why would you like spend all this effort, time, money to set up build these camps, feed them, all this kind of shit, maintain them, versus just putting a bullet in their head as soon as you find them? It's a lot cheaper and a lot quicker, right? Goes against the whole kind of like German efficiency that they're renowned for and all this kind of shit. What my speculation is that when Russia was encroaching into German lands and all this kind of shit, as soon as they found one of these camps, they just wiped everybody out. In terms of like the starvation that occurred and all this kind of stuff, is because they were just, the supply chains were cut off and the camps couldn't maintain. When you look into like which ones were death camps and which ones were work camps, it was all the eastern ones. That, and like after World War, it was basically Russia was just saying, oh no, like we liberated these people, we just found these camps and everybody was already dead, apparently. You know what I mean? But when you look into what the Bolsheviks were doing in World War One to their own people, you're like, the fuck they did. You know what I mean? But because of the trial and the way it was done through emotional manipulation, people believed that it was the Germans who were evil and everybody else were saints. And this is why I keep pointing out the British imperial system versus the American system. All the way back then, and even like decades before, that's what the British typically always done. They used America to get their way. Think of the Iraq War.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Think of the Afghanistan War. Why the fuck is America all the way over in fucking Middle East and Asia doing shit that the British want them to do? The whole opium trade that the British imperial system was renowned for before the industrialization, America's doing the exact same thing. Why the fuck was the American military guarding those fucking opium fields? Who was benefiting from that? Britain. City of London. City of London is where all international illicit drug trade money goes. It gets hidden out there, gets put into trust accounts, trustees, which by law just so happens, oh no, we can't even tell you who the trustee is. And good point from Redact here, Germany just gets picked on because the language is angry sounding.
Oh, and they're
like,
assholes.
Even Joe Rogan says this.
No, they're also assholes. Like, they're too honest.
They're too honest? Whoa,
yeah.
whoa. Let's hash this out. What do you mean too honest?
Well, like, musicians talk about it. If you like watch interviews with musicians in Germany, they're like, oh, that is really good set. But you know, your clothing sucks. I can't do accents. But there's always like one thing where it's like, I didn't even think about that. Thanks for mentioning that. But it's German honesty. It's a term for a reason.
1 sec. I'm getting educated here. German honesty. Meaning.
There's always
German
gotta be
honesty is. Yeah, so German honesty is a cultural communication style where clarity and directness are prioritized over sugarcoating. You like your sugarcoating, is what you're saying. Instead of using polite lies or beating around the bush, Germans typically express their thoughts immediately. This transparency is intended to be efficient. See what I'm saying about efficiency? They're fucking renowned for it, okay? And helpful rather than deliberately hurtful. So you'd say that you don't like clarity, you'd prefer the sugarcoating.
Everybody likes a little bit of sugar. You don't have to be mean.
Yeah, but it's not that they have to be mean. They're just like being like, they're actually trying to be helpful. Like, they view it as like, I'm trying to help you out here. By pointing out that, you know, you got something in your teeth, or you should get your teeth fixed, or, you know, you should grow your hair out or cut it shorter, or that dress does make you look fat, or whatever the fuck.
Should be thankful they have a country. That's all I'm saying.
The Germans should be thankful they have a country, he says. Propaganda, one hell of a drug, bro. Propaganda is one hell of a drug. One sec, right? Here is the map. Oh, fuck.
It's a Norm
fucking
Macdonald
shitty.
joke. I was just kidding around. Sorry.
Oh, no, we're going there. We're going there, motherfucker. Right? Where is it? Pre-World War I map. Is this... Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect, right? So here is the pre-World War I map, right? Can you point to this map where Poland is?
I'm not a geography expert, but I think it's somewhere between the Romania and Bulgaria border. Maybe to the east of that. Could be wrong. I really don't know.
We have to start. We have to start with modern.
Oh wait, no, it's north of that. My bad. I don't know geography.
Okay, we're going to start with the basics, gentlemen.
I can tell
Holy
you
shit, Romania.
I can tell you the postal
What?
codes of the United States.
Okay, right. Right, open image.
Educate me.
Right. Okay, so this is modern day Europe, y'all. All right, let me double check. Because you can tell with if Czechoslovakia is... Yeah, Czech Republic and then Slovakia, yeah, so it's separate. And by the way, Hitler called that all the way back in like the 1920s. He's like, this whole thing where like that was Czechoslovakia, that was all one country. And Hitler was like, the Czechs and Slovaks are completely two different peoples. They're two completely different cultures. They will not mix. And in modern day, Czech is now separate to Slovakia. So I'm just saying, right? So this is Poland, comrades, okay? Poland and Germany, okay? We have the surrenderers over here, the French, the frog eaters. We don't worry about these people. These are not good people. But Germany, Poland, okay? Memorize where this is, okay, comrades? Okay? Because people say, oh, the Germans, they invaded the Polands, okay? They unfair treatment, okay? Now we go back to this map. Where's Poland? It's not fucking there. Okay, first of all. Because Poland wasn't a country prior to World War I, right? Now let me do, where is it? Post World War II map. And again, like this whole thing of like after World War I, they went out of the way to humiliate the Germans and all this kind of shit. And they basically forced like all the all this thing of like getting rid of their lands on this kind of shit. So just bear in mind that blue section there. Can I zoom in? It's like I'll try to zoom in on this, right? So I'm sure I get this right or aligned right or try to align it in a certain way that you'll be able to see much more clearly. So if I zoom in here, right, this region here, so we have Netherlands, Germany, and Germany goes all the way up and it kind of curves up here, right? They also destroyed the Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? So let me get it. Let me just flick. Oh, wait. Okay, I have too many tabs open. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ripperoni. Wait, where the fuck did the other one? Okay. One sec. Just give me a second because I'm trying to align it up so it makes more sense, right? So this is the German Empire. Yeah. German Empire gets split into 3 motherfucking countries. Germany loses half its land. They do the whole Poland thing, and then Lithuania. You combine Germany with Poland and Lithuania and Czech. That's what the former German Empire was. I'll flick back again. Well, no, sorry, Czech wasn't. That would have been part of the Austrian. Right? Pretty much the same landmass. That's what they done to the Germans after the World War One. So this whole thing of like, well, Hitler was invading Poland and Britain had to it was Germany's land. Hitler was like, we're taking back our fucking land. We're not, fuck the Versailles Treaty. Fuck these artificial borders you put in place. Fuck this debt that you're forcing us to pay. We're not doing this shit anymore. And people forget about that. People forget that the borders of Germany was just fucking taken from them.
I saw Estonia on there, which I don't think many people know about, but on the Russian side, that's an interesting thing too.
Hey, where's Czechoslovakia?
But yeah, like there's no Czechoslovakia on these maps.
I know.
But if we go to the post World War II map, this is what post World War II was. Now bear in mind, Hungary, Austria, Yugoslavia, divide and conquer. That was all the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And like this whole thing of like Czechoslovakia, Hitler was literally saying that like this whole proposal, this is not going to last because the Czechs and the Slovaks are two completely different people. Modern day of Europe, Czech Republic, Slovakia. They divided themselves. So like compare the shit show that Europe is, all like this like artificial borders, fake countries essentially, compared to this is what Europe was before World War One. So if you want to talk about divide and conquer,
Switzerland has
seems
a little piece down there by Italy.
No, Switzerland is the exact same. Yeah, so they remain neutral, right? So France, Belgium, Netherlands, right? And then you basically had German Empire, Austrian, Hungarian Empire, Italy, Switzerland. And now you have Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, Hungary, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Italy, and then Switzerland. And we're told that the Germans are the evil one. The Germans. It was an empire because they didn't have this bollocks of like democracy and all this stuff. They were like, no, like we'd rather have a king. We'd rather have a monarch. Like even like the German people would tell you, like, no, we'd rather have like he knows what he's doing. So let that sink in just for a second, boys, while we come back to this topic. Are we really sure that the Nazis were the bad guys? Or maybe, just maybe, we should take a second look at these British cunts. Or should I say, the British aristocracy. Have I just like mind fucked you all?
I'm laughing internally.
Now, bear in mind, I'm gonna call it right now because I do love to be right. I'm gonna be blasted as a fucking Nazi and all this kind of shit, a Holocaust denier and all this kind of shit. Even though I literally went against half of it and said, no, it fucking definitely happened. You know what I mean? There was that many people that were wiped out and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like, are the Germans guilty of doing it? Nah, bro. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not saying that that there's any angels or like good guys, so to speak, or whatever. But this whole thing that like Hitler is the most evil person, because again, like that's the typical kind of like moral dilemma question where it's like, if you could go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? You know what I mean? like that's genuinely the moral dilemma, and it's like, Hitler? Can we talk about the Bolsheviks? Can we talk about fucking Churchill? What the fuck's going on here? And wait till I get into.
Sorry, I'm seriously laughing.
You know, wait till you get into Gaddafi, what Gaddafi was doing, and why they took him out. Gaddafi managed to unite something like 50 tribes or some shit like that to form the country. And he nationalized the oil industry, nationalized a couple of other things, and he was giving everybody free healthcare, free education. All right. If you would get your house paid for if you're a married couple with kids, and you get half your car paid for as well. And he also put in the golden dinar, which was a currency backed by gold. And then all of a sudden, oh, he's gassing his own people, and yeah, we need to send in the troops and take him out.
That's what I was trying to say earlier before you cut me off. I was saying I guess why I don't believe it, because like the other shit that I've read and stories of actual people during that time that was actually experiencing it compared to the people that were fabricating it, it's a completely different fucking story.
Dart's like doing the whole one second, let me get the clip. Dart's doing this. Right.
I wasn't. I was.
No.
Why
You're
do I
gonna
have
love
to
it.
be
You're
the one
gonna
to talk all the time?
No, the way that you were just saying you were laughing to yourself. One sec. This is what like Dart was doing like when he was muted.
I can't believe this. I just can't believe this.
Dad, keep your
you
voice down.
whore!
Keep it down.
Keep
right?
it down. Don't make a scene. Oh, no, I'm not going to make a scene. I was just told, excuse me, that my horrible whore wife has tricked me into raising two bastards for 30 years, and I'm being asked to not make a scene. Oh, excuse me. Oh, did you bang my wife? Huh? Did you bang my whore wife? Does anybody here have any illegitimate children with my whore wife that I should know about?
Jesus, Frank!
Jesus, Frank! Jesus, Frank! Jesus, Frank! Jesus, Frank! Jesus, Frank! My life is a lie! My life is a lie! Somebody's got to get stabbed! Somebody's got to get stabbed!
Yeah, basically.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
You gotta love Frank. You know? But it's all just the fucking mythology.
But haven't you made the point many times that like the CIA is infiltrated by, the German Third Reich? I don't know how much of this I can say, but
Ja. Und?
Yeah.
isn't that contradictory or no?
How so?
Good point.
Because, like, fundamentally, actually, I'll play the clip. I might as well, because we slowed down the donations, cough, chat. Now I'm saying if you're enjoying this content, well, again, to be fair to chat, like, I can understand this is a very kind of like engaging topic, so to speak. And I probably am gonna probably against JS, because I think it just would be hilarious for the memes for me to say it's like, the Nazis didn't exterminate the Jews, and just like phrase it like that, so then we can have this whole kind of conversation. But one second, let me dig out for anybody in chat that hasn't seen this video. Where is it? Like, if you ever look at the politics in America, the Republicans are basically nationalists. That's their whole shtick. And then the Democrats are basically socialists. Like, all they care about is, like, public spending and all this kind of stuff. And the Republicans, all they really have is, like, military veterans, like, and all this kind of shit. Push to nationalism and all this kind of stuff. Here's a clip from almost a year ago, right, where I basically outlined this.
Teriak, you said something that was kind of weird to me, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I usually
and then you guys both kind of contradicted your statements after this. So I'll get into that after I ask this question. So you said that the United States has been a police state for 70 years. Can you please demonstrate how that?
National.
I just want to be clear. I am not a Nazi.
I think we covered it.
Socialist. So 1945, after the war, Operation Paperclip, they basically the Soviets and America split the scientists. So all the Nazi technology, not just the physicists, but like the behavioral scientists and all this kind of shit. So when you look at like all the shit that went on in America, basically MK Ultra, all the shit, they just continued on the research that they were doing in the concentration camps, and even worse, they done it on kids. And in MK Ultra specifically, it was unwilling, unconsensual testing that like they were giving them like fucking LSD shit and all the stuff. That's why you're seeing the whole radicalized shit that went down in Hollywood, Charlie Manson. Follow on from that, in 1947, after they finished importing in all the I don't know if I can use the word, but Yahtzee scientists and the intellect and all the shit, essentially the National Securities Act gets passed, which, funnily enough, changes the Department of War to the Department of Defense. A nice little propaganda switch there, which should tell you exactly who you're dealing with. And then, like I said, in terms of the National Security Agency, CIA, the whole basically mechanism for the deep, what Alex Jones has highlighted as the deep state, that basically gets formulated in 1947. And since then, you've basically been ruled by a national socialist policy, because even as a modern day national socialist, if I was a Yahtzee, America's the perfect government, because all I have to do is, as soon as it gets down to the two final candidates, I buy them both off. And I have my nationalist policies if I want the Republican in, and I have my socialist policies if I want my Democrat in.
This looks a lot like Nazi shit, and we really should find out where the Horton brothers are.
Now, a lot of people get uncomfortable with that, and it's like, no, and all this kind of shit, but trust me, look into before the Nazi party took power, who was funding them, where did Bormann get all his money from, look into Chase Manhattan Bank, which especially look at the logo that Chase Manhattan Bank uses. It's a hidden swastika, by the way, just in case you were wondering. Like the Chase Manhattan Bank is still writing checks to Martin Bormann in South America, like after World War II. So like this is like, well, there's a plenty of evidence and well established that like the higher ups in the Nazi intelligentsia, like they basically defected because they knew they were going to lose the war and all this kind of stuff. And rather than try to continue on a kinetic war versus coming from the east, the Russians and the Bolsheviks and all those motherfuckers, and then also being attacked by Britain, and then the fact that Britain was able to bring America into the war as well. They're like, let's just go back to who did form the war. And again, that's a perfect way to phrase it, Pachun. Like the Germans lost the war, but the Nazis didn't. All right, they just basically said, okay, we need to play the long game with these motherfuckers. Because when you look into when Hitler's talking about like the Jewish question or the Jewish problem, he's talking about international Jews. You'll hear him time and time again phrase it as international Jews. These Jews don't have their own nation. Ergo, like the only way to survive as a Jew is to have this kind of like web or kind of like international or globalist, one could argue, web of kind of like communities and all this kind of stuff, and push your own agendas that way and all this kind of shit, blend in with the culture, all this kind of stuff, and then basically manipulate it from the inside, which is what you've seen. For example, a prominent figure that we can all point to is George Soros, and I remind everybody who wants to do the Jewsburg and all this kind of shit, that's not what I mean by globalist. To be 100% clear, globalists are not just Jews, are not just Christians, are not like the multiracial, religious, whatever the fuck. A common trend, though, you'll see is that they all tend to be atheists, or they orientate themselves towards atheisms and they don't believe in God, although they will hide out and pretend to be a Christian or to pretend to be this or to pretend to be that. You know what I mean? So that's a very difficult thing, but a clear way to expose a globalist is to talk to them about economics in terms of, do you think there should be tariffs or do you think there should be free trade? If they're saying that there should be free trade, then they're a fucking globalist. If they support tariffs and all this kind of stuff, you're basically a nationalist. You're for protecting your own industries and all this stuff, which is the only way like to protect your own industries is through tariffs, right? But this is what I'm talking about with the globalists. So what the Nazis and even Hitler had was outlining was like this whole like globalism that we're starting to see, like the masks start to drop now in the modern era, right? And this whole thing of what they realized is, oh fuck, we thought that the English had our back and they understood our cause, because there were what's called Nazi sympathizers in England and Ireland, by the way. I just want to point out that Ireland was the only Western country to actually send condolences to the Germans after the World War II. So again, based Irish, just letting you know. But to be honest, a lot of that was just anti-British sentiment. Although there were particularly a few that kind of understood like why were they such against Britain, it was because of the shit that went down in World War II. So like in terms of like their whole thing is like, okay, we're going to need to go into hiding, let these globalists expose themselves, and then from there we launch the attack, because then it's going to be undeniable, because we know where this globalism's going. It's going to import Islam, going to destabilize the nations, going to be anti-nationalist, going to be pro-pedophile, pro-queer, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because this is all the stuff that like the ideologies that essentially bind them together, which seem unrelated at the time, but they're very much well connected. You know what I mean? And this is why, again, to go back to your boy, the one and only Mr. Charlie Kirk, put out this video. Well, he didn't put out the video, but this was one of the speeches that he made.
Because you know you are part of something bigger than yourself. You know that you are part of the most exciting, diverse, powerful movement in the history of this country. And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal. And I think you're going to see that on display in a little bit, just maybe. This movement is about the citizens versus the oligarchs. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
About the nationalists versus the globalists. We never left the war. So when you want to understand why... Oh, 100%. So when you want to understand why, for example, is the British politicians selling out their own nation? Why was the German, France, Australia, all across the West, why are our governments selling out the people, selling out the nations? Because it was done by plan. But when you look at Australia, look at the One Nation Party, the wave of orange, so to speak. Look at Germany with the AfD party. Look at Britain with Restore. You're going to see a resurgence of nationalism. Look at how Donald Trump got into power. Donald Trump always described himself as a nationalist. Yes, he was a Democrat before, but he changed over to the Republican Party, and even all the way back 2015, 2016 when he was running, he was describing himself as a nationalist. He was talking about the American system. He was talking about getting back to McKinley, getting back to Hamilton, getting back to Abraham Lincoln, getting back to pro-tariffs, protect your industry, industrialize. Donald Trump will go down as one of the greatest motherfucking presidents America has ever had. Because the Democrats, y'all seen it, no kings protest, we're Americans, we don't want kings. And then what happened when King Charles came to give a speech? When Donald Trump said, okay, stand and clap. Do you think this is a primary duty of the American government? Protect and serve the people of America. And not a single one of those rat cunts could even stand and clap or even agree with that.
Yeah, that shit pisses me off. I don't have a
But
great
when King Charles
justification.
came around, I was talking about environmentalism, talking about internationalism, all this shit. Oh, they were lapping that up. Standing ovations, clapping like seals. Oh, King Charles, you're amazing. Even though King Charles, he's a monarch. They love that king. They don't like Donald Trump though, who's not even a king. He's a president. There's a difference.
Yeah, not even a little bit of a king.
Well, I'm gonna catch y'all later. I'm gonna catch some sleep. I'm tired as shit.
I understand, Halffoot. Plenty of food for thought, so to speak.
Yeah, I'll do some studying on some war stuff sometime later this week. I've been doing a lot of religious studying, so that's kind of. There's even a lot of lies and bullshit in that.
Telling you, man. Especially look back to like World War One and what the Bolsheviks were doing to their own people.
Yeah. I'll check it out. All right, I'll catch y'all later.
Have a good one, Halffoot. Darth, any thoughts or any kind of like want to give the folks what's running through your mind? I see to pop down and go to the bathroom real quick.
Oh shit. Well, obviously, I don't know as much as I thought I knew about World War One, although I didn't really think I knew all that much to begin with. As far as World War II history, I mean, history was never my greatest thing. But I always knew it from, like, the East. I knew the Eastern European thing was the thing, Normandy and all that, and then I knew Pearl Harbor and whatnot. But it's, I don't know, it's hard to relate just because I wasn't there, and that makes me a weird person, but I don't know. It's interesting, and I definitely think America won. Not every time, but when it mattered. And I really hope we don't have to do it again. Because it's not like it was back then. We're a bunch of pussies now. Oh, the history of cannabis is that it definitely existed before humans, depending on what you believe. But the actual name of it was Cannabis sativa. If you're looking at the shit. It's literally 420. I wasn't expecting a bit put on the spot right after taking a riff of a dab. What I will say, if we're talking about cannabis, is definitely stop vaping cannabis. Do not vape cannabis. It's bad. The whole way they make the vape shit for cannabis is off of cannabis flower that they can't pass a test on. So therefore they have to put a whole bunch of chemicals into it and remove every part that's important about the plant and only retaining the THC. So don't vape cannabis and stop calling it marijuana. That shit's racist as hell.
Well, Dart, they're gonna call me racist anyway, so yeah, it is what it is.
You're not racist. I said the people who say marijuana are racist.
You know what I'm saying is that like they'll call me racist anyways, because like I said, this whole thing of like what I'm willing to like this is the thing, right? When I talk about like philosophy and why philosophy is important, it's like when you develop your philosophy, right? A key thing, you know, whether you be Christian or whether you follow the likes of Plato, this whole thing of like reverence for truth or reverence for honesty, like you cannot have reason without honesty. You cannot have reason without truth, which means you're going to have to stand up and not accept this whole thing of just go along with the myth, just go along with the narrative, just go along with what we tell you to go along with. You want harmony, right? You want community cohesion, right? Don't upset the apple cart, right? This is the whole aspect of like being a light bringer, where it's like you're going to have to stand for truth, and the punishment for standing for truth is not some sort of like, oh, like you'll be donned as a hero or you'll have like celebration and all this kind of shit. They're going to nail you to a fucking a cross, kill you. They're going to chain, in Prometheus' case, they're going to chain you to a mountain and have a fucking eagle come down and rip out your liver, right? It's not exactly what would be the word? It's not exactly like a profitable way to go about it, but you either stand by your philosophy or you're just a sheep in the crowd.
100%. Don't vape your weed, motherfuckers. It's pretty simple. They're lying to you.
Not sure about the whole weed thing or how that came into be, but it is what it is.
No, that's what I was talking about, like when you were gone. Because Blue was like, talk about cannabis, and I was like, oh, well, I can go hard in the paint on vaping.
Wait, Stacy, explain this. Trump is a puppet, bro. Come on. All politicians are by design, not for us, period. I wouldn't exactly call Trump a politician. You know? Shazzy as well, calling now false media. And it's been around for decades, bro. But like this is the whole thing, like when people say it's like, oh, like technology's bad or social media is bad and all this kind of shit. The reason why a lot of these lies have been exposed is by like being able to communicate, have these conversations and ask these key questions. You know what I mean? And expose just how bad the mainstream media has been and the mainstream news. You know, the video that I showed at the start of the stream. BBC! Fucking BBC! You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I suck at the politics shit, because, like, literally the only politics things I see are what you show me. I ignore the fuck out of it.
Yeah, but if you, this is the whole kind of like saying is like, if you don't read the news, you're uninformed. If you do read the news, you're misinformed. But you can do your own research on the historical events. Like AI is going to be a key thing like point out all these things, and it's like this is well documented. There ain't no hiding this shit anymore, you know.
Yeah.
Critical thinking is a trap. We are punished for doing it. But would you not rather live your own life and not be a sheep? The hell with the consequences. And also shout out to William as well. Chat, we're only 10 away from 150, baby.
I
Premium
don't
meme,
think
as they say.
I care about my family and what's going on with that. So, like, I could really give a fuck less about the outside shit. But that could be like short-sightedness of like the immediacy of my personal situation, right?
Not necessarily. Like, don't get me wrong, like, family is the top priority. But the nation is also a priority as well.
True. I mean, again, immediacy, like, as far as like my personal anecdotal shit, like, I don't know. I guess that doesn't apply because then I should know the shit because of not immediacy. Yep, I'm
It's like-
retarded.
But no, like you strike a good position here, and also shout out to your Emperor of Cats, no Teriak. Many people would rather be sheep. Yeah, 100%. But like you're basically kind of echoing the same sentiment, where it's like there is a lot of people where it's like they rather not listen to reason. They rather just go along to get along and all this kind of stuff because the fear of punishment succumbs to their need for reasoning, which is sad to see. But like I said, like I'd rather die on my own terms than on my knees worshipping a false god, false idol. Like a lot of people would say, oh no, just focus on your family or just focus on your local community and all this kind of shit. But as we've seen, if all you do is focus on the family, because you get the whole meme where it's like the the right wing mentality is, it's like the inner circle. So like you and your family are like the central circle, then friends, then community, then nation, then and it keeps going out from there. You know what I mean? In terms of things, and it's like you see the heat map, and it's like closely, densely circulated in terms of the middle for the right wingers, whereas the complete inverse for the lefty. They care more about the person in Timbuktu that they've never met and they never will meet, and they care nothing about their family. And the whole kind of like distinction there is that it's very easy to claim you care about Timbuktu, or you claim to care about like these foreign nations or whatever. It's like, look at the whole original BLM manifesto. It's all about this international community and all this kind of shit. Basic communist talk. But this whole kind of claim is because it's easier to claim that you care about someone you will never meet, because you never have to do anything for them. You have all the benefits of virtue signaling and appearing as though you're a generous and kind and good person. You never have to do anything. It's a lot more difficult to claim that you care about your family, because you can easily be held accountable as, okay, what are you doing for the family? Are you just sitting there on your ass playing video games all day? Are you actually, going to family events? Are you actually talking to your family? Are you actually engaging? What about your community? What about your nation? Those are a lot more difficult. You know what I mean? So, in terms of like that left-right dynamic, that's what the heat map exposes, and the lefties fucking hate it for it. Also, shout out to Jack of Blades. Man, the myth, the legend, on the Ko-Fi. Un momento, por favore. For the $10 saying breaking protocol. Yeah, I told you, Jack, not to be donating until the end of the month. This motherfucker, he says, breaking protocol, spin that motherfucking wheel. And as we like to, actually, let me give you a shredding clip for that one, Jack, as well. And a shout out to you, Jack. Legendary. We also have a premium meme, so let me know in chat, Jack, which premium meme would you like? And also, anybody who was offended by like the current topic, say Teriak, those kind of topics aren't appropriate. You know what I mean? Like, you put yourself in a lot of risk. You're going to be called a Nazi on this stuff. Just stop talking about this stuff. It's just not appropriate.
I really don't think that was appropriate. Ah, just fuck off to America with your appropriate fucking Barack Obama. Just saying.
Fuck off to Barack Obama with that shit, okay? We stand for truth. But anyways, as we like to say, spin that motherfucking wheel. Sorry, what were we saying, Darth?
Get fucked. If they think you're inappropriate, they can get fucked.
Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. A message I can echo. Support. But the next prompt is equality of outcome just institutionalized theft? What do you think, Darth?
Well, obviously, I think yes, but I'm trying to think of ways I could say no.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. If you want, you can just like make the case for yes, and then I can try to have the burden fighting against it.
All right. Well,
to make your case, sir.
If there's equality of outcome, then that determines the middle and the beginning part don't really matter, right? So, isn't that kind of stealing the American dream, like making something of yourself, as opposed to like having the outcome already set?
Oh, shit, I was on mute. But in the
Oh,
case
shit, I was
of...
like, did I fuck that up that bad?
No, it was a good answer. It was a good answer, not gonna lie. But in the case of like we now have like trillionaires, and we have people who are homeless on the street. Like, would you not view that as a problem or something to be done about such a wide discrepancy?
Well, who's the problem for? Like, they had equality of opportunity, and they squandered it. If you're talking about homeless or unhoused, I don't even think we're allowed to call them that now. The unfortunate.
Well, like in terms of like, let's say previous rules or previous laws or previous, like, you know, economic situations, you didn't see such a big discrepancy between the top dude and the bottom dude. Like a way I can kind of point to this example is like you looked at like a dude who worked at a garage. Like, think back to like, and it's not even that long ago. You know what I mean? I think back to that 70s show. Red had like a job working in a garage or working as a manager at Walmart, and he was able to provide for a whole family. That's gone.
Well, actually, I'm happy you made that reference, because there was a whole season when he got laid off from his car plant job and he had to go work, and he eventually got to manager in a quote unquote Walmart style store. Walmart didn't exist in those times. But the point there was that he had opportunity. Did it suck? Sure. But he made it work because he had opportunity.
And shout out to Jacob Blaze says, play, let's talk about mixed. We talked about the Germans, talk about the lefties, but Jack's saying, about time, Teriak. Talk about me.
Let's talk about me.
Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Built-in LCD, LED, 1080p Sony technology. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about. But back to the prompt art, like in terms of when you have like situation where there's maybe a handful of people who will ever end up as billionaires or trillionaires, so much wealth that they couldn't possibly hope to even spend it all.
How's that theft?
No, I'm just pointing out in terms of like where essentially like so much wealth accumulates in the hands of so few, then that all of a sudden they can override the likes of the nation state. So for example, I think of like George Soros.
So you're against freedom?
Well, like there's certain freedoms that are restricted. I think of like you don't have the freedom to just kill whoever you want. You know what I mean? There are certain limitations that are healthy limitations, especially for society.
Wealth is not one of those.
Because when you look at the likes of George Soros, the reason why he's able to undermine and destabilize nations is because he's accumulated so much wealth.
But he's allowed to.
So in terms,
you're saying
so
you shouldn't be allowed to do that?
Yeah, so in terms of like supporting like these like the civil unrest, the like destroy, like for example, like George Soros has long planned to destroy America from within. And that's why what you're seeing with like the demonstrations and all this kind of shit. And you support that.
Should you be allowed to do that?
I'd say no.
Why?
Because he's destroying the nation.
Okay, but on the other hand, didn't Elon Musk just say that he was going to use his money to counteract him? Shouldn't he be allowed to do that?
Yeah, to protect the nation.
Well, that's a double standard then.
No, if someone's going to kill someone with a gun and then a police officer takes out his gun and shoots that person who's about to kill the other person, that's not a double standard that the cop doesn't go to prison, but the dude who would have killed the innocent dude would have went to prison. That's not a double standard. That's justice.
See what you're doing. Does that kind of go against the outcome, right?
How so?
Because my point is the quality of opportunity, not outcome. So if it's just gonna all go to shit from what you're saying, then isn't that actually technically institutionalized theft?
Yeah, but in terms of like, you could say one could make the argument that taxes itself is institutionalized theft. But we wouldn't make the case that we should just get rid of taxes.
How does that have anything to do with the outcome?
Like, in terms of like what you were pointing out with like jobs, right? And you were kind of like, or you were kind of making the argument that it's like, listen, like you should have like expect a reasonable kind of like outcome. You might not have the best job, but you should be able to at least have some sort of minimum that like expectation of, okay, at least I'm able to rent an apartment. I might not be able to go on holiday every couple of months and live a lavish lifestyle, but I should be able to afford my grocery bill, afford my rent, afford my heating, things like that. You know what I mean? Because if we just ignore all possible outcomes and we only focus on, well, you had a similar opportunity, then it does get to a stage where there's people who are like super like wealthy. What would be the right word to like wealthy beyond belief, that all of a sudden they can now completely change the rules of the game.
But
They can
that's
essentially become like an ultra monarch.
but that turns into corruption on how they get super wealthy, and like that's a whole bunch of other things on that, right?
Yeah.
But they had equality of opportunity, not outcome. And even with opportunity, they can institutionalize theft. I'm not disputing that aspect, but quality of outcome definitely is institutionalized theft. Like if everybody gets everything, and I mean that's fucking communism. Then everybody has nothing.
So like one way to look at it is that there should be no institutionalized theft, right? Which means all systems that are in play basically get removed. There's no taxes anymore. There's no redistribution of wealth. It's just everybody's out to get them like for whatever they're worth and all this kind of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I point out with like that's basically anarcho-capitalism. And with the anarcho-capitalism, that's like the globalist capitalist. Like a prime example of an anarcho-capitalist would be George Soros. Now you could point to like how he originally got all his wealth in the first place, which was basically just robbing people. Same thing with the Bolsheviks. They just go into a town and say, well, your farm is now ours, give us all your food, otherwise we shoot you. All this kind of shit, right? And there is zero-sum games that like capitalists would leverage or use in order to acquire the wealth, right? And they would argue, well, yous all had the opportunity to do what I done. Yous just didn't have the guts or the nerve to, rob these banks or, play these zero-sum games. But does it make it right, though? Now, again, I'm not saying that capitalism is only zero-sum. Like I would point to, let's say, the example you brought up with Elon Musk. That's positive sum. He's creating technology, which is creating wealth, which is why he earned his wealth. But there's also capitalists that play the game of George Soros, where he undermines the economy and he gains a lot of wealth, but at the cost of the British example, where he destabilized the British currency, and that sent them into a depression, sent them into economic collapse, which means the middle class, all the way down to the lower class, all suffered from that at the hands of one man.
Feels that.
Because just because someone can do something does not mean they should do it.
But if they could make things better, shouldn't they have the opportunity to do so?
Yeah, but in terms of just talking about wealth, I mean, Like we could go into other things like health or just social standing and all this kind of stuff. But if we're just to focus on wealth, right? And like I kind of use this example,
that-
like
well,
if we
Hold
were to
on.
give every 8,
Is
Go
the
ahead.
outcome only wealth?
we could talk about health and social standing as well if you want, but I'd argue that like just talking about wealth goes more in your favor and it doesn't mine.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're looking at like the wealth system, just because we give or there's people that can acquire a certain amount of wealth doesn't mean that they're moral people. Like you point to Elon Musk, but I'd point to George Soros, I'd point to Bill Gates, people like that.
Oh,
This whole
Bill
aspect
Gates,
of if
the guy who's like trying to eliminate the population using
and
his
he has the
wealth
funds to do so.
Because he stole software. He didn't even invent anything.
No, but his
He
even
had
just
the
his monopoly
opportunity to steal
practices.
shit. I'll give you that. That actually
Yeah,
kind of
and
works in your favor.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of like the even just the monopoly practices that you try to put in place and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And he would say, "Well, you all had the same opportunity I did. I implored like this strategy. You could have done this strategy, but you didn't because that
No,
pesky morality thing got in your way."
You know, he actually held a contest where he challenged somebody to invent a better condom, and the prize was $100,000 when he's at the time had billions. How like that was an opportunity for anybody.
Well, that's a typical kind of thing that's done where they say, "Oh, like $100,000 or $1 million for anybody who can solve this complex issue," and they'll even pay them the $1 million for the complex issue, but what they don't realize, the person who solves it is that the solution to that complex issue would actually be worth billions. They're
Yeah.
paying pennies on the dollar for it. You know what I mean?
That is a weird
And they would
fact,
say,
though.
"Well, you had an equal opportunity. You just didn't capitalize off it the same way that we did."
I mean, kind of, but
Like, would you call it like going after an immoral capitalist? Would you call that institutionalized theft? Like Robin Hood, for example, would you say that Robin Hood was a thief, or would you describe him as bestowing justice?
that's actually where I was gonna go. I was trying to avoid the morality aspect of it, but that was the thought I had, and I was like, how do I avoid this? Wouldn't it still fall into equality of opportunity, not outcome? Because it's disrupting the outcome. Right? Like, so at what point does it become moral? Because Robin Hood wouldn't have had to have done what he did if it wasn't necessary morally.
Yeah, because there's certain outcomes where it's so skewed that essentially people just become slaves. And if you're restoring the balance of justice, is that theft or is it justice?
I would think in the moral part of it, justice. Damn it, did I just agree to you and lose?
It's up for chat to decide, to be honest. But if you do want us to move on to the next topic, folks, it is a $20 super chat or $10 on the Ko-Fi PayPass. Like I said, I don't want to be giving the lefties arguments for their bullshit talking points. But this is why, like, I keep banging the drum in terms of this whole kind of.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
You kind of mentioned it earlier, but like when I think of institutionalized theft, I think of like the BLM riots and like the Michael Brown and the George Floyd bullshit, where they just like set their own fucking place on fire. And like to your point, George Soros was funding people to go in there, and the shitstorm that caused.
Mm-hmm. What we would point to as like institutionalized, I don't know if you call it like institutionalized, but like this whole aspect of like, yeah, like destroying the shops and burning them down, all this kind of stuff would be one thing, but there would be like active looting going on. Like what we would call is like that's theft. They would say, no, this is restorative justice.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that one. I mean, I know that's the point that is made, but I don't know. Maybe I care about where I live and shit too much. I would never do that.
Because in a situation where equality of opportunity is taken off the board, so like think of companies that would patent all this shit or just buy up patents and like shelve the project because they have such amounts of wealth and prevent competition or prevent superior products being developed. In that situation, you would say, well, equality of opportunity is being taken off the board.
Yes.
Wouldn't equality of outcome be the only other tool left to combat against that?
Well, I would relate it to cannabis and laws that just changed here. They favored corporatization and made it really hard to get the license, but now they're like reversing it to where it's like, and they're claiming social equity, like, oh, we'll give licenses to minorities and low income and former military. The fuck they are. They're not. They're just saying it, lying. And even if they did, I don't think it would change the outcome. It's still going to be corporatized.
But if there was a certain policy or a certain thing we could do in that situation where the outcome was leveled between, let's say, the corporations and the individual, would you not support that? Would you not want an equal outcome between the individual and the corporations?
No, because that stifles progression and innovation, in my opinion. I mean, there should be a wee bit of a threat that this could fail.
Well, no, like I said, like if you could, hypothetically, the aspect of like we have like these big, like I say, big 6 or whatever number, like a small amount of corporations that basically own the whole industry. And they're like colluding and all this kind of stuff in the back end, price fixing, all this kind of shit, price gouging, and all these kind of like shady things going on. Would you not say that something would have to be done to equalize it so the individual can compete against those corporations? Because they're paying the politicians to make it impossible for individuals to grow their own, do
Well,
their own
it's the
thing, set up their own
politicians
businesses.
doing it, but I don't know. It gets weird if you level the playing field, like, and you regulate that. But I mean, they've already like screwed the pooch on it. So
Sounds like you'd be in favor of focusing on the outcome and trying to equalize it between individual and corporation, or conglomerate in some senses.
no, actually, I'd be more in favor of opportunity as far as like the way to get rid of this corporatization that I'm seeing would be to enable small businesses like mom and pop shops. And I mean, I can get into details on what laws would have to change, but like you should be able to grow it in your backyard, trim it, pass the test, and sell it on your storefront. Like this separation and all this compliance bullshit is exactly what is determining the outcome. There's no opportunity in cannabis. And
But wouldn't you still be looking to equalize the outcome?
no. No, I would just want opportunity for people who actually give a shit about cannabis.
Yeah, but the reason why you'd want more equal opportunity is to have a more balanced or more equal outcome.
Oh no, corporate's always going to be there. I'm not determining the outcome.
No, they'll be there, but it's a more level playing ground. It's a more equal
Not
outcome.
necessarily. Just give them the opportunity. They can fail just as much as anybody else. But with the licensing, there is no opportunity.
But all the mom in this situation, all the mom pop shops still, even though they still have the same or an equal opportunity, let's say, they just simply cannot compete in the market. They can take out their loans and put their capital in it, but there's just no way they're going to compete against, let's say, one of these conglomerates that is using slave labor in China or some Asian country to grow all the cannabis and then ship it back in and undercut any potential mom and pop shops.
Well, that's not how it works. As far as cannabis laws, anything grown in the state has to be sold in the state. Anything that crosses state lines, regardless of whether the states are legal, is a federal crime.
Yeah,
That
but in
part's-
that situation, like you're already saying it's bad enough with those laws in place. If we're to take away those laws and let the corporations run wild, so to speak, would you not be in favor of equalizing the outcome?
No.
So then, okay, so then how would you balance the mom and pop shops versus the corporations?
Well, that would be a multi-step process, but as far as licensing is concerned, I definitely would not. Like, if I was in charge, definitely not charge $100,000 to apply for a license that you probably aren't going to get. And I would also probably not be okay with corporations buying small people who did get licensed and absorb their licenses. Just minor changes on that. But also, the scheduling thing is a big deal. Like, deschedule it already. Is that mom and pop shops can grow it past, like, I definitely think you got to regulate that they pass tests, right? Nobody should be selling moldy, dangerous shit.
Yeah, so we do all that, and mom and pop shops still go out of business. What then? Would you be okay with that situation?
Yeah. I mean,
So
if you fail on your own accord, that's on you.
Yeah, but like if we were able to prove that despite all these changes you were putting forward, that these, corporations would still reign supreme and it would still be the same situation, would you then support the corporate cannabis corporations, or would you still aim to try and get more mom and pop shops or individuals to grow their own, or some situation like that?
I mean, in a perfect world, people should just grow their own cannabis, but that takes skill and whatnot. I just think the opportunity should be there. You should be allowed to grow your own, and mom and pop stores shouldn't have to fucking pay $100,000 just to apply for a license. I don't know where to go from there. That, like, I could see $10,000, maybe ish. Also,
Yeah,
I
but
would like to say too, there's a difference between recreational license and medical license. I'm not proposing medical license. I think you should have to pay a lot for a medical license.
Yeah, but in this hypothetical, I grant you, like, we reduce it down to 10 grand, and the mom and pop shops still cannot compete with the corporations. Would you then support corporate cannabis?
Like, as far as buying it from them, or saying they should exist?
Both.
I'd say yeah to both, actually. I would buy in. I don't know if I'd say support, but I mean, I would also way more support a mom and pop shop before I was, going and buying big corporate shit.
Well, is it not the reason why you want more like mom and pop shops versus corporations is the CEO is earning so much more, and the company itself is earning like millions or even billions in some cases, while you're not getting paid a livable wage?
I may have said that once before.
Have we changed our opinion on that, or?
Well, I did just get a fairly substantial raise. But I mean, it's still all bullshit. So no, I haven't really changed my opinion on it too much.
So would you not favor a more equal outcome between you and the CEO?
Oh yeah, they're retarded. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They're fucking, all their literature is so AI generated that they don't even take out the cited part. Like when you look something up in Grok and it shows you like what it's citing, they don't even take the time to remove that part. It's so ridiculous.
So in that situation, you would support the quality of outcome?
What do you mean? Like, as far as me getting paid?
Yeah.
Well,
More equal pay between you and your CEO.
Hold up. How does that relate to outcome? Because, I mean, that's still opportunity, right? As much as I hate them.
No,
I
you have the opportunity to start your own business and all this kind of stuff and be your own CEO.
I kind of am my own CEO in a side thing, but I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah. But it's still not guaranteeing an outcome.
No, the outcome is the pay.
That's a little short-sighted, isn't it?
Sounds like you support it.
Trying
And
really
also,
hard not to.
DK, we know exactly who you are. If you want to come on panel and call me a Jew and all that kind of shit, we're in the home stretch anyways. So, like I
I
said,
gotta
it is
get
what
into
it
that
is.
piercing. So I can go work my big corporate job.
Now work a corporate job, man.
Selling the
You're a
drugs.
sellout, man. Working for the corporations. I need to get my California accent down, to be honest. I think that's my next main task. But and speaking about selling out, chat, we need to spin the wheel. I do not want to give communist ammunitions, okay? We need $20 super chat or $10, only $10 coming at half price for you using Ko-Fi or PayPal. You do not even need account for the Ko-Fis, okay? You can even do anonymous if you like in order to spin the wheel. Okay, we want to spin the wheel so we produce better conversations, more prompts. Did you not like previous topic? Okay, we talk about World War II. I'm pretty sure DK Spiracy, he would love the conversations of the World War II. If we want to select a specific topic, maybe it is $50 super chat or only $25 on the Ko-Fis or the PayPals. Okay, comrades?
I can attest that Ko-Fi is super fucking easy to use. And what's super cool about Ko-Fi as opposed to PayPal when you're donating to Terriac is that there's a Ko-Fi bot so that his Tylenol taking ass sees that you donated.
Hey, I don't take the Tylenols. My mom took the Tylenols, which is what gave me the tisms. Now all I have to do is like rhythms with the tisms. That's all I can really do is just rhythms with the tisms. You know?
Fair.
And speaking of which, to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took the Tylenol, okay? It is what it is.
Also, 5 minutes till
is what it is.
420 somewhere. Just saying.
Well, it's 420 twice a day, and speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure I'm going to regret this, but gotta guess backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. DK Spiracy. G'day, mate.
I fucking hate how you introduce me, motherfucker.
Why, you're not a gay rights activist?
Nope, I'm not. Because
Why
I'm
not?
not Jewish.
Oh, okay. So, wait, is gay just another word for Jew?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you have like these pride parades, that's all Jewish parades?
Yes.
How is it Jewish?
Because they're the one that have been promoting it worldwide, and that's the whole reason there was even book burning in Germany back during World War II, or just before World War II. The books that were burned were the degenerate, pornographic, faggotry, and a lot of their transgender research and shit. You know,
Okay,
everyone
interesting.
thinks that they were burning religious books. No, they were burning Jewish degeneracy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
So when you're talking about like the final solution, what's the final solution to you?
I never
DK?
talked about a final solution.
No, but when the Germans talked about the final solution, what is the
I don't
final
know.
solution?
I wasn't there.
Okay. But when
And
you're
is
doing
it
your
the fact
research,
that they said it, or the fact that the Jews wrote about it and said it after the war?
well, there's a signed document.
Because, I mean, the fact
by-
is, the Germans never called themselves Nazis either.
Right. But we,
No, they
we
didn't.
have a...
No, they actually didn't. The Germans were a National Socialistic Democratic Party
Workers'
or
Party.
something.
Yeah. National Socialist Workers
And then the
Party. Yeah.
Jews, because they control the media, started calling everyone Nazi. But the word Nazi actually only stems from Ashkenazi. That is the only reference I found to the word Nazi anywhere in history before the Jews started calling the Germans Nazis.
But what about the
Now, dude,
July
I'm
30?
sorry if I have to educate your audience and you.
Yeah, oh no, please, comrade. We are here to be educated by you, comrade.
Of course you are.
July
Yeah, of course you
31st,
are, or you wouldn't have let me
1940
on again.
July 31st, 1941 is a signed document by Goering where he specifically talks about the final or the total solution of the Jewish question.
Yeah, no, Goering was a fucking weirdo. Like, don't get me wrong. There was definitely fuckwits.
Right.
And, like, yeah, in the fucking, like, yeah, in the German army, there was definitely fuckwits. Like, Goebbels
Okay.
and Goering, like, there was definitely fuckwits. Don't get me wrong. But there was actually shitloads of Jews in the SS.
Hmm. Interesting.
In
Well,
fact,
thankfully,
George
thankfully,
Soros
one sec,
was one of the people who
We
used
have-
to actually go
we-
and rob his neighbors' houses
Mhm.
for the Germans.
But we actually have a gay rights activist to talk about this issue directly with you, DK, because you said that being gay or gay rights activism is Judaism. But thankfully, we have a gay rights activist backstage. You can discuss this.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacob Blaze, welcome to the show.
Yo, just in time.
Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Also, appreciate you stopping by, Shazzy. Have a good one. This is going to get wild. So, DK, you're saying that Jack is Jewish because he's a gay rights activist.
Yep. Or paid by them.
shalom,
or
Jack.
brainwashed by them. Yep.
Well, yeah, we just know I'm just rolling it in, you know, just rolling it in.
That's all right. He's
where you
trying
gonna
to
park
throw
that
me
hose?
under the bus and use you as the bus.
Comrade, I know throw people on the bus. This is false accusations. Okay, I'm trying to promote the discussions, the educations. Okay, we need to understand the research you have done to justify positions. Okay, comrade.
What the fuck are you talking about? You see, you connect this with the this, and then you can check the power. You see, you understand? Don't fucking act like a fucking retard.
I do not know what things are.
Well, you
comrade.
don't know
Can
what
can you
fucking
please-
logic and language is anymore all of a sudden.
No, can you teach me laws of logic, please?
I don't know if I can. I'm sorry. Some people are beyond it.
Okay.
I mean, I tried last time, and all you did was try and get chat to vote me off the panel.
So, you know, I just want to understand, like, what are the 3 laws of logic?
You tell me. You seem to know it.
No, you're the one
Do
that
you
said
follow
that.
it yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So what are they? Come on. You know it.
But you're the one that said.
I didn't say
brought
it. You're
logic
the one
into
who
this.
said it. You brought it up. Don't
Yeah.
fucking throw it at me.
No, wait, you're the one that was talking about logic.
I
just asked what the laws
didn't
were.
actually say that. You did.
I definitely said that.
Yeah. See, you're misquoting anything I've said.
Well, I asked Jack, who brought up logic first?
I just got here. I didn't hear it.
Jack, you fucking waste of space, Jack. You need to stop smoking your brains out, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm just being honest.
saying-
I got back here and
Go
I
that way. Listen, you're supposed to be his backup to come at me.
One sec, boys.
Serious. He wanted to do like, yes, now we've got this guy. Yeah, he's going to go at DK. And you're just like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I
That
just
was
I
like
just,
a big backfire.
I've been meaning to
Okay,
I've been
comrades.
hold on. I've been meaning to come up for a second. I just been busy, you know.
Okay, comrade. Yeah,
So
yes.
let's not spread, you know.
What are we not?
Uno momento, por favore, okay? This
Yeah.
is
Hopefully
previous...
Mary.
Okay.
Yeah, comrade, okay? Pay attention, okay? This is direct
Mm.
quote, okay? You want panel, you says this. I do not know what things are.
Right, you don't
comrade.
know
Can
what
can
fucking
please-
logic and language is anymore all of a sudden.
No.
Okay, that's
teach
what it
me
was.
the laws
Okay,
of logic,
I see.
please?
Ah,
That's the part that I
okay,
missed.
because I
Yep.
said that, and now he's asking me what I think logic is, and he's trying
Yes,
to say
well-
that according to him, or maybe according to some book or something else he read, that there's only
Like
three
maybe
points
some
for
book.
logic that he wants me to clarify for him.
Yeah, can you please clarify? What are
No.
the 3 laws of logic?
I haven't read the book that you read. You tell me what you think logic is. You read a book that tells you what logic is.
You're the one that says I don't understand what logic and language is. So
Yeah,
if I
I
don't
don't think you
understand
do.
it, how can I
Yeah, I don't
teach you
think
what
you
it
do.
is?
So tell me what you
Hold
think
on,
it is.
hold on. DK, phone a friend. I'll give you the first one.
No, don't help him. Don't help him. He's the teacher, comrade. He's going to educate us. So what
Man,
these
you
3
think
laws
that
of
I
say
have
logic?
to
that.
go by book logic, and all of your fucking textbooks are written by fucking Jews anyway.
So there is no
Yeah.
logic.
Would
So
I
there's-
have to
yeah,
go
there's-
by
yeah.
what a Jewish definition in a fucking textbook is?
Yeah, but you're the ones that says that it's like I don't have the logic or the language.
Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, actually bought the publishing company that prints every fucking textbook in almost every school worldwide. So the Jews write everything that you fucking know, and you're trying to use that against me.
No, you're the one that brought logic and
No,
language into this.
honestly, you're trying to use their definitions against me. Come on, bro. What do you think logic is? Because
Well,
Why does he have to
first
tell
of all,
you the
I-
answer,
I-
though?
That is the thing, that the evidence lies with the claimer, not the claimee. But this clip is just for you, DK.
You're a cunt.
So what are the 3 laws of logic, DK?
Okay, that was funny. I'll give you that. That was actually funny, motherfucker.
It always is.
It always is. It always is, boys.
Yep.
But DK, you want to talk to us about logic and being logical and
No,
shit like that.
that's it.
So
You tell me what you think the 3 points of logic are, and then
no, not points, the laws.
and then or whatever tenets, whatever word you used before, and I will dispute them. Let's see. I may agree with some, but I may not. Let's see. Let's see what
Okay,
your Jew
well,
book told you
thankfully-
logic is.
Thankfully, right? See, what happened was like my mom took Tylenols when she was pregnant, so I got
Well,
the
that
schisms,
explains a
okay?
lot.
But we do have a clip that outlines the 3 laws of logic from the one and only Mr. Beaky.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the
Really?
fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where you don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking
Do you want
crazy,
to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Anything else,
third-
deep shit?
hey,
Okay,
what was
you
the
have
third
problem with 3 laws.
Dude, what was the third one?
The law of
the
excluded middles. Okay, you understand,
Excluded
comrade?
middles.
Yeah, what
Yes.
does that mean?
Like, it's all good for you to repeat some Jewish fucking definitions. Do you actually have any idea what the
Okay.
shit you're fucking promoting is?
How's that Jewish?
No, comrade. Can you teach me, please?
Is it
No,
Jewish
I'm asking
because
if you
don't
actually know what you're
understand
saying. You run
Is
around
logic Jewish?
using this like a winning
What?
fucking home run, and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's basically saying that the statement is either true or false. For excluded
You mean
middle.
unlike the first 2 laws saying that?
Huh?
What?
Well, the first one was the law of identity. Second one was the law of exclusivity. And the third one is something about don't be in the middle.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I don't
no,
think
no,
you
no,
heard it
comrade. completely. It is.
You got the
it
first
is
one, but-
Law of identity, law of non-contradiction. Okay, non-contradiction.
Contradiction.
And
Sorry,
and
my bad.
then
Yeah, I
and
don't-
yes, comrade, yes. And then
I
law of
don't
excluded
usually
middles.
contradict myself. I usually contradict other people.
Right. Okay. So you understand, right? You understand? Like we're on the same page now.
And the third one was something about fucking not being in the middle. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I've picked a side.
So are the laws of logic no longer Jewish anymore, or are they still Jewish?
Oh, they're all still Jewish.
Okay.
But,
So
Fine
logic
with some
Jewish?
Don't get me wrong. They are written by Jews, but the first two definitely make sense. Third one, you haven't been able to like clarify that at all. So you bring up shit like a home run when you can't even fucking define it.
Are you?
Yeah, so
Aren't you the
it's-
one
Came
trying
out
to
of this
teach?
on the spot.
I'm
It's not like
confused.
a 1,000-year-old thing.
It is interactive lesson, Jack. Okay, he's trying to get us to think for ourselves, comrades. We need to think for ourselves. Okay, please be patient. His mother, she took the Tylenols like my mother. Okay, he is the tisms. Okay,
The reason she took Tylenol is because she kept dropping you on your head and felt bad.
yeah. So basically,
Just
like where
dropping
it's
him on
talking
his
about law of identity means that like we can identify things, like certain what would be the word to describe, like certain things. we
It
can
should
give
be
them-
identify the truth, but see, you can't even paraphrase or define that. But yeah.
Oh, you know laws of logic, comrade. You teach me then. You teach me. I have problems
No,
with
no, carry
the
on.
logic.
I said, I'll
Oh,
refuse
carry
to
on.
fucking
Okay,
fix
okay.
your shit
So
'cause
we
you're broken as
have
fuck.
certain entities.
You got
certain
dropped on your head
entities.
too
Okay.
often. Too much
Of
Tylenol.
course, comrade.
Come on.
Of course. So we have certain
Don't
entities.
try and throw me under the bus.
We have
Like,
we
you've got,
have
you've got, like, this
entities.
channel.
We-
You have the balls to actually say things, and all you're trying
Course,
to do is
comrade,
make
of
me look
course.
stupid. When so far all that's happened is I
Oh no,
think that you've
comrade,
made
you
yourself
do that all
look
by
really-
yourself. Do not give me credit. It's all your credit. I
I'm
do
not.
want to
I
take
said you made
credit
yourself
from you,
look
comrade.
inept.
So, law of identity means we have certain entities, and we can attribute, we can put attributes on entity to identify them. Okay, that is first law of logic. That is first law of logic. Okay. Second law of logic is non-contradiction. So A cannot equals the not A. Okay, you understand?
Okay.
Yes, so identity, the entity A, whatever identify this, whatever attributes, not A cannot be A.
I know you're telling the story.
Okay, and then excluded middle means A or not A. You understand? Cannot be
Excluded
A
middle
and not
means,
A.
yeah, there's true or false. There is no third option.
Correct, comrade. As Muslims say, Alhamdulillah.
And I told you.
Alhamdulillah, Habibi. Repeat after me. Alhamdulillah.
While you suck Jew dick.
What?
I do not know why you bring up your past times, but keep
I
between you
brought
and
up yours.
internet service
I brought out
provider.
your pastime. Nice try.
So logic is Jewish? I just want to clarify.
No, the definitions that are being used are Jewish because they write all your fucking books.
And they wrote the logic?
No, they wrote the definition of it.
Right.
Doesn't mean it's true just because they wrote it. What do you actually think, if you don't look at a book, how would you define logic yourself without going by these rules that a Jew wrote down for you?
Well,
Yes,
how
I'm
would I
asking
be
you
able to
personally, come
distinct
on.
what those gay sounds coming out of your mouth are if I didn't have a reference for them?
Sorry, you're the one who's the gay proponent.
Yep.
Well, at least that's how Teriak fucking advertised you.
No, comrade, we are not gay. We are delivered, comrade.
I'm not gay no more.
I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
We do not like the means.
Dude, did you just say you're beleaguered and then call me comrade? Like, you know, with the Bolshevik takeover run by the Jews in Russia and the Holodomor and shit.
Sounds pretty logical to me.
Yes.
Right.
Of course.
Okay. So you accept that the Jews did that?
Honestly, at this point, I'm confused. Like, what haven't the Jews done in your mind? What haven't they done?
Make a fucking decent
Good
society.
question. Okay.
Dude,
You
all
see,
they do
like, I
is try and
need-
infiltrate everyone else's societies and take over.
Interesting. See, like I need DK Spiracy to come on panels actually, because like with all this like heat that I'm getting being called a Nazi, I need him to come on panels so I can
You
then
actually
say it's
get
like
called
no,
a
like
Nazi. Holy shit. I get told I'm not racist enough. What the shit?
yeah, it's a cruel
You get
world.
called
DK.
a Nazi
Cruel
and
world.
I get told I'm
Yep.
not racist enough.
Yeah, you probably would get that criticism.
Especially in the upside down. That's why we
Oh
don't
no, it's
take
not
it
in the upside
seriously.
down. I stream myself. I stream on Rumble. Everyone thinks I'm not racist enough. In fact,
Yeah,
I'm
but
getting
you-
given shit for being here in the first place.
The reason why you're in upside down world is because you're not even Australian. You're like the team
I'm
version of
fucking in New
Australia.
Zealand, bro.
Yeah, you're the team of Australia.
It's not even Prime Day.
Try
there.
harder, motherfucker. You're not going to upset me. Australia was the prison colony. New Zealand was the fucking hardcore motherfuckers who went whaling and sealing and actually used to sail to Antarctica before they made it off limits. Try again.
No, I thought.
No,
I
try
thought
again,
the
bro.
New Zealanders.
You ain't going to be able
Yeah.
to run me down because
Yeah.
you don't know shit.
I thought the New Zealanders were like all the Australians, like the outcasts from Australia. They all went to New Zealand.
No. You thought
What
wrong.
they call them, the All
See,
Blacks.
maybe you should stop thinking and stop reading Jew books.
Oh, okay. But it kind of makes sense though that like all the people they didn't want in
I
Australia.
don't
They're
care
like, nah,
what you
these
think
cunts are-
makes sense. You're kind of
'Cause-
fucking wrong.
Why would
You're
they call
Irish,
these All
aren't you?
Blacks then?
You're Irish, aren't you? you
No,
standing up
comrade. I am Soviet.
on in
I am Soviet
Belfast?
spy. I am Soviet spy, comrade.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at this point in time.
Hey, you do not like
I'm
the Russia?
Jew, commie, fucking Russian cunt, motherfucker,
Mm.
Russia.
So just to clarify, like I'm communist, but I'm also Nazi.
So you're an Ashkenazi, yeah, like I said, Jewish.
Okay, so I'm Jewish, but I also get called a Nazi.
It's all right. I get called a Nazi and then get told I'm not racist enough.
Right. And why are you not racist enough?
Because I believe each nation needs to actually work together with the people in the nation to get rid of the illegals and get rid of the Jewish fucking problem.
But how is that not racist enough?
I know, right? You'd have to ask the people who say that I'm not racist enough.
No, but I'm asking you for the clarification. Like, how could you be more racist? That's
Because I'd have to say, only white people, I hate everyone, and we need to get rid of everybody. See, I don't say that. So I'm not
Yeah, but
racist enough.
But if you acknowledge that there are white countries, then saying that
Hey,
you want to
white
get rid of
countries
the
still have
non-whites
other
of that
people
white
that
country.
live in those countries. Get rid of the illegals, get rid of the fucking Jewish control.
Okay.
So eliminate the
So you-
cause and then deal with the symptoms after.
So you wouldn't get rid of the refugees, the legal refugees. You wouldn't get rid of them.
What legal refugees? It's all bullshit, man. They're all
Oh,
paid
sweetie.
to fly to your country.
Sweetie,
by
I'm
fucking
so
Jews.
glad you asked, sweetie.
Jewish
One
NGOs
sec.
fly every one of those
Hey,
motherfuckers.
comrade,
Dude,
comrade,
how does my
we
country get
these-
fucking refugees? How do I get fucking
comrade,
refugees in New
comrade,
Zealand?
I have-
Some
I
cunt
have
has
video
to
for
pay
you.
for a plane ticket for them to fly
Comrade, I have
hundreds of thousands of people
evidence.
to my country.
Evidence, comrade. Evidence. Okay,
Oh, fuck off, Egg.
listen.
Stop
Okay,
fucking putting
this
on
guy,
your shit fucking accent.
he is.
Or is this you actually
Would you
showing
like
your
me to
true
put on my
your
Materville,
true colours?
Tennessee accent?
See, you're not actually.
DK,
I don't actually
DK,
know
this,
what the fuck you are.
this
Other
guy
than a
right
fake
here,
motherfucker
he's
on YouTube.
he's a legal
I'm trying to have a
refugee,
real
sir.
conversation with you while you keep being a fuckwit.
He's
Yeah,
a
no,
re-
honestly,
he's a
blame
legal
me
refugee,
for you
sir.
being a fuckwit. It
Who's
works.
This sir, this sir right here is a legal refugee, sir. Listen to his story.
Okay, so you're fleeing war.
Excuse me?
Are you fleeing war?
Yeah, prosecution.
Prosecution?
Yeah,
Where?
Nigeria.
There's war in Nigeria?
No, it's a sexuality thing.
Sexuality?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Where I come from, if you are bisexual or homosexual, you get killed. So.
So you're gay?
Yeah, you have to take off. Yes.
Okay. And how are you finding Letterkenny? Are you settling in well?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Are you working?
Not yet. Still looking for.
And where are you staying?
It's just beside the McGettigans over there.
And all paid for? All sorted by the government?
Government, yes.
Great government.
Oh, fantastic. This is the land of Tien and Og.
1,000 welcomes.
Yes, Kukulin said come and we're here.
And you're out on a Saturday night?
Oh, but of course, we're going to have fun out there.
You're happy in Ireland?
This is airing.
And have you got family at home?
Oh, yes, I do.
So what have you got at home?
And my wife and 2 kids, 2 sons.
Okay.
So this gay man has a wife and 2 kids at home, but he's fleeing persecution for being gay. Okay. He's classified as a legal refugee. So would you get rid of him, or would you say no, he's legal, so he gets to stay?
I know how to get rid of him.
Okay, so it's not just the illegals.
Well, what's he a refugee from? He's got
Nigeria.
a fucking family and he wants to fuck guys.
Yeah, but his status
but
is a
that's
legal
on him.
refugee.
No, that's on him. That's his personal decision. That's on him. Why the fuck would any other country want him?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Like they're exploiting the legal systems.
But out your fucking butt. You're fucking full of shit, cunt. You're a fucking skinny, Jew-loving motherfucker who does this to me all the time.
A spot contradictions, comrade. Is that it?
There was 100% contradictions on his part.
Yes.
And yours.
You don't say.
I
But
think
he's
that's
a
being
legal
disputed.
Welcome to the party, bro.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, you successfully agree.
Welcome to party, comrade.
Scabby Jew Bolshevik motherfucker.
So, like, it seems like you agree with me.
On which
So, do you want to revise your original position?
Which bit do I agree with you about?
Yeah. So you said you only want to get rid of the illegals, but I showed you a dude that's technically
Oh, no, I
classified
said
as
all of
illegal.
them. No, I said all of them.
Okay. Yeah.
I
So
said
then,
illegals
right?
and well, I think I said illegals and refugees. I mean, I'm sure you can go back and check, but I think I
So
said
all of them. Yeah,
illegals
we're just
and
getting rid of all of them.
refugees.
So how could you be more racist if you're saying just get rid of everybody and just leave the nationals? How could you be more racist?
Because in my country there's Maoris that are nationals, and because I don't want to get rid of all the Maoris, I'm not racist enough.
But they're nationals.
Right. See how that works?
No.
No, I don't. Can you explain?
Right. No, but that's what I mean. That's why I'm not racist enough, because I don't want to get rid of the actual nationals who aren't white. So I'm not racist enough.
Right.
Yeah.
So one sec, where would you get rid of the Marys to?
I'm not the one who wants to do it. I said I'll fucking work with them to get rid of the fucking Jew, you dumbass. Are you deaf? I said other people say I'm not racist enough.
Yeah, but like surely you're an educated man. Like that would have been a question you would have asked him. Like, where do we put the Marys then?
I didn't ask that. Because I said, why the fuck
Oh, okay.
should anyone else be dictating when they say they're a nationalist. And to be honest, I had this argument with someone who had like 1,800 viewers, live viewers, at the time on a call-in show. And I got abused for like weeks over saying this. I was like, well, so if you're a nationalist, what do you call a fucking American nationalist? Do you include like the Native Americans? Do you include like the Mexicans who were there before the wars and shit? Like, who do you actually count as an American? And the guy had no fucking answer. He's a massive white power fucking guy too. Someone tried to get me to call in and I did once. And he couldn't answer any of my questions and I got abused to fuck.
Oh, that's a pretty easy answer, in my opinion.
And how would you define an American, or how would you define a nationalist in terms of a particular nation? If you want to use,
if your family's been here for 100 years, you're good.
Right. Okay, but if the country was established like over 100 years ago, like in America's case, it's like 250 years.
Almost exactly.
Yeah.
I wasn't defining an American. I was defining what was New Zealand, and I was putting it putting it back on the white power dude in America, and he couldn't answer. I was saying what it is for New Zealand, and he couldn't answer for America, and then I got abused for not being racist enough.
Yeah, so like, if we, let's say, flood New Zealand with a shit ton of like, Pakistani Muslims.
They're already doing it. What the fuck are you on about? I just said I was fucked up with that already.
Listen, right? But we don't do anything about.
I'm saying this is already happening. That's why I'm fucked off.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. So, but like they stay there for 100 years. Does that mean that they're now New Zealanders?
The fuck are you on about, man?
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
I do, but what is the point in a hypothetical when we have a real life situation that is more worth actually
test your
talking
logic.
about?
It's to test your logic.
Yeah, I'm testing. You claim that if like someone's there for 100 years, that makes them a national, right? If their origin can go back to 100 years, that makes them a national. So I'm there saying, like, I'm giving you an example of if we like imported in just like the whole of Pakistan into New Zealand and then waited 100 years, would they be New Zealanders?
Well, I don't want to wait 100 years for them to become New Zealanders.
But they would be classified as New Zealanders.
I don't want to wait 100 years for them to be classified New Zealanders.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like you'd say that they would become New Zealanders in that case.
Wow. Right, nice, interesting twist of words. Well done. I'll give you that. Well done. Well done. I'll give you that.
Say yes or no. Just say yes or no. He's giving you options.
I'm going to say no. I don't believe they would assimilate into our country. I believe they would try and bring their own fucking mores, rituals, religions, and try and set up their own enclaves, if not try and push their agenda and their religion through government and shit. The same as is happening in England and in fucking America. You have either a Jew side or a Muslim side. If you look at politics, that's it. No, that's it. You don't have.
Seems like
you don't actually have a white side in politics in America anymore.
So it seems like your definition of a national falls flat in its face. Simply just putting 100 years of origin.
Like if you're just going to try and nitpick when you're fucking wrong, fair enough. You're looking for a loophole in what I say to try and make it look like I'm wrong when you know I'm fucking right.
No, I'm just trying to understand your position.
So you're just acting like some scabby fucking Jew who's trying to find a loophole to allow you to be anywhere.
Is there anything that's not Jewish? I'm just wondering.
Good question, Doc, actually. Is there anything?
I don't know.
Because I think personally that
To be honest, I actually think it's all three Abrahamic religions that all work together. That's why they want to make the one world religion. Funnily enough, the one world religion is only a combination of the three Abrahamic religions. They don't include any other religion. There's only those three, which were all written
Shout
by
out.
fucking Jews.
One sec. Because we got to go through the shekels. Shout out to Kronos for the 2 shekels. Says, dude just needs a sheep. I kind of agree with that. The wheel bank is now up to $2, $18 to spin, or $9 using Ko-Fi or PayPal. So, but like DK, it does sound like you're some sort of a Jewish supremacist because you basically say that you claim that the Jews created everything.
No, I don't. I say they fucking have infiltrated everything we created. I never said they created shit. They've infiltrated everything we created.
So, are the laws of logic Jewish or not?
Did you get it from a book written by a Jew?
No.
How do you know? Who wrote the book that you got those laws from?
Well, it goes back plenty of years back to Aristotle, I do believe.
You know, who wrote the book that you got those laws from?
Yeah, Aristotle.
No, you didn't. Who was the author of the book that you got those laws from?
I mean, I don't know how many times these guys say that. It's Aristotle.
Yeah, dude, this is before Jesus.
No, he never gave the fucking. No, he never gave the author's name.
How many
Aristotle.
Aristotle.
It predates.
Oh, so Aristotle. So one of the people who actually went against the Christian Catholic Church and tried to say that the earth was round instead of flat. Yeah, one of those people. All right.
Yeah, it's from his book called Logic.
Oh, so one person wrote a book called Logic, who was a scabby Jew
Aristotle.
trying to discredit God, and that's where you get your information from.
Doesn't discredit God.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Globe Earth actually discredits God and discredits the Bible. Yeah, it does.
It actually does not.
It actually 100% does. But okay.
Based on what? Where's
Go
the
look up
contradiction?
Genesis yourself, man. I'm not going to repeat it for you. Sure, you can do it yourself.
Sorry, I did get something wrong. The name of the book on Logic was collectively known as the Organon. We like to be precise here, but that's where we get the laws of logic from. But are you claiming that Aristotle was Jewish?
Yes.
Okay, so
is there a person that wasn't Jew at this point?
Shitloads. Jews are actually a minority, but they had the superiority of being in temples and shit and actually being taught to read and write, whereas most people weren't.
I'm too high.
But if they're minorities, right, and everything is a Jewish problem, then how is how does that compute? Are you saying that everything's been done by them? I'm kind of confused.
Ask yourself why they got kicked out of 109 countries over 1,000 times.
I'm supposed to ask myself that over 1,000 times.
DK,
Did you not know that? Did you not know that?
I got a quick question.
Everyone thinks it's just a trope. No, they've been kicked out of 109. It's actually more now. There's actually been 2 more countries this year that have thrown fucking Jews out of their countries. It's actually up to 111.
So I'm just curious.
And they've been kicked out over 1,000 times. They keep going back to those countries after getting kicked out. That means they've been kicked out from the countries they went to roughly 9 or 10 times.
Right. But yeah, I was just curious, like if somewhere theoretically, if there was a let's just say a group of people or a principal which told the truth, do you think that the other people who don't want the truth to be heard, do you think that they would, I don't know, persecute those people or attack them?
No, never.
Wait.
Right? No, never.
What
No.
was tax for Jews? Usury is a Jewish thing.
Do what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Usury is a Jewish thing and it is only enforced upon non-Jews and non-Muslims. Did you realize that Muslim countries don't actually pay interest? Jewish countries, like Israel, does not pay interest. The only people that pay interest are non-Jews and non-Muslims.
And there's no like chance that
No,
there's, like,
fucking go
deals
check
or
that out, man.
logic
Like,
and
serious.
negotiation and shit.
Dude,
But what does that
I'm
have to
giving
do
you-
with what I
I'm giving
said?
you information to check. Go check it.
But
You got
was-
shitloads. Oh, you got people in your chat. Someone go check if I'm wrong. Muslim countries
Yeah, no,
do
we-
not pay
we know what-
interest. Jewish
Yeah, we know
country
what usury
doesn't
is.
pay interest.
Yeah. So why don't you just loan money off a Christian?
We're not allowed to fucking print money. It's illegal.
Uh-huh.
It's called counterfeiting.
So one sec, because we're almost there. Your claim is that the Jews own all the money.
Yes.
So then, how are you not a Jewish supremacist? You think they control everything?
I'm not a Jewish supremacist. I think they have too much control.
So
but
wouldn't you
you're the one that's
do something about
claiming that they
that?
control everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
No,
trying to
see,
get that dude here.
you're trying to twist it round and say that I think they're awesome. No, I don't. I think they have infiltrated people through payouts and blackmail, and they've got themselves into positions of power in way too many areas of all of our societies. They have control of NGOs. They have control of most of the fucking governments. They have control of the judicial system. And so that is something we need to focus on.
So, are you saying that Jews have equality of outcome and are institutionalizing theft?
What? Say that louder. I didn't hear that.
I just read the prompt, but applied it to Jews.
So Shazzy brings up a good point here, DK. Like, what is God to you?
God is the fucking thing that is the arcade owner. We're just playing one video game in the arcade.
Okay, and if God allowed or facilitated the Jews to control everything, would that not kind of align with them saying that they're God's chosen people because they're chose to control everything?
Well, see, everyone mistakes the fact that God created this for the fact that he must be doting over everything and listening to everyone's thoughts of every second of the day. See, if we're looking at it from completely outside of everything, would time not be different for the creator? See, what if he made a fucking terrarium and then he goes to work each day and he checks on it after work each day? For him, that's like each day he checks on it. For us, it's every several thousand years he checks on it. So he checks on it every so often and goes, fuck, everything's fucked. Now I got to fix it again. What do you think? The Great Flood.
Yeah, but isn't the Old Testament literally Jewish?
Yes, it is.
So
But
this whole thing of
the
we're
fact
getting it
is,
from
it's not just the Bible. There is actually
yeah, but then why you believe in the
there's
Jews?
documented evidence from
Why you believe in
civilizations
the
all
Torah?
around the world that say the Great Flood happened. So the fact that the Bible actually includes that does not mean
Yeah, but it's in the
strictly
Torah
a
as well.
biblical event.
Yeah, but it's in the Torah.
Exactly. Jews wrote that too.
So
Exactly what?
yeah. So why are you believing Jews then? If you claim that all they do is lie.
What? Say that again?
You said you can't trust anything written by a Jew. They just like to subvert and all this kind of stuff. But you're literally directly quoting Jewish scripture.
I know. I said there's hundreds of civilizations around the world that corroborate that. I'm saying the fact that it's also in the Bible, and you mentioned the Torah as well, doesn't mean that another 100 fucking civilizations didn't actually document it.
Okay, yeah, I get you. So, but why would you, like the Jews are supposed to corrupt everything and like tell lies and all this kind of shit. So
Yes.
why would they be telling the truth in this book?
But why would they put one historical event in it, but yet remove all the books from the Bible that actually say why it happened?
Like what book, for example?
Book of Enoch.
Right. So then why do all
Look
the
at the
Christians not
Watchers.
put it in? Okay.
Have you
yeah,
not
yeah.
gone and looked up anything else yourself and you're just trying to give me shit? Because this
No,
doesn't
no,
work
I've
very
read-
well for people.
I've read the Book of Enoch.
Good.
Even I've literally live streamed it and everything. But like, why? I'm still not understanding. Like, why wouldn't the Christians include it?
Because it's a fucking book written by Jews. Christianity didn't start till what? Depending on which thing you go look at, between 40 and 100 years after Jesus died, they went and asked the apostles, because apparently the apostles couldn't read and write. So someone had to go and ask them their story, and then it got written up as the New Testament.
Just real quick, want to shout out a proper Australian, not a Team Australian, the original Vintage. You're more than welcome, Vintage. We're basically at the final home stretch now. We're just having a little bit of fun, trying to be educated, to find out the truth. But you're saying that like the Christians didn't include Book of Enoch because it was written by a Jew, but you just claimed that the Jews didn't include Enoch because they wanted to hide that history. See the contradiction?
No. It's the fact that people recited what they had, what they knew. Shit got written up, but then they wouldn't canonize certain books and wouldn't include them in the Bible because it would contradict the rest of what they were trying to portray about the Jews being the chosen people.
Yeah, I get the Jews not including Enoch in the Torah, but why didn't the Christians include Enoch? in
Same
the Bible?
reason.
So the Christians are just Jews?
Yes.
And Muslims, they're Jews as well?
Yep.
But the Muslims...
They just don't realize it. But yep. But all
But you
three
just said-
groups are controlled religions, which everyone calls a Brahmic, but it's all written by the same group of people, and it's all written by the fake Jews. They
fake
learn how
Jews.
to read and write and print books or whatever, and that got passed around as truth.
Right, but you were just telling us that Muslims don't do usury,
They don't.
but they're still Jews.
Jews don't do usury, dumbass.
Okay,
Huh?
but the Christians...
They only use it on
Jews.
non-Jews and on Muslims.
Right, so then... what does
Muslims
that
and
make the Chri-
Jews do not pay interest.
So why
Like
do the
Muslim
Christians do
countries, like
usury
if they're in
then?
a white country, different story. But if they're in a Muslim country, no fucking interest. Jewish country, no fucking interest.
Okay, I
Christian
gotta ask
country,
the question.
you
I
get
gotta ask the
fucking
question.
charged
This way.
First of
out the
all,
arse.
the fuck is a Jew?
Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
What is a Jew? Let's go ultra simple and foundational and just like start from here. What is a Jew, DK?
And which sense? People who claim to be, or the actual true definition of?
Both.
True definition of is the tribes of Israel who were kicked out of the kingdom of heaven after they killed Jesus. The fake Jews now are now like the Ashkenazi, the Khazarians, the Hasidic, that have latched on to Judaism and have used that as a way to actually proclaim victimhood and insinuate themselves into everything, while also screaming out how they need reparations from everyone else for all of these past crimes all through history.
Yeah, so like to clarify this thing, because you're claiming that the Jews don't do usury, and that makes the Muslims Jews because they don't do usury, but the Christians do usury. We also claim that the Christians are Jews. So based on that, you're saying that Jews both do usury and don't do usury. Can you solve that contradiction?
Wait, say that again?
You claim that the Jews don't do usury, and that's why you say that Muslims are also Jews.
Oh, no, they
usury.
impose it on fucking Christian nations, but they can't impose it on Muslim nations or on Israel. Israel and Muslim nations do not pay interest, and that is what usury is.
Yeah, so
try again. Try harder, bro.
So, no.
Hey, come on, dude. I've answered that like 3 times already.
Yeah. Here's the flaw.
No, serious. I've actually answered that one question at least 3 times already.
Yeah.
That was your big, I got you thing, and I've answered it repeatedly.
Yeah. All Christian countries then are just controlled by Jews and Muslim countries.
Wow. So who controls Israel? Yeah, I'm going to
talking about the Christian countries.
On you. Who controls Israel?
I'm just talking about the Christian countries.
Yeah, no. Who controls Israel?
No, let's stay on my question.
No, let's not keep going on with your I'm fucking wrong about everything shit.
I never said you're wrong. I'm just asking questions here.
Who controls Israel?
I say the Jews.
Right. So
yeah,
the Jews control one country, you think, right?
That's what I'm asking you. Is the Christian countries controlled by
who controls the Reserve Bank?
Can you answer my question?
Right, you aren't answering mine. Who controls the Reserve Bank?
I answered your question about Israel. The Jews control Israel. So can you answer the question about who controls the Christian countries?
Who controls the Reserve Bank?
Because I have a feeling you know where this is going. Because it's like if the Jews control the Christian countries,
in circle because you're a fucking Jew who's fucking protecting everything.
Oh, now I'm Jewish as well.
Shit. Mm-hmm. Who controls the Reserve Bank?
Thankfully, DK, we have a gay rights activist to answer that question.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. The Original Vintage, welcome to the show.
Hey, Vintage.
What up, dude?
What's happening, brothers and sisters? What's happening? Hope you're well.
Shalom. Shalom.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Yes, I agree. Maybe I agree. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Go ahead, Vintage.
Oh no, I'm just. I've got a front row seat and I've got popcorn ready. I'm just enjoying this.
Right. So, DK, do the Christian countries? Do the Jews control the Christian countries?
He doesn't know the answer to that, by the way.
Blink
Because we
once.
were about to highlight the
yes.
contradiction in his thinking, but
I
let him
know.
get there. Let
I
him get
know.
there, John.
Been highlighting it. What are you talking about?
DK, you there?
I hear him in the distance. I heard him for a second.
Yeah, I hear him. He's not even yelling at you anymore. He's yelling at his neighbors about this.
I can't believe these people. They don't.
This guy won't listen to me. I'll go next door. I'll knock on the door and I'll tell them about how the Jews are controlling everything. You know, this guy won't listen.
That's definitely not the Jews.
Well, that's what I'm
What if
asking
your
you,
parents
DK.
what if your neighbors are closet Jews and you don't know it?
Sorry, what?
What
Can
if your
you
neighbors
speak
are
properly?
closet Jews? Yes, I can speak properly. I know you have an Australian accent. I have a
I
better
don't have an
Australian
Australian
accent.
accent. You do.
Exactly.
No,
I do have an
vintage.
Australian
He ha-
accent. I'm glad
No,
that
he-
you've
but he-
acknowledged that.
He has a Timu Australian accent. He's from New
Fuck
Zealand.
up, cunt.
This is true.
See, if all you're trying to do is run me down, what the fuck is the point in even taking anything you say seriously?
Well, when some fool acts belligerent, you know, I kind of get, you know, I was actually just listening to this and it's like, this guy's just acting totally belligerent. And, you know, I know us Australians are generally total fools on a world stage, but you're just taking it to a next level. It's like, and you're doing harm to me because it's like, I want to be known as an Australian to have at least 5 brain cells. And you're not even hitting that quota right
Dude,
now.
you're a fucking
You know?
semi-Jew-loving piece of shit. And Bondi shit happened.
I'm agnostic. I'm
in
agnostic,
America,
idiot. I'm
Australia, And
agnostic.
it was a fucking complete false flag carried out by a fucking Israeli IDF
Okay,
fucking
So
agent.
everything you just yelled about got instantly iced because the first thing you said within the first 2 seconds was that I'm a Jew. I'm agnostic. So give me
then
what you
why
think my opinion is
fucking
from an
sucking
agnostic
Jew
point
dick?
of view. Give
Why
me
are you
give me what
sucking
you
Jew
think.
dick?
Give me
I'm
what you think.
agnostic.
No, you're not. No, you're
Yeah,
not.
man.
Okay, but well, so we should be on the same
Don't
side.
tell me
but-
what I'm fucking not.
But you told me. Well, don't tell me what I'm fucking not. Then you called me a Jew within the first 2 seconds. I'm not even a Jew. I'm agnostic, and then you just went on some fucking
Yeah, you're a
like,
fucking
belligerent
Jew
tirade.
protector then. Whatever, faggot.
Dude, don't even do that. You're just threatening the channel at that point when you use that language.
Shit, sorry, YouTube. My bad. Apologies.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Come on, man. You
Yeah, no,
you
I don't-
can
I'm
you
used
you,
to
you,
stream- I
you
do.
can
I
MF me
stream
all
on,
day
mate.
long. Just don't
I
threaten the
stream
channel.
on fucking Rumble, man. No fucking censorship. I keep
I stream
forgetting
on
that I
Rumble.
gotta be
I stream on
fucking
Rumble
licensed
too. I at
on
least
fucking
have the
on fucking
respect
YouTube.
of the channel creator when I'm on their panel. When I'm on I'm on a panel that I know is on YouTube, I at least give the respect to keep
Oh,
my
yeah, I
language
don't know which
to
words
that
you're not
TOS
allowed to
standard.
say anymore.
Well, you should maybe get off the beers and have a clear mind when you get on an open panel. Just a pro
No, I
tip.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
If I had a clear mind, I'd destroy you without even fucking thinking. You're lucky I've had a few drinks.
Well, I think
Yeah,
maybe the problem is that you're
I've had
not
a couple of drinks too, and I feel like I'm playing checkers versus. I'm playing 40.
That's
checkers
right. You
and
are
they're
playing
checkers.
checkers with someone who's playing fucking chess, dumbass. You're right.
No, you have no idea.
Yeah, no, you did fuck up what you were trying
Do
to say.
you want to play poker one day? I'll play poker against you any day. We can play a strategic game that involves like more than 3 brain cells. You'll lose and I'll own your TV, your house, and probably your mama after that. But if you really want to go there, let's do it.
Ooh,
Why the
DK.
fuck would you want to
DK.
own my mum?
God bless you.
Well,
Thanks for
look, just so I
joining in.
can still
Thanks for joining in the
back you.
chaos. One sec,
Yes,
vintage. One
yes.
sec. One sec.
I'd buy your mama
we
just
need
to
to-
buy her, just so I could sell her back for
we need to-
20 price.
We
I
need
mean,
to-
I'm only
we need to
make
address
5%
something
of
here.
the exchange,
Gentlemen,
but it's still a good,
Gentlemen,
deal.
we do need to address something very important here. DK, you use Rumble, correct?
Yeah.
I have a bit of unfortunate news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but Rumble's founder and CEO Chris Pavlovsky is one of the Macedonian immigrants to Canada, but he was born to an Algerian Jewish family. So you use a platform created by a Jew.
That's all right.
does
The
that
last
make
one
you
I
feel?
used was D-Live, and that was fucking some Chinese motherfucker who was
So you
using
don't
it as
care.
a,
So you don't care
money
if the Jews
laundering
aren't.
fucking
So you
tax
don't
haven.
care if
You're
so you don't
using
care then if the
fucking
Jews, so if the
YouTube,
Jews are at the
which
top.
is
You don't really
Jew-owned.
care,
What
even
the
though you
fuck
want
are
to
you on
complain
about?
about the Jews.
I will use whatever I can fucking use while I can use it. As
How
long as they
amazing
allow
are
me.
Jewish people that they will let you on a platform that they own and that is their arena for you to just spout like belligerent fucking defamation style
Because they're
insults.
trying to isolate us and make sure they can identify us.
That's why you have a Rumble
By
channel.
the
You're on a
idiot.
Rumble channel owned by a Jew because you're trying to fight against isolation and anti-free speech, even though a Jew owns a platform which gives you alleged free speech.
To be honest, I've already started up a fucking website that you can stream on and shit as a backup for as soon as I get fucking shut down.
Cool.
So
I'm
shut
sure
the
that
fuck up.
you and your
fuck up.
mama will
Shut the
subscribe.
fuck up.
I'm not gonna
I'm
shut the fuck
using
up. I'm not
what
gonna
I
shut the fuck
can,
up. I'm not gonna
but
shut the
I
fuck up.
already have
I'll
a
never shut the
backup
fuck
ready.
up. I'm
That
gonna
is
talk.
mine.
I'm gonna talk all day long. I'm gonna keep talking all day. I'll just. You
God,
think
you
you can
keep
overtalk
talking all
someone?
day
I'm gonna
long like a
overtalk
Jew
you
with nothing to
more,
fucking
and I'm
say.
not even
The
Jewish.
shit he pronounced is fucking wrong.
How do you feel
Well
like? How do you
Good
feel
work.
getting overtalked by
Try and have a
someone that's not
fucking-
even Jewish?
Try and have some
Like,
fucking point to make.
Have a good one,
I
Darth.
did. Yeah, I
No,
made
you
all the
didn't.
points. I know because I know you think that because you weren't listening. Because you see, here's the thing: you got one mouth and two ears for a reason. You clearly missed the class on that lesson.
Motherfucker, you're the one who missed it.
And I believe
I
Jack
I think
wanted
the
to
only thing
highlight
you
this
missed
comment.
is the beer that you were trying
All
to
you've
like
been doing is
drain
abusing.
into your mouth.
No, all
That
you've been doing is
and that's
abusing.
actually a
You're trying
good
to come at
thing
me and
because
fucking
you've
shut me
actually
down
had
for
too
everything
many
that I fucking
already.
say. When, if you go look back at this, if anyone goes and watches this again, if
Oh, I'm
anyone even
clipping
watches
this.
your
I'm
shit
clipping
again,
this.
they will
I
actually
guarantee
see
I'm
that I
clipping
didn't
this.
lie about any fucking thing I said. You
I
keep trying to
guarantee
trip
I'm
me up
clipping
and
this
use
because
fucking
you
false
contradicted yourself so
definitions
much.
of words to try and use that against me. When not
You know
one
what's
thing
actually
that
really
I've
funny?
said has been fucking
You know what's
wrong.
really funny is that I'm gonna farm this clip for content and make you out to be the biggest town fool that I've probably seen in quite a bit. And Terry has to let me do it because he's a cool G.
Oh, I
I'm
encourage it. I
gonna
encourage it.
farm you. I'm gonna
Hit me
farm
up
you
on
for
Rumble.
content to
You're
make
on
money. Does
fucking
that make me
Rumble.
Jewish?
Hit me up
Does
on
that make
Rumble
me
and
Jewish?
send it to me. I'll fucking stream it on my channel. You won't be the
Yeah,
first
but you'd be-
person to
you'd be-
try and make fun
I
of
don't
me.
need to stream it on your channel. Why would I stream it on your channel?
I
I'm
don't
not
say
saying I
stream
copy your
it. I
channel.
said send it to me. I'll stream it, dick. Fuck.
That's
you
what I
did.
said. I'm not
Gentlemen,
gonna send it to
uno
you.
momento. We gotta pause for the shekels. You know what I'm saying? That's what keeps the channel going. Shout out to Dara for the gifted membership, putting us up to $5 in the wheel bank. And I actually got GT. So congratulations, GT. You have Dara to thank for that membership. But I believe we were getting back to DK has a problem with the Jews. You shouldn't trust the Jews, but he chooses to stream on a Jewish platform.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DK.
I'll use every fucking means that I can to try and say what I'm saying until they fucking shut me down. Then I'll go to the next one.
Okay.
This has happened repeatedly, bro.
Okay. I just want to ask a couple of questions just so I can get a framing of where your mind's at. Do you think that there's if there's two sides, you're on one side and there's an opponent on the other side, you obviously disagree with the other side. Do you think the other side should be defeated at all costs?
Sides. That's the problem.
Okay, expand. Okay, tell me why. Expand on that.
Oh, no, I'll let you finish your question first. Sorry.
No. Well, you interrupted me.
No,
and,
no,
I don't know,
sorry, I
qualifies.
shouldn't
So
have
expand on
interrupted.
it.
I'll let you finish.
No. Go ahead. No, you've opened the door.
At the end of your question.
You opened the door, and I'm giving you the invite in. Expand on your point.
Do you think that there's only two sides to anything?
No.
Right.
That's where I was going to go with this.
So that's what I said. It's like, do you think there's only two sides? And you're like, what do you mean?
No. I didn't say, what do you
straight
mean?
away
I
agree.
said no. No, I didn't say, what do you mean? I said no. I answered your question directly.
No, you asked me, so what do I mean by there only being two sides? And I asked you straight away, and you're like, no, there's
And
not
then I
only two
answered
sides.
your question.
So you agree
I
with
answered
me?
your question. Yeah, I said, what do you
agree
mean by
with
are
me
there
that
two
there's not only
sides?
two sides?
No, you said, do you think there are more than two sides? And then I directly answered
do
your
you
question
not
and said
think
no,
there's more
and then
than
I
two
invited you to expand on your answer, and you're now trying to take it back to the question before the one that I just answered.
No, I asked you. I said, do you not think there is more than two sides? And you tried to turn it back on me.
I said no. I said no.
only think
I didn't
there's
turn
two
around. I
sides.
said no. Did I not answer that correctly, guys? Or am I really missing something here?
Pretty sure you did, Vintage. Pretty sure you did.
Yeah, I'm really confused now because I feel like he's trying to assert that I answered a question incorrectly, which was not the question and the topic we're on, but he was trying to go back to a question I asked maybe two questions ago. And that's, so you're really just trying to muddy the waters and divert because you actually really have no answer. And you know that I'm about to corner you in probably the next 2 or 3 questions I have, and you have no out. And maybe that's because, and there's a couple of reasons why, potentially. I'm granted this is speculation, but I think I'm intelligent enough to have a decent crack at this. It's either because you don't actually know what I'm going to say in the next 2 or 3 questions, but irrespective, I'm going to corner you because you've realized not straight up, but deep down inside and subconscious. This is why you're interrupting me. Now you're proving my point. This is why you're interrupting and proving my point. You're going to interrupt him. You're going to interrupt and disrupt because I'm about to just annihilate you.
Ask your fucking questions. Come on, stop being a pussy.
I asked
Stop
you a
beating about the
question.
bush.
I asked you.
Let's see what
You
got to
asked me a
ask
question.
that
I
you think
answered you
will put
directly,
me in
and
the
you got
fucking
butthurt
corner.
over
Come
it
on.
for some reason.
Come on,
You asked me a
motherfucker.
yes or no answer. I gave you a no, and you've got butthurt
But I don't
because I
want
answered
your
your
fucking
question directly.
one-word answer questions. Ask me a real
You asked
question.
you asked me a question which I could have actually expanded on, but instead I gave you the respect of a quick yes no answer.
Oh, that's
I
gay,
gave you that
because
answer,
you
and
don't
you
have a
got
fucking
fucked up. No is an answer to a question. Would you disagree?
No is a fucking backup.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you a great example. I'll give you a great example, sir. Does 2 + 2 equal 4? Yes or no?
It should.
Okay, so you gave me a direct answer. You gave me a very short answer. I gave you a very short answer. So should I now be butthurt that you gave me a short answer and go on some belligerent tirade?
Hey, this isn't a Hey, that's not a fucking.
I'll let you go on the
question.
belligerent
That's a
tirade as an answer.
theological
Go ahead.
debate, philosophical debate. That is not something to debate about.
This is not.
But can we debate this, DK?
Dude, how many
Because
fucking fingers do you have?
yeah,
If I cut off 2, how many do you have left?
because I genuinely believe that DK is a Jewish supremacist. He uses a Jewish platform. He claims that he doesn't like the
Hey,
Jews,
go fuck yourself,
but he's also
bro.
claiming they
Go
control
fuck
everything.
yourself, bro.
And,
Don't ever call me that again.
Are you
But
married to there's someone I was talking to literally 24 hours ago called Marilyn. Are you married to her by chance?
I don't know, Marilyn.
Okay. Or like a girlfriend, maybe you
To
met
be
on
honest,
like
I
a
don't
dating
actually
platform.
fucking spend much time on YouTube.
Yeah, that's why you're on Rumble, and I'm sure you have a massive following.
It's not huge. It's not as big as it was on DLive.
Yeah.
It's building up. I've only
Yeah.
been there for
Yeah.
like 8 months.
You've got as many followers as probably inches in your.
No,
manhood
sorry.
at a
Like
time.
my current stream has only got 16,600 viewers. Like
Your current
sorry.
stream, you have 16,000 concurrent viewers.
Sorry, views, not live viewers. 16.6 thousand views on my live stream right now. Okay, come at me again.
Oh, sorry. So you got 16,000 live concurrent viewers right now.
I said views. At the moment, there's 19 live, but 16.6 thousand viewers.
And
Like
when was
views,
that?
sorry,
and
views.
when was that video put up or live stream? I'd love to watch. I want to be a fan of yours. I want to subscribe.
Everyone does. You might not make it.
Well, you're gonna permaban me from Rumble, which is allegedly meant to be the most open and accepting forum, which is also owned by a Jew, which you hate and want to like eliminate from human society.
Motherfuckers because they're idiots.
I'm sorry. You're so belligerent. You're not even speaking English, and that's a pretty tall accusation because I'm Australian. I speak bad English on a good day.
Yeah, you do. You're speaking it now.
Yeah, as do you. Do you think we have a similar accent at all, sir?
No.
No. Is that because I'm
You
not
can't
as
even say the word
inebriated
no.
as you?
Yeah, you can't even say the word no. You're Australian.
I said no literally 3 minutes
No.
ago, and then you went on a
No.
tirade about the fact that I gave you no.
No.
I said no
It's almost like a horse.
fucking-
No.
I have a horse, says the guy that's
No,
got
you
some
sound
avatar
like
that
one.
has fucking
said.
horns, like, and he looks like a stray deer that's about to get
Like,
shot.
see, you've made me devolve into the personal attacks thing.
I didn't
don't like
make
doing
you
that.
devolve. You were
That's
devolved well
ridiculous.
before I
That's
turned up here.
ridiculous.
I
There
was
goes
well.
no
You were
react.
well devolved
I
before I
apologize
turned
for
up.
for following along with that.
You were
No.
well devolved before I turned up to this panel. I'm
I
sorry.
know, I
sir.
wasn't
I'm sorry to
abusing
break the
you.
bad
Ladies and
news.
gentlemen, the shekels are rolling. Are we having fun yet? Congratulations to OG2NV, P1, Angel, Joe Dalton 473, Sterling 2829, and Enchanted Hero 3847. You have the one and only Shazzy to thank for that one. Shout out to you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. And of course, we can spin it. Let's spin it to win it, baby. Oh, fuck. I forgot to say good. Gentlemen, what do we think about compassion being strategic weakness? Do we agree or do we disagree?
Well, it depends on what the Jews think, clearly.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean,
Well,
that would be
DK,
accurate.
As the Jewish representation on panel, do you think that compassion is strategic weakness?
Are you asking me?
No, DK.
Oh, what? Were you talking to me? Fuck.
Yeah,
I actually thought you were talking to him
I
as
didn't. I
well.
didn't think you were asking me.
Honestly, I thought you were talking to him as well. Like, fuck.
You don't know where
is
you're at right
compassion-
now, bro.
Wish
You
it
don't
was
know where you're at.
He's clueless. But is DK, is compassion strategic weakness?
Compassion, strategic weakness. No,
Mhm.
compassion is the reason
smaller ways
that we
to say
have
it.
to be strong. Compassion is the reason we have to stand up for other people against the oppression and bullshit that is being done to us. If you don't
So-
have compassion for anyone else, why the fuck would you stand up unless you're a narcissist and you think you're only doing it for your damn self?
So I've
So
got a
you-
good question then. No, sorry. So you'd say that the Jews run the world, like, because they run all the money, they own all the resources, they have everything, correct?
I twist my words, but okay, we'll go with that.
Okay. So if the Jews, aka a banker, was willing to give you a loan so that you could buy a home to live in, and yes, you pay mortgage, and I'll even grant what you're probably going to say next is that they charge some absurd interest rate, or or something that basically financially cripples you. At least at the end of the day, you still have a home and a shelter to live in. Do you think having a home and a shelter to live in is a bad thing?
Do you think I've ever needed a loan to fucking live?
Don't answer my question with the question. Just answer it.
No.
So it's okay then, because you said no. I'm glad you gave that answer. So no, they can actually give an answer. So they can give an answer. So there's nothing wrong with them giving a loan out. Because you said no. You said no.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I'll go. All right. I'll take the yes answer. So the Jew can give a loan. Oh no! Hey, I'm going with the yes answer now. I'm going with the yes answer. That's cool.
It's like
you're allowed to give the yes.
Problem, or is this a problem?
You're allowed to give the yes.
You can try and twist that round.
I'm not twisting it. I was just trying to figure out your answer. You said no, and then you said yes. I think if anyone's twisting it, it's not me.
To rethink through like how you first.
I know you have to think. It takes a while. I get that.
No, I had to think about how you first started asking the question, how you phrased it at the start.
I think my question was pretty clear, but anyway, I'll take the yes answer that you gave. I'll take the yes. Okay, okay, so I'm just going to reframe it so that everyone here that's listening gets it. My question was, if someone, if a Jew gives a loan, and even though it's an absurdly high interest rate and even predatory, I didn't say that before, but I'll just add that in now. In order for someone to be able to buy a home, which is shelter, so that they can live in, yes, it would crush them financially, but they could still do it. Is that okay? Now, you initially said no, and okay, so you're going back to no. You said no initially, then you went to yes, and now you're back to no. Jesus fucking Christ, you don't know where you're at, brother. I added in one minor caveat that actually helped your argument, and you flipped your answer. I added in a minor caveat that I didn't do initially, and you changed again.
Word twisting bullshit that you tried before.
So
people ask a straight question.
Okay, I'll ask a straight question. Do people that are not Jewish change their answers on a dime off the back of one caveat?
I don't know.
Why not? Tell me why you don't know.
Because I'm not a Jew. I'd be guessing they do.
Well, I was asking about people. So I was asking your opinion about what someone that is not a Jew would do, and you said I don't know. And then the reason I asked why, you said I'm not a Jew, but my question was about someone not a Jew.
Fuck, man, stop trying to fucking twist words, motherfucker. You actually said Jew. You didn't say not a Jew. You said that after you asked the question.
Mate,
you actually said
you are such an interesting individual that if I was an alcoholic,
I answered it,
public service announcement. If you're thinking about becoming an alcoholic one day, if you public service announcement,
if you can try and play with words, you're playing with the wrong fucking person.
Okay, so public service announcement. If you're ever thinking about becoming an alcoholic because you want to melt your brain to like zero or even to a net negative, don't pick up the bottle. Don't have whiskey. Don't have beer. Just talk to this guy because he will fucking melt your brain with contradictions so fucking hard, and it's actually cheaper. So there's actually a financial benefit to it as well, and it gets to the same result. Sorry, go ahead.
And just as a PSA, another public service announcement. If you are struggling with alcohol, just remember to reach out to your local Jew.
I gotta get a Greenstein or a Rosenblatt of my very own. Nothing else has worked so far, so I'll wish upon a star. Wondrous dancing speck of light, I need a Jew.
Shout out to all the Jews out there. Well, go ahead, DK. You were saying?
No, I wasn't. You were.
I just had a question real quick. So, for DK, do you think that then compassion is a strategic strength?
Didn't that get asked before, and didn't I answer it?
Okay, Teriak, I'm going to interrupt. Can I have a 1v1 with Jack about this? I feel it could be more productive.
Of course. 1 sec. Let me write this up. Jack, get the popcorn up. We're getting ourselves a 1v1. How much time do you want?
As
That's all right.
whatever.
Yeah, I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Five is fine. 5 is fine. If you want to do more, it's all good.
Okay, I'll do 10 minutes for you, comrade. I'll do 10 minutes for you, comrade. Okay. we put Jake, you're still here, but please give contestants some times to
Me and
talk,
Jack.
okay?
Me and Jack. No, I said me and Jack.
No. You want Jake. You want Jake. Oh, sorry, comrade.
Yeah, not me. He said Jack. I said, oh, shut up. Yeah.
My bit.
I said, oh, shut up.
My bit. Comrade, okay. 10 minutes, you and Jake. Okay, conversation begin.
So is compassion a sign of weakness? Yeah, like very briefly.
Yes, I believe it's a weakness.
Okay, tell me why. You've said yes, so you're on the affirmative. Give me your case.
Yeah, so I think that in a lot of the time, compassion can be used against us, and that can be weaponized against us. It kind of makes us weak in a sense that we're kind of wasting time and energy on something that's not going to be beneficial to all or even individuals.
Okay, so I would agree with that to a certain point, but I would say that but compassion is that you're basically having a behavioral response where you can recognize that someone is in a bad way. So if someone's like, listen, I lost a family member, let's say I lost my dad,
Right.
and so I'm suffering. I'm not feeling great about it and whatnot. You can be like, kind of there, it's fine. That's actually a good thing. Would you disagree?
No, not necessarily. Like I think it is kind of
good thing,
scalable because there's certain things that can be,
but just in that situation, would you say compassion is a good thing?
Yeah, I wouldn't shit on the person or anything.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So is a good thing weakness?
It like I said, it can be. I think sometimes it can be
So
weaponized
in the
in that way.
example I gave, in the example I gave where I lost a family member, my father, how is you giving me compassion for my loss or weakness?
In that case, it wouldn't be. Like I think that
Okay.
would be a beneficial side.
compassion
That's
is not
why I
weakness
said
then.
it would be
Cool.
scalable.
Okay, so even though I've kind of won this exchange, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
So if you've so you could also say that being compassionate, you can have the illusion of Well, you can be compassionate, which I'm 9 times out of 10. At least I'll take my industry and my work. Can be seen as a weakness. The finance world, it's brutal, it's cutthroat, and it can be like, oh well, why are you being sad about this person losing all their money? At least you made a commission. It's like, well, no, I don't need to do that. And I feel compassion, for the loss that they've had. And but then what I will do is I'll actually put money out of my own pocket. I'll do everything I can in my power to save them, even probably beyond my power, to certain lengths. And you could say, well, that's a weakness because you took money out of your own pocket. But then what I would do is the fact that someone else sees that, yes, this person got thrown against the wall and Vintage, who's their finance guy, actually put money out of his own pocket, even though he doesn't have to, which is a complete outlier to their industry. He still decided to do it anyway. Decided, well, he was gonna help out. So that actually drives more customers and clients to my business, and my business gets stronger because more people come to me. I gain more revenue. I gain, more net wealth as a result personally. So, I took a short-term loss to make a long-term gain. Would you consider a short-term loss to make a long-term gain a weakness or a strategy?
It really just depends. I feel like that's another sliding scale type of deal.
Okay. That's sure. So I'd argue that it's both. I'd argue that it's a long-term play, and it's a benefit to me, and I'm not showing weakness, I'm just showing morality, tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, I think a lot of the time, like when you're looking at the other side of what you're saying, it was a long play. Sometimes you can have where in the short term that it's kind of a weakness or a detriment or a negative to the situation, but in the long term, it might be a positive, beneficial thing. So I can agree to that. That's why I think I think it's a sliding scale.
So it's net EV or expected value, they call it. Net EV being expected value for people that don't know the term. So do you think that EV is a bad thing or a good thing? Or you're indifferent?
I'm indifferent. Like I feel like it would have to be like it. Like I think things in that case would have to be like very situational. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. Let's just say that. I think it could definitely.
So let's
be a
say that
positive.
expected value or EV is indifferent. Would you argue that that's a compassionate take to make?
Say that again.
So if expected value, so I asked if whether it was a benefit or a negative or indifferent. You said indifferent. So I'm going to take the indifferent stance on this. If I have expected value that I might make something about it, and and whether I do or don't, I'm like, I don't really care. Do you think that's a state of compassion? Or do you think there's something nefarious about it, or something else that I haven't thought
I don't think anything you stated was nefarious. So I would lean more on the positive side, but that's why I said it's situational.
Yeah. So it arises from. So what I'm doing there, if I'm indifferent, I'm recognizing a potential suffering or a negative to other people that is not me. And I'm trying to create a genuine outcome that eases or lessens their pain. Would you disagree?
Generally, if you're being compassionate, I don't know if that would be. I think that would be the ultimate qualifier of it, but I don't know if that would be the low end of how I would scale it. Like
What
that
about
would be the
generally?
highest end.
Generally, would you agree with me?
On what you were just saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definition of compassion.
Right. But here's the thing: is like where I kind of come with it is when he wrote out the prompt, he put strategic, and so I'm trying to think of the placement of it being strategic to compassion. Well, not necessarily. Some things are just done out of emotion. They're just said and done in really fast fashion. That's not strategic.
Would you so you would disagree if I said that everything someone does on a daily basis, every single action they take is strategic in one way or another? You disagree with that?
Yes, in some sense. I think if it's
cool.
if it's a thought through action, then it could be strategic.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. I wake up and I'm hungry, and and my strategy is to eat something so I feel satisfied and I gain sustenance so that my body can be fed and continue to function. Is that is eating a strategy?
Not necessarily. There's people who fast.
Yes, and fasting still includes eating food. So what you're doing there is making a distinction between they still eat
just strictly water fasting.
Okay, so do people that fast not eat?
Some people don't. No,
not at all, ever. Have you ever come across?
Well, I'm sure eventually they eat, but that would be strategic.
There you go. You just.
But that's not, what I'm saying is, if you wake up and you're just hungry.
I made a more general stance, but you've actually made my argument for me. Still, either way, is that the function of they wake up and they eat. And now I use breakfast. You said fast. The only distinction between our scenarios is a time frame, but ultimately. We both woke up, whether it's me waking up in the morning and immediately.
I'm just saying the word of strategic.
Fasting. Well, that's a strategy. and I'd still say that it's the same thing.
No,
Tell me how it's
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying I think that's one of those things to where I was trying to scale the compassion, because a lot of the time you either have quick actions or you have thought through actions, and that's strategy in my opinion. Because if it's not, then you're just using emotions and you're just immediately going with your first thought. That is not strategic. Even though you can be compassionate in that way, you know. I
got a lot of respect for you, Jack, because you're totally good faith, and you're meant to be like, we're on different sides. So we're on different sides. You're supposed to be like fighting.
No, I completely agree with you as well, though. That's the thing is like, that's why I said it's scalable, because compassion can be used for a very good thing.
It's like he's supposed
but
to
it
be
can't be
fighting
used
me
for a
tooth
bad
and
thing.
nail. You're trying to fight me tooth and nail.
Yeah. Hey, that's what you gotta do, you know? I mean, that's it's good. I like it though.
Round of applause. DK, you can now speak about the Jewish question, I guess.
Yeah. What do the Jewish people think about breakfast?
Really? You want to know about breakfast?
Well, yeah. What do the Jewish people think about breakfast?
Breakfast is a construct because people used to only eat once or twice a day. And when you eat, when you first wake up, it constantly makes you hungry and makes you want to consume more food all day.
I agree.
They also actually changed it around from it being like the cereals that the Rockefellers promoted, you know, all the fucking seeds, legumes, and shit.
Are they Jewish as well?
At the top of the fucking food pyramid, which actually aren't.
I think you know the answer, Vintage.
And then they started promoting bacon and eggs for breakfast for Americans. Guess what? You're all fucking fat and lazy now.
And that's because
every
of the
single
Jews.
Yeah.
So are you saying that like if we just got rid of the Jews, DK, like it'd be utopia?
Nope. I'd say that's the first step. Then we move on after that. Now that's step one. You got to eliminate the core.
What I'm trying to say is we are very close to implementing a utopia, as long as we can get rid of some certain undesirable people groups.
Yes, like the Jews.
Yes, like the Jews. Oh.
You kind of sound like one of these lefties. Not gonna lie.
I'm trying to figure out, like, from this theory, what's
Dude,
the, DK, let's see your final order is.
Lefty, motherfucker.
So no, I didn't call you lefty. So let's say DK.
No, someone else did.
Let's just go. Yeah. Terry acted. But DK, let's go a different route, sir. I've now decided you are absolutely correct. I'm 100% behind you. We need to get rid of the Jews. And then we do get rid of them. What's phase two? What's the next step to
Phase
the perfect
two is
world?
once Jews are removed from control of every country worldwide, removed from control of every monetary system,
Yeah.
and people can actually go back and get their own countries working. And everyone can trade with individual countries, but we don't need everyone to be in all of our countries.
I agree. All that happens. The Jews are gone. All that comes to fruition. What's the next step? What do you do? So there's
Now you just asked the same question.
Just to clarify in chat as well, Pachun, Shazzy's hand slipped. So that was an accidental.
I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of the long game. Like your long game is just like a one-step program. Like get rid of the Jews.
I just answered your question.
Okay, so Jews eliminated, problem
the same
solved.
question after I answered it.
I gave you a follow-up because I asked for a long-term plan. You gave me step one. I asked for like, what's your long-term plan? You gave me step one, and then that was the conclusion. That's not a long-term plan.
I gave you step 2, you didn't listen, and then asked the question again. Do you need it repeated? Okay. Step 1
I
is
don't.
first we remove the cause of the problem,
Cool.
which is
Okay.
fucking
Got
good.
that. Got that. What's step 2? I understood that. What's step 2?
Step 2 is what I answered before that you didn't listen to. Step 2 is like, once we've removed Jewish control, monetary control of every country, people will actually be allowed control of their own countries instead of the governments being controlled and shit.
That's actually not step 2. That's a result of step 1.
And everyone can fuck off back to their countries. And we can all have our own countries. And we can trade with each other for minerals and oil or whatever else we need from other countries. But it becomes trade. But fuck this fucking intermingling fucking race mixing bullshit cunt. The fuck are you on about?
Well, I don't know what. I'm listening. You're saying what do you? What am I on about? You're just talking and yelling.
You asked it for a third time.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Did
You
I?
did. I answered it, and then you answered again, and pretended you didn't hear the answer.
I've literally had 2 beers tonight. I feel like I need to have like another 10 just to get down to your level. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm really not. I know I don't drink often, but Jesus Christ. Like,
No,
this
serious.
is just
Why
blowing
are
my
you
mind.
the dumbest cunt in the room after 2 beers?
I'm literally getting on Uber Eats right now. I'm gonna find the closest bottle shop to get another 24 beers. I need them.
You dick, you fucking
Alright.
Sorry, YouTube. My bad.
I can,
Go get on a Jew dick, you
let me
fucking
have a
piece of
sec.
shit.
Let me have a look.
So, just to play this, DK, let's be nice.
Oh, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Please keep the TOS words to a minimum, sir.
All right, I'll give you
And
that one.
Sorry, I'm just
and
stopping- I'm
Pachuchin,
stopping right now.
and Pachuchin says the only thing I agree with is usury is bullshit. We hate it. Besides that, he needs to get off the sauce.
No, I don't.
Oh,
So
this
that's what an addict would
This
say.
is awesome.
you know.
There's actually a local bottle shop just like literally 7 minutes around the corner. I can get this delivered. The carton of like 24 beers usually
Hey, it's
60
just
bucks.
around the
It's
corner
on
and you need it
discount.
delivered.
It's on discount. I get it for
Fucking
40
ass, you
bucks.
lazy
I get to save 15. I get to save $15. I can save $15 on these 24 beers. Is the $15 discount on the beer because of the Jews? If I save $15 on this beer order, is that because of the Jews?
You're gonna
Like,
pay
I
an
need
extra
to know.
$15 for the delivery, you dumb fuck.
No, I get free delivery.
Oh, because you're
It's a
Jewish.
promotion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yes. No, you're actually correct. I'm Jewish, absolutely.
Swipe my Jewish card.
Hang on a second. I'll go and get my heart. I want a sec.
That's funny.
So you want to play silly games? I can be funny as well. Because you don't like the real shit, so let's just make it all a joke. All right. Well, suddenly run out of shit to say. Ah.
I just went to go and get my fucking Hanukkah. 1 sec.
Make sure you put your camera on so we can see it.
Dust it off.
Yeah, I will. Don't you worry. It'll come.
You gotta
You don't
dust
want
it
me to
off.
put my camera on.
There you go. There you go. I got my Hanukkah on. What now? What now? Come on. What do you got to say?
You look like Tim Pool.
I look like Tim Pool. Is
Yeah.
Tim Pool a Jew? Is Tim Pool a
Every
Jew?
fucking Jew motherfucker. Yes.
I'd like to be Tim Pool. I'd have like 1 million
Ah,
subscribers. I'd be
Scabby
rich
Jew
as shit, like a
motherfucker.
Jew. Please
You
say that
want
off,
him to
Joe.
be a Scabby Jew motherfucker. I think you're there, but you're just not rich like him. I think that's the only thing you're jealous of.
I'm not rich. I'm not rich. Is that right?
I know. I said that's the only thing you're jealous of.
No, you
You're a
don't know.
Scabby Jew
You don't know.
motherfucker like him. You're just
I'm
not
scabby.
rich.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Hey, how you going with your mortgage payments with the home that you own? Clearly,
Oh, You're asking me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. 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 I
There's only one idiot I'm
I don't
talking
own a
to. It's
home,
not
but I've
Jack or
been
Terrier.
renting the same
Yeah, I
house
don't
for-
own a home. Of course you don't.
I've been
Of course
renting
you
the same
don't.
place for 10 years.
You've been renting.
Yeah, for 10 years. Yep.
So you've been paying rent to a Jew.
Nah, my landlord's actually awesome as fuck.
Oh, what is he, Muslim?
No, I said he's awesome as fuck. He's
Yeah,
a white
so
boy,
he's
you
Muslim
dumb
then,
fuck.
according to your theory.
I actually, yeah. The Jew gave this guy a house and he is superior now. That kind of sums it up. Just because he got a Jew loan, he's now superior. While he owes so
I didn't
much
say that.
money
You're
to
putting
Jew-
words in my mouth. See, the thing is, I don't put words in your mouth. You just put words in my mouth. I just repeat
I
what you
said
say,
that's what
and then
I
you
typed in my chat.
argue against
I know,
it.
and
Like,
you did actually try and put words in my mouth earlier. So don't fucking.
okay, give me an example. Okay, all right. I could be wrong, sir. I could be wrong, and I'm willing for you to call me out. Sir, I'm willing for you to call me out. Give me an example. What did I say? What did I say that where I put words in
To
your
be
mouth?
honest, I don't care.
Because you you don't care. No, you got to replace the word care with like you don't know. You really don't know.
No, I don't
You have
care
no clue.
what you have to say. 'cause
No,
you're
no.
obviously
Replace the
being
word
a
care with no,
What is
and
the
then you've got a
actual-
complete
what is the
sentence.
actual point with arguing with a Tim Pool lookalike who's a fucking Jew who fucking tries
I'm agnostic,
to
retard.
pretend to want to be a Jew and then says, I've got a fucking mortgage.
Okay,
What
cool.
have
It's
you
gone.
got?"
What now? What now? Is my haircut Jewish?
I know.
What now? What
now? You're
now?
just an ugly fuck.
Okay, cool. Says the guy that's got a really retarded avatar with horns, out of his.
That's not horns. That's fucking. Someone made that fucking meme of me. That
And you
fucking
allowed that
meme's supposed
to be
a
your
rocker with my,
avatar.
like, yeah,
Did the
fucking
person that
with
created
your
that avatar, were
braces
they Jew? Were they Jew? The person that made the avatar, are they Jewish?
I don't know. Fucking cunts make shit about me all the time.
Well, they might have done it for profit. You don't know.
I don't care.
Also, you don't care if Jewish people make profit.
To be honest, it's actually people I know generally who are trying to make fun of me.
And
And every once in a while,
you're in
I
good
go,
company
"Oh, I
then. You're in
actually
good
like that
company
one."
then. You're in
No,
good.
and
If
every
you
once
like
in a while,
friends
I
that
go,
make
"I
fun of you,
actually
you're in
like
good
that one, I'm
company.
saving it. And they're like, what? Because they can't offend me. They get upset when they can't offend me.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to shit face, how are you going right now?
About 12.
Yeah, 12 out of 10. That's what I thought. Yeah. Was that mathematical equation a Jewish one, or
No, it was number of beers one.
Okay. What are you drinking? I'm going to assume. Actually, I'm going to just make a quick random thought. It's probably it's Carlton Draft.
No. See, you're thinking Aussie, not New Zealand.
Yeah,
I drink
a
New
lot of
Zealand brand beer and shit.
yeah, a lot of New Zealanders drink Australian beer.
No, they really don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
But
they
how many
really
beers?
don't.
As someone
DK,
that
how
actually has
many?
a friend who has a business that imports over there, it's actually true.
Well, how many beers have you had, DK?
I just answered. I said 12.
12. Yeah, and are these like 500 mil or?
Yeah.
No,
How much is in that a period of time?
12,
330
yeah,
330
12 plus the
mil,
Jewish
4%.
tax, which is 300%.
Hey, 330 mil, 4% beers. But yeah, I'm at number 12.
So I'll give you so I'll give you an
Mind you,
example.
last
there.
night I
So
got
based
to
on
like
our
22.
metrics, which is it's funny you said I drink a New Zealand beer, even though you gave an Australian metric in terms of percentage and alcohol level.
What do you mean it's an Australian metric? It is metric, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, it's about 4 liters.
No,
of beer
no,
you drank.
what? Do you think metric is only in Australia?
Define metric.
Like, what the fuck? Is this
Define a
idiot
metric.
trying to say that only Australia has metrics?
No, I didn't say that. I
Well,
said
that
that
is
you're
exactly
using
what you said.
you're
You said
using
I
an
tried to
equal
give an
metric to
Australian
what I
metric
use.
when I gave a fucking actual metric system fucking direct answer.
Do you want to define a metric?
Do I want to
Yeah, so
define a metric?
just to clarify-
it is a
just to
measuring
clarify,
system that is consistent worldwide, except for
Mhm.
fucking America and Kazakhstan.
He's
Cool.
he's
Okay.
drank
So
four-
so
he-
so
he's drank
Australia
4 liters of beer.
No, hang on,
Just to
Terry.
put in perspective.
So for like through the metric system,
I
which
see
is
now you
mathematical.
want to just go at me and try and discredit me.
So
There's nothing more to
mathematical.
say
So we're
because
using a
fucking
mathematical
Andrew shut down
metric. Is there a
everything else
mathematical
you
metric
fucking
between a
asked me.
kilometer and a mile? Is there a mathematical distinction between
There
a
is, but
kilometer
I
and a
don't
mile?
know it exactly.
I know you don't know it, and that's my
Well,
point.
because why would I give a fuck?
I
we
know,
don't use
and that's why I
miles.
use the same metric that I use, which you use, which is the same. He's had
Then what
12.
is this dumb
he's
fuck saying I was giving Aussie metrics?
because you're using the same metrics that New
No, they're
Zealand
not
is used
Aussie
based on the
metrics,
beers,
it's
because the
worldwide
beers that go
metric
over
system.
to New Zealand are Australian imported. You fucking idiot. So
Dude, it's
I'll help
worldwide
the chat out.
metric system other
So
than
I'll help
America
the
and
chat out.
Kazakhstan.
I'll help the chat out. So for every 1.0, so 1 standard drink, it generally like absorbs and goes through your system every hour. This individual has had 12, according to his own assertion.
Yeah.
Now, based on the percentage and the millage and the millimeters per bottle that he's had, it's 1.1 per. So he's actually had 13.2. Now I don't know when he started drinking, but
That's right, you
whenever
don't.
from whatever point he started, he would need 13.2 hours to actually have that process back so that he can get to somewhat normal, somewhat a very generic definition at that point. He's probably going to have a very big headache tomorrow. And not remember what happened. But that's okay, because I'm going to clip the shit out of this and you can watch it on my channel at a later date and remember what a fool you made yourself out to be. But, you know.
Dude, you got no idea
100%.
how
And folks-
little I give a fuck.
Folks, we have reached the end of the show. Appreciate you all stopping by. Hopefully, it's had all a good show. Gentlemen, is there any final goodbyes, nuggets of wisdom you want to hit the audience with before we wrap up? We can start with DK Spiracy.
Alright, fuck all you Jews. I'm fucking out. Fuck you.
Appreciate you, DK. Not gonna lie, I'm not surprised. It is what it is. Vintage, any final closing thoughts, nuggets of wisdom to leave the audience with before we head home?
See? That's how you end a fucking show, motherfucker.
You're muted, by the way.
Accidentally lost the wire out of my microphone laughing that hard. If you want to come into the the people that want to rebel against the people that want to rebel against the Jews, you can always find me on YouTube at I Am the Original Vintage. I also have a Rumble and Kick channel. I'm trying to build up my Rumble. I'm currently going through a bit of funsies with the Lords of YouTube, so want to build up that Rumble platform as a backup.
To be honest, send
Yeah.
me your Rumble link. I'll follow you and shit as well, man.
I'm
I
not
always
anti-Jewish, so I might get reported. So I don't know if I really
didn't
want to
say
do
I'm
that.
gonna join in. I always follow people though, and fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick.
I'm not being. I'm just messing. But yeah, no, I appreciate you as always, Teriak. You're always a good host. I appreciate you. Thank you for the open forum, my friend.
100%. And Jack, any final closing thoughts, nuggets of wisdom before we head away?
I didn't really have all that much. I just had a quick question for DK. Do you know what Irish goodbye is?
An Irish goodbye.
This
is that
motherfucker
fucking
stealing.
I thought that was a livable kiss.
I thought I'd end with
Stealing
wearing my
my
Hanukkah.
exit strategy. Unbelievable, folks. Massive shout out to everybody in the audience for the 170 shekels. Appreciate you all. You're the reason why this show can keep going. And to everyone else as well, especially to the Americans, right? This is why we have people like DK on to show you where the faults go. If you just focus on the Jews, then you miss the rest of them. If the enemy is the globalists, these internationalists. That's what's causing all the problems. And this is why I keep saying to all the Americans, don't trust me. I'm not even asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is trust your president. Trust Donald Trump, the greatest motherfucking president you guys have ever had from the greatest country this world has ever seen. I always end the show the same way. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.